Suddenly death came to him when he was not even thinking about it. The face of his best friend, who was also his boss at his part-time job, appears in his memory. He briefly recalls his student years and suddenly realizes that he never finished his report. Even the smiles of the children in the shelter brought him small moments of joy. Thanks to these children, life seemed less gloomy. Therefore, if he had a choice, he would definitely want to stay alive. The boy suddenly woke up and pressed his back against the rough bark of the tree, clutching his chest with his hand. He was breathing unevenly, trying to regain consciousness and focus on the wild, irregular beating of his heart. The boy was sure he had ended up in another world because he clearly remembered being hit by a truck. However, there was neither the river Styx nor a magical garden around, and no memory of his past life remained. It seemed the hunger became unbearable, and then the boy noticed green leaves nearby. He did not understand why he started eating them, or if the situation was really that bad. Maybe this time he would die of hunger, or maybe he would still find something edible. Seeing the centipede, the boy thought it was not so scary. He took a stone, crushed it, and dared to taste it, hoping it was edible. The boy decided that even such a find was better than staying hungry and weak. If only he could fry this strange thing, maybe it would taste quite good. But as soon as he tasted the dish, he immediately realized it was terribly tasteless. To wash away the unpleasant aftertaste, he headed to the river to refresh himself with cold water and to clear his mind a bit. The boy was sincerely glad to have found some food, even if it was completely tasteless. Events spun one after another in his mind. He recalled how he got hit by a truck. Usually people don't survive that. Standing by the river and thoughtfully gazing into the water, he suddenly noticed something unusual in his reflection. The boy thoughtfully looked at his reflection in the water, not recognizing himself. Then suddenly understanding dawned on him. He realized that his life had ended, and now he lives again, but in a new body. Similar events now often happen in almost every second manga. The boy found himself in an unfamiliar world. It was hard for him to understand whether he had been reincarnated or deliberately left here. At that moment, he only dreamed of one thing: to close his eyes and wake up somewhere in a hospital ward. Maybe he was lucky, and the truck only slightly grazed him. The boy opened his eyes and realized that it was all just a dream. Nothing around had changed, and now the boy had to think about how to survive in this new world, especially with his attractive appearance. First of all, he decided to find out exactly where he had ended up, since returning to Japan seemed impossible. It was time to set off on a journey. He needed to find food and maybe meet other people. However, as the boy continued on his path, he noticed that there was a deep silence and emptiness in the forest around him. He hoped to at least hunt some insects to somewhat ease his hunger. Suddenly, a voice sounded very close, addressed directly to him. The boy froze in surprise. His heart pounded anxiously because he did not know if he was dealing with a human. It seemed luck had finally turned in his favor. The boy wanted to say that he was lost, but suddenly a huge griffin appeared on the path. It immediately declared that this was its domain, and strangers were not welcome here. The sharp gaze of the beast and its confident posture clearly indicated this was no joke. The boy shouted that there was no point in eating him. He was all bones. He explained that he had only eaten one centipede, so he was definitely of little use. It seemed as if fate had given him a new chance to live. Now he did not want to meet death a second time at all. The griffin confidently said that it did not eat such food because it was not suitable for it at all. Then it asked in surprise who it thought she was anyway. The boy hurried to explain that he did not intend to offend the bird. He politely said goodbye and went his own way, pondering who this strange creature really was. At first, the hungry boy was sent to an unknown world, forced to eat a disgusting centipede, and settled into a foreign body. Just as he began to adapt to his new life, a terrible griffin attacked him. The boy himself could no longer understand where he had ended up and why this world was so strange. The young man shouted in despair that he needed to run away from here while he still could be saved. The griffin roared loudly, warning the newcomer. He had entered his land without permission and must leave immediately. After all these jungles were precisely his domain. That was the agreement, and how could anyone dare to look for food here on his land? The young man awkwardly began to apologize, confessing that he had accidentally gotten lost and did not know at all who lived here. However, the griffin Glayer did not believe the boy's words. He rudely called him a worthless liar. But this agreement between him and the people has existed for 200 years. Even every child here knows about it. The young man quietly agreed, acknowledging that the interlocutor was probably telling the truth. The griffins strictly demanded explanations and warned, if the boy could convince them, he would remain alive. He understood that there was no other choice. He only had to honestly tell the whole truth. Now everything depended on one thing: whether these dangerous enemies would believe him. He He said that this was actually not his real body. The creature did not understand what exactly he meant. The young man continued and confirmed his words. Yes, it is true, but he is sure for him, everything is already over. After all, this little hairy animal still managed to catch him. The boy tirelessly repeated that these places were unfamiliar to him, and he himself did not understand how he ended up here. He sincerely asked to be believed. The griffin looked at him for a long time and finally understood. He was just an ordinary traveler. If everything happened exactly like that, the boy really needed to apologize. He did not know this area at all, and the beast explained that he was simply accidentally brought here. The creature stated that the one it was speaking to would have to unravel all the mysteries of this world on their own. It added that even if they did not like their own fate, it would still change nothing. The boy asked who the travelers were. He was explained that they are those who come from other worlds. Then he was surprised and asked if that meant he himself was not born in this world. The guy openly shared his story with the new acquaintance. The griffin just shrugged. He knew nothing about that, had never even heard of it. He had met the traveler 500 years ago, but back then he looked completely different. The beast wondered if the traveler was really a person who had changed their form and wanted to find out what he meant when he said he had become a child. Was he really an adult before? The boy confirmed, yes, he had once been an adult, but now he had become a child again. Perhaps this was not the best thing that could have happened to him. At that moment, Griffin said he would release the young man only when he completed one important task for him. The boy asked who these strangers were. Then the beast explained that the boy could not see them. After all, they were also people, children just like himself. The traveler asked why there were so many children in this place, 30 in all. The griffin replied that he himself did not understand the reason, only noticing that all these children had been left right in his forest. The boy felt very hungry and thought that he might have been left behind because there was not enough food for everyone. The boy asked the forest owner if he wanted him to look after the children. In response, the owner noted that the boy was smart and asked him to watch over the little ones until they learned to take care of themselves. The young man knew well how hard it can be for children because he himself grew up in an orphanage. The problem was not that he did not like children, so he carefully asked Griffin if there was any way to solve the food issue. The creature agreed to support with food, but warned, the traveler has only 3 years to teach the children to find food on their own. The herd answer greatly surprised the boy. It turned out that the master of the forest was not evil at all, but on the contrary, he was kind and sincere. The boy thought the bird would scold or make the children immediately look for food, beetles, or worms. But in reality, his behavior was completely different. He acted calmly and caring. He also asked Griffin why he cares so much about these children and pays them so much attention and care. The animal advised the boy to consider whether anyone with common sense could abandon hungry children to their fate. She asked if he himself could simply leave the children and never think of them again, and finally said that one is responsible for those one protects, ending the conversation there. The boy finally understood that it was the forest guardian who brought the fruits here. Only now did he think for the first time how different humans and griffins were from each other. And the whole reason why the guardian entrusted him with caring for the children was very simple. The forest master did not know at all how to raise human children. The young man decided to take care of the children because he believed he should protect those in need. The beast respectfully agreed with his choice, recognizing it as a wise and worthy act. The boy returned to the children and solemnly announced that from now on he was their new leader. Pride and joy shone in his eyes because he had been given the role of mentor. He smiled broadly and said he was glad to meet each of them and always ready to be their support and protection. Moreover, the boy suddenly realized that he could not understand at all what the children were talking about. Now it became clear there is a real language barrier between them that must be overcome so that they can communicate and start learning together. He immediately asked Griffin about this language. Griffin replied that people from other worlds do not understand the local dialect at all. He adds that, busy with troubles with the children, he simply did not think about such an important detail. The young man was surprised that he could understand the language of the beast. It explained that this was possible through the blessing of the sacred language, a special gift bestowed by nature itself, enabling a person to communicate with beings of different races. The forest lord noticed that the traveler encountered difficulties and decided to help him using his special abilities. Usually, he did not do this, as it was not characteristic of his nature. However, generosity had always been part of his essence. The blessing of generosity allows sharing one's talents with others. The boy asked the interlocutor about his intentions. In response, Griffin asked in surprise why the young man thought so, since he himself wanted to give him the gift of speech. The gift of language allows you to speak and understand other languages, all that you say or hear immediately turns into understandable words. However, there is a limit to the number of languages one can know this way. The traveler thought it resembled magical powers from fairy tales and asked the beast how many such gifts it had. The beast replied that it had as many as 12. The boy was surprised that so many blessings happened right here and decided it was all because of Griffin's presence. He even asked not to joke about it seriously, as for the locals, such things seemed ordinary. The monster told the boy that in reality many gifts do not have great value. For Griffin, for example, the ability to speak meant little, although for a human it could be useful. Then it asked the youth to say something aloud. The boy finished his story and sincerely thanked everyone for their attention. Suddenly he froze in amazement. He realized that he was calmly speaking another language, and everyone around understood what he was saying without difficulty. The girl ran up to him, smiled sincerely, and happily said she was very glad to meet him. She cheerfully asked if she could call him Onitayan. Her sincerity touched the leader's heart so much that he felt a pleasant warmth inside. Meanwhile, the boy nearby immediately asked how to properly address the new leader. The leader suggested to the boy that he should first say his name and only then find out about the interlocutor. Then the boy confidently said, "I am Ron, and I am the boss here." After that, he asked the other person's name again. The traveler asks the griffin which name he should choose to remain unnoticed among others. The monster suggested the boy call himself Almas. The youth asked with interest what the name meant, but the creature only replied, "Is there any point in meaning if the name just sounds good?" The boy smiled and admitted that Griffin's words made sense, so he finally decided he would be called Almas. The new leader introduced himself as Amos and greeted Ron with a friendly smile, saying he was glad to meet him. Ron immediately asked how old he was. Amos replied that he was 20. Hearing this, the boy was very surprised because Amos looked even younger than himself. Griffin explained that their new leader speaks honestly and does not try to deceive anyone. The boy, listening to this, nodded in agreement and was already ready to suggest that everyone introduce themselves to each other. The boys took turns introducing themselves. Ron spoke first. He said he was 12 years old. After Ron, his friend Zion, whom he had been friends with since childhood, spoke. Third to introduce herself was Rosie Wood, who said she was 11 years old. Next were Tetra, Grem, and Lulu. They happily said that they were all 10 years old. Almas noticed that all the children around were older than 9 years, but Ron stood his ground. Although they had already met and completed the necessary formalities, he still refused to recognize Almas as the leader. The traveler understood what the boy was feeling at that moment. After all, when a stranger suddenly appears and starts putting himself above others and is even younger than you, it can be offensive. This had happened to the traveler himself in childhood when he lived in an orphanage. Sion apologized for her friend and explained that he did not want to offend anyone, he just sometimes behaves quite strangely. Ron confidently said that there was no one stupid among them, and that if someone calls others names, they are actually like that themselves. The girl smiled and noted that this rule also applies to Ron himself. He barely restrained his emotions watching how each child's life was unfolding despite being abandoned. All had genuine sincerity and naive faith that better days lay ahead. He understood that children carry invisible wounds and greatly need support, so he felt called to be a reliable support and protector for them. Ron persistently asked the new leader to share his clear plans and ideas. Almas calmly replied that first of all the group would focus on developing agriculture to provide food for themselves and create stable living conditions. The boy got angry when he heard that they would have to engage in farming, but Almas confidently said there was no other way. They had to learn to work the land. Moreover, Griffin warned that he would help them only for 3 years, and then all 31 children would have to take care of themselves. Ron thought that working on a farm was not easy at all, and he could not understand how they could succeed at all. The leader nodded in response, agreeing with the boy's words. Many difficulties still awaited them ahead. He also realized that they were deep in the forest, surrounded by tall trees. To clear the place where they stopped, some trees would have to be cut down and uprooted along with their roots. Once this is done, the soil will become softer and suitable for growing various crops. The teacher said that the main problem was the very composition of the team, since all its members were just children. He was worried whether they could work with a hoe, because he was not sure that children even knew how to do it. Rosie told Tetri about these concerns and added that this task was really difficult. The teacher even wondered whether it was worth abandoning this idea altogether. Tetris said that going another way was no longer possible. Sion asked what zemljarobstvo, agriculture, was. Almas explained that first they needed to make tools, then the work would go faster. Ron asked where they could get these implements. The mentor replied that it was worth trying to trade the rest of their valuable things, reminding once again, these items still cannot be eaten. Griffin apologized for making everyone wait, as he was a little late, but the mentor greeted him gladly, sincerely thanked him for his speed, and reassured that the needed things would be very useful. Ron paid attention only to the swords, while Rosie examined various weapons. Alma's guessed that all these were trophies from those warriors who once tried to defeat the forest master. Griffin told them that these things were scattered everywhere and bothered him, so he brought everything to this place to make it cleaner. He said that he would now bring more trophies to finally get rid of the extra things. Tetra asked if it was possible to exchange swords for agricultural tools. The teacher praised her for the wise decision and asked if he could pet her on the head. Unhappy, Tetra handed him her weapon. Ron suggested trading their weapons for food so as not to die of hunger. Lulu asked if it wouldn't be easier to start growing their own products right away. Alma said that first they needed to find a good place for this, otherwise they would have to look for people to help. Trading weapons for labor was risky, but Griffin remained calm and assured that he could handle any difficulties. The teacher raised the question. No one knew where they could exchange swords. He asked if any of the students had similar experience. Everyone answered no, only Tetra remained silent. The girl explained that they were in the Ramalia forest. If you go east, there begins the kingdom of Razits. To the northwest lies Gilbd, and if you move northeast, you will see the lands of Domerga. Somewhere to the north rises the large kingdom of Faldarm. Tetra shared with her the news. Razits is not strong in metal production, and Domerga with Gilbd are already planning an attack on Faldarm. Hearing this, Amos realized that their weapons could be sold profitably and asked the girl where she got such information. She only replied that adults could easily just take this weapon for themselves. The teacher calmed the students by telling them that he had anticipated possible difficulties. If a dispute begins, they just have to show the griffin's feather and say that they are carrying out his orders. This will help conduct negotiations more confidently. The teacher had discussed this strategy with everyone in advance. The mentor said that it was better not to go all together and asked who wanted to volunteer. After a short discussion, they chose Tetra because she was smart and well-versed in trade. The girl quietly said that she did not volunteer, but still silently agreed to be the guide. The boys arrived at the lands of the Domergers and headed to the local merchant. Almas reported that they had 10 steel swords and 6 bronze ones and asked if they could exchange them. The man carefully looked at the weapons shown to him. Seeing the feather, he inquired whether they were messengers of Griffin Sem. One of the workers informed that the chief blacksmith had already arrived. The merchant carefully examined the swords, praising their craftsmanship, and asked what they wanted to exchange their weapons for. Elmas clearly stated his terms. For the swords, he wanted to receive 10 sturdy iron hoses, 3 large axes, and 8 sharp sickles. His face remained calm. He was absolutely confident in his offer. Ron sincerely rejoiced that they managed to exchange the swords for so many useful things. Sion believed that metal was a great value and regretted that they sold the weapons too cheaply. Tetra noted that their swords were made of quality metal, for which they could have asked more. To this, the men explained that they were only intermediaries now, and it was better to start with small sales. However, sometimes he wondered if his simple knowledge of farming was enough to manage the children working in the field. Therefore, he decided to pay more attention to hunting, fishing, and gathering, since with the help of the griffin he could obtain meat and leather for sale. It was still unclear where to start mastering the new land, where it was better to create the first fields, and whether it was possible to cut down trees without incurring the wrath of the griffins. The traveler revealed his plans to the forest owner. The host not only willingly agreed to help, but also told that these lands once belonged to settlers. People had to leave the settlement because a terrible disease broke out among them. Silence reigned for a long time in the abandoned houses, and everyone considered the forest owner to be the cause of their misfortune. The boy was surprised that he had never known about this before and asked where exactly that village was. The beast said that it all happened a long time ago, and he no longer remembered where that place was located. So he suggested that he sit on his back, saying that from the height it would be easier for them to see the surrounding area. The young man confidently said that they were not afraid to lose this land. The griffin warned it was not worth touching anything, but Almos only reluctantly waved it off, saying he would do as he pleased. The forest owner even threatened to throw him down, but at that very moment, he accidentally saw the place he had been unsuccessfully searching for a long time. Rising high into the sky, the travelers noticed beneath them the remains of an ancient village. It was silent and seemed completely empty. Looking closer, one of the creatures carefully descended and softly landed near the ruins themselves. Griffin suggested making use of what they had now instead of changing everything from scratch. Almost agreed with him and asked for permission to inspect the area. The young man saw a spring of crystal-clear water, shining among green leaves and stones. The water was transparent and fresh, just enough to drink and quench thirst. Almaz was worried whether they would be able to find comfort in these new houses. The ruins of the abandoned settlement immediately sparked his imagination. The boy imagined building his own house here, a strong shelter that would protect from forest dangers and hunger. Hope began to arise in his soul, and bright images of a future cozy home were already forming in his thoughts. He saw that the fields, as expected, were covered with grass, but were still suitable for grazing livestock. It was also important to consider the width of the field. Almost sincerely thanked the griffin, saying he never expected to see such a beautiful place. The griffin just waved his paw, as if it was not his merit. Then the traveler asked what caused the hunger that recently passed through these lands and asked to tell more. The griffin replied that it all started with a poor harvest. But he understood that people themselves invent reasons, and among them, damage was important. Seeing the traveler looking confused, he asked with surprise if he really did not know what damage meant. Almaz asked what evidence confirms the existence of corruption. The griffin replied that its very presence is the best proof. Remembering what this creature said about a world protected by magic, the boy wondered why corruption was then needed. To this, the griffin briefly noted that people by their nature have a tendency to self-destruction. He wondered if there are still creatures in the world that destroy each other so cruelly. He was troubled by the fact that even if people learned to cultivate the land, they might still remain defenseless against attacks. The griffin supported him, promising to guard the forest, and explained that the curse does not take effect immediately. The traveler realized the significance of this moment and wanted to immediately call the children. However, the beast suggested postponing the meeting until morning, as the sun was already setting. He insisted that the boy quickly sit on his back. The leader invited the children to inspect the new house where they would soon live together. Ron asked what would be best to start preparing, then loudly emphasized that he was not yet ready to recognize Almaz as his leader. Although he agreed to temporarily listen to his advice, Sion asked his friend to be more sincere in his statements. Tetra approached him and said that before he appeared, they were just wandering like lost children. At that time, they could not come up with anything. There was no clear idea or plan. They constantly missed their parents and often quarreled among themselves, but with his arrival, everything changed. Almaz shared that he was once in this girl's place and experienced something similar. Ron asked him why the leader chose them specifically. Almaz explained that the leader wants to teach them how to properly work with the land crop rotation. Ron enthusiastically remarked that the name sounded appetizing. Zion noted with slight irritation that Ron was thinking about food again. After that, they were calmly explained that they planned to grow barley, clover, and wheat, periodically rotating these crops every 4 years. Ron could not understand why everything was so complicated. Then the teacher told him, if you try to grow something on blown and poor soil, nothing will come of it. The clover adds nutrients to the soil, and it is thanks to it that this field can be worked all year round. Also, when people keep domestic animals, they can collect their manure and use it as fertilizer for plants. Animals and the soil help each other. This maintains soil fertility. This method of cooperation between plants and animals is called crop rotation. It seems that magic is involved here, but in reality, everything is simple. This is a scientific explanation. However, there are drawbacks. If the field is divided into 4 parts, the yield will decrease 2 to 3 times. Animal husbandry is also profitable, but first, you need to acquire livestock. Rosewood got confused by the complicated explanations. Therefore, the teacher briefly explained, the main thing is that crop rotation makes agriculture better. After that, he told everyone to start repairing the houses. The children enthusiastically began working together, helping each other. Some repaired the roof, others reinforced the walls, and someone cleaned the yard, with the sound of hammers and cheerful voices in the air creating a sense of friendship and support. Tetra asked Almaz what plans he had for this plot. The mentor said he dreamed of raising goats here and suggested starting by setting up stakes. He also noted that goats are not picky about food at all. They even suffice with simple tree bark. Even small children can take care of them, although they cannot yet become real helpers. I was already almost thinking about getting cows and horses, but I had no idea how to take care of them. They are useful not only as a source of meat, but can also become excellent helpers on the farm. He was well versed in how to care for goats. In the shelter where he lived, there was a small farm. There he, together with the caretakers, looked after the animals, helped feed them and clean up. For his work, the boy received as a reward the products that the goats gave. Tetra openly admitted that she knew little about the details of crop rotation. She asked if this would really be enough to start. It seemed that difficult trials awaited them ahead. The mentor explained that goat milk has a special taste, and not everyone likes it. However, this milk is very healthy. It strengthens health well and adds strength. Eventually, it became clear that the food brought by the griffin lacked calcium, and such incomplete nutrition could cause serious problems in the future. He asked the girl if she understood how important this was. Tetra realized that the mentor truly cared about the health and happiness of the children, noticing even the smallest details that could affect their lives in the future. Xian had doubts hardly anyone would want to exchange livestock when there is hunger around, but Tetra stood her ground. The kingdom of Rosets really needed weapons, so making a deal was quite possible. Almost remembered that the path was not short and advised involving Griffin himself. If that didn't work, he was ready to take the kids himself. The Griffins seriously warned the goats. If they tried to escape, death awaited them. They ordered them to obey all instructions. Ron noticed that Griffin could communicate with the goats in their language. He seriously asked the animals to return to the cage. Rosa immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, saying that such a request seemed too strict and a bit cruel. Almaz noticed that in the village it was possible to exchange not only for goats, but also to find several bows with arrows, exactly what they needed. He decided to choose a few bows for himself, as they could come in handy for hunting. However, even with the new bow, he still failed to hit the target. Ron angrily said that the leader had missed for the 10th time already. He friendly suggested the boy try himself and handed him the bow, but to the delight of everyone present, the boy also missed, repeating his mentor's mistake. Almaz asked how exactly they planned to hunt. Ron asked him not to joke because their mentor behaved like a little child. Almaz replied that he really was still a child. After that, the boy advised him to at least try to be a little more serious. The young man suggested Grem try his strength himself. The teacher added that if even Ron couldn't, then probably the problem was not with the shooters, but with the bow, probably some Chinese fake. The girl hit the target exactly on the first try. The mentor watched this with surprise. He could not have imagined that she would succeed so well right away. Zion asked for another chance to shoot. The boys, impressed by her success, could not believe that she had hit the target exactly for the second time, and now enthusiastically asked to teach them the same skill. Grem advised Zion to straighten her back first. The teacher reminded the children that soon Griffin would no longer be able to help them, and then all the responsibility for hunting would pass to Grem. This surprised everyone, as they only had one arrow and one bow. Then the leader suggested thinking together about how to solve this difficult situation. Xian at first could not understand what this object was, but upon looking more closely, she saw an ordinary piece of fabric. Almas explained to her that it was a sling. With its help, one can throw stones by holding the straps and placing a small stone inside. You need to spin the sling well, and then suddenly release the rope. Then the stone will fly very fast, with such force that it can even hit a bird. Making a sling is not difficult at all. Stones are everywhere here, so the mentor decided to give each of us this simple but effective weapon. The leader explained that these leaves are edible, but sometimes they can cause stomach pains. To avoid this before consumption, they need to be washed well with water. This will wash away all harmful substances. The traveler asked Griffin if he liked anything besides meat. Griffin replied that sometimes he also enjoys eating vegetables. The young man realized that the griffin eats everything indiscriminately, but still could not understand whether he was more like a bird or a mammal. To find out, the boy offered the griffin a mushroom. Griffin calmly said that he would easily swallow it and not feel any harm, but the boy in his place would immediately die. The boy almost sincerely thanked the griffin for such an important hint. The beast admitted that he was very tired, so he decided to return to his native lands to rest. The traveler also set off on the return journey, heading back to the village. On the way home, he thought about important things: oil extraction, working the land, and hunting, without which life is impossible. It is also equally important to gather the harvest. If Griffin-sama showed them which food to eat and which is better to avoid, it would be very useful. Suddenly the teacher heard Roz's voice. The familiar sound immediately brought him out of his thoughts. He tensed, gripped his sword tighter, and looked around cautiously, ready to defend against a sudden threat. If it were a small animal, the mentor would simply shoo it away. But if someone bigger appears, he will have to figure out how to protect Roz Wood. He sincerely hoped that his student was all right. The man held the boy tightly in his arms, not letting him break free. The boy screamed with all his might, claiming that his parents had abandoned him. He almost believed that he had become an adult. Roz Wood struggled fiercely, shouting loudly that the kidnapper would not be able to exchange him for food. The stranger perfectly understands the situation, but cannot take his eyes off the numerous steel swords. The mentor quickly realizes everything. The main goal of the attacker is precisely their weapons. Almaz realized that his opponent was just an adult man who, although he looked strong, was no different from others. He also noticed that Rosie Wood was fine, and the man was alone and defenseless on top. Almaz decided not to hesitate. it was time to act first before the opponent could do anything. The leader instantly threw a stone, and it hit the man right on the head. He recoiled in surprise, clutching the injured spot, and almost called Rosie Wood for help. The kidnapper looked sternly at the boy and ordered him to stand still, not to take a single step. The man, who was not the boy's teacher, strongly advised him to run away immediately and never stop for anything. He promised to hold back the pursuer himself and ordered the boy to run as fast as he could. The kidnapper laughed when he saw his opponent trying to stop him, giving the boy a chance to escape. After that, the man raised the log, turned to the child, and quietly said, "Don't cry." The boy was almost interested in what the kidnapper really wanted. He suddenly revealed that he needed their steel swords. Then the young man asked what would happen after they handed over the weapons. He said he stole things because he intended to exchange them for food, as he cannot stand working in the field. The traveler promised to relieve him of this duty. However, the man only smiled slyly, deciding to attack. But as soon as he swung his wooden stick, it instantly broke in half. He was already ready to attack, but when he got on top, he heard the enemy suddenly ask to stop and wait before taking further action. However, the young man ignored the request and mercilessly plunged the blade into the enemy, consumed by the desire to finally get rid of the hated opponent. Almaz explained that there is no other way out. If today they allow this man to rob them, he will return the next day and try again to take everything from them. He emphasized that if the locals had learned about this event, the number of those wishing to take advantage of the opportunity would have increased many times over. Therefore, it would be best if the criminal dies right now. That way we will stop all his crimes forever. Suddenly he felt unwell, and at that very moment his friends ran up to him, anxiously asking what had happened to their leader. One of the boys carefully lifted the commander and quietly asked if he was all right. Another friend stood nearby, ready to help at any moment. He almost admitted that he actually felt fine and nothing had happened to him. He sincerely apologized to his friends for making them worry. Rosie told how much he had been worried about his mentor, feared losing him, and would blame only himself if something bad happened to the teacher. The teacher thanked him for the support and admitted that he himself had never been in such situations. The leader gently and tenderly ran his hand over the boy's head, trying to calm and support him. In this gesture, there was a true care of the mentor, which helped the young man relax and feel inner peace again. The griffin thoughtfully agreed that something unpleasant had happened, and accepting it was not easy. However, he still tried to cheer up the traveler, convincing him not to be upset and to try to forget the past. The beast said that not only humans are capable of destroying their own, even ants do that. He suggested reflecting on whether there is really a big difference between killing for food and other reasons, and assured that there is nothing unusual about it. The griffin finally admitted to himself that thinking about the very act of killing is not easy. He acknowledged, it is hard for any living creature to accept the death of another of its kind. However, the griffin firmly believed that protecting children and bringing them home is a sacred duty that cannot be avoided. The master asked if the interlocutor had already finished his report and if he had come here only for this matter, but the young man denied it, then noticed the broken weapon. Almaz easily broke the weapon's shaft, then was surprised how this was possible for a 10-year-old boy. The griffin calmly said there was nothing strange about it, because he had even seen things like people splitting trees in half with their bare hands. The boy suggested that creatures who can break trees with their bare hands are hardly ordinary people. Then the beast added that such extraordinarily strong beings left these places about 3,000 years ago. To this, the young man replied that he was born after their disappearance and always avoided encounters with such dangerous creatures. The griffin smiled and noted that the boy was not trying to show himself in a better light at all. The young man replied that he was not here to boast, he just wanted to understand where these powers came from. The master of the forest suggested that it was a special gift of Sangu, and the traveler became quite nervous at these words. It seemed to me as if a completely different person was standing before me. Griffin advised not to meddle in such secrets. When Beast asked if there was any more information, he replied that he had already learned everything necessary and now wanted to be alone. Half a month passed, and the leader watched with delight as the plants quickly blossomed. He was especially glad that he managed to exchange and obtain radish seeds, almost the same as those in his native world, but he was somewhat upset that there were very few people and the harvest was still insufficient. Tetra got scared when she saw a big insect. Ron noted that there are really many different insects here, and Rosie just smiled and said that she has no fewer at home. Almaz was upset because he couldn't find chemicals, and as a result, the parasites increased greatly. Then he suggested the children carefully look at a remedy that could help. Almaz showed them chamomile and explained that with its help, pests can be easily controlled. The teacher shared that these flowers are actually called pyrethrum. Once he came across a huge field of these daisies. The teacher suggested gathering them, drying them, and then processing them. This way, the flowers could be used as a natural remedy against pests in the field. Tetra agreed, said it was a great idea, and suggested going together to pick the daisies. Almaz handed Tetri a bouquet of beautiful flowers. The girl was flustered by such a surprise and asked embarrassedly why he suddenly decided to show her such attention. Xian told her that the mentor only asked to hold the bouquet for a moment. In response, the girl suddenly threw the flowers on the ground and exclaimed that now everything was clear to her. Her sudden reaction greatly surprised the boy, and he did not know what to say. The leader told the children that distillation is happening now. The children wondered if this method would really help. The leader himself was not completely sure, but said it was possible. Then Ron asked why the parasites must necessarily die in this way, and expressed doubts that it could only cause harm. I explained that this substance is actually poisonous, but it is safe for people, so there is no reason to worry. However, it is worth being careful. If used too much, it is unknown what the consequences will be. Then he immediately suggested pouring this substance over the entire field. The mentor announced that now the entire group must constantly monitor the condition of the fields. Now they have the most important things, their own home and food, but there are still other things to take care of that are missing here, for example, clothes or products that cannot be found in the forest. Since sometimes it is necessary to leave the settlement unattended, there must always be someone here to keep order. Grem will be responsible for this. She is skilled with a bow, shoots accurately, so she is perfect for such work. Ron and Rosie had to set off to transport the cargo. The teacher asked Tetra if she wanted to join them. The girl inquired where they were going. She was told their route led to Rasitsa. But Tetra said she would stay here and not go with them. When the team finally reached the capital of Rishitsa, they were immediately struck by the large number of people around and the special, captivating atmosphere of the city. Almaz enthusiastically said that he had not seen so many people in one place for a long time, and the beauty of the city turned out to be even greater than he had imagined. Ron, in turn, became interested in the local food and was genuinely glad to have discovered something new. The teacher happily inhaled the pleasant smells around and cheerfully winked at Rosie Wood, signaling her not to rush him. At that moment, the boy noticed the clothing store ahead. The leader noticed a man standing ahead. Ron paid attention to a small clothing store nearby. The mentor cautiously reminded the boys not to rush to rejoice, but to stay calm first. The most important thing now is to find where to exchange money, because without local currency, nothing can be bought. He approached the saleswoman and asked if there was a place nearby where one could sell animal teeth and healing herbs for money. The woman replied that such an establishment was located a little further down the same street. Almaz asked to be given more money, but the merchant instead of money offered him a roll of good, expensive fabric. The young man thought and agreed, deciding that this would be quite enough for him. The girl looked at him in surprise when she noticed caramel grass in his hands. Yuria boldly turned to the stranger and firmly asked him to state his name. The stranger introduced himself as Almaz. The girl addressed him, asking to give her the plant, and promised a good reward for it. The young man remembered that the shop owner had always been kind to her, so he decided that agreeing to this deal was truly beneficial. He offered to give 1 gold coin for the grass, and asked the girl what she needed this plant for. Yuria said she wants to mix it with marijuana and get some extraordinary substance. The boy was surprised how her parents still managed to keep an eye on her. And although in words it sounded like a joke or a wish, in reality she seriously meant exactly this strange mixture. The girls said there was no need to worry about formalities because they were all the same age. They asked who else had joined the company. Ron and Rosie also introduced themselves, then joked that she gave the impression of a real spoiled rich girl. Yuri found out that Elma's comes from a neighboring village, so she asked her where to find a rare medicinal herb. When the question of payment arose, Elma's said it would be better to discuss the possibility of working together. Every month the boy had to bring her rare plants. For this, she gave him 1 gold coin. The young man accepted these conditions, and then the girl said that from now on they would meet every month to exchange plants and the coin. Yuria said that they had already decided everything, so she needed to go home, otherwise her father would get angry. As a farewell, she informed him that she had given him one important blessing and reminded him once again of their agreement. Almost accidentally, he wondered what this blessing meant. Tetra asked the teacher to say "good morning" in ordinary words, without using the language of divine blessing. The chief gradually learned to understand the local language, but only the gift of the griffin helped him communicate with the children. However, any help sooner or later demands its price, and without knowledge of the true language, speaking was very difficult, so the chief dared to turn to the girl with an important question. The boy asked the girl if she knew much about their world and requested her to explain everything in detail. Tetra began to explain. Their home is the Adelia Peninsula, part of which is under the rule of the Kingdom of Roselle. And the most remote peak of the peninsula, washed by the ocean, belongs to southern Carisia. The girl also admitted that by blood she is half Carisian and the rest is from Adelia. Kyrosian easily communicates in this language. However, Rositz does not know it as well. In the kingdom, Rositz and Demorgal have similar names, but this does not play a big role, except that these two countries cooperate with each other on political matters. The teacher asked the girl if she could write. When he heard that she could, he asked her to show him how to do it. Tetris explained that Adela has no writing system of its own, so she uses the Kellier language. After that, the teacher asked to be taught to write specifically in Kellier. He almost admitted to himself that this girl had already done a lot for him, and now he wanted to repay her with something special. So he asked Tetra up to what number she could count and whether she could add numbers. It turned out that Tetra was very smart for her age, and then the teacher promised tomorrow he would show her something truly interesting. The leader announced that there would be another lesson today. Lula asked if it was really important and if this lesson would be useful for the students. I did not answer that question and explained that students need not only to know the basics of agriculture, but also to be good at arithmetic. Otherwise, during trading or exchange, they could easily be deceived. Ron and Rossi agreed with me, telling how once a seller did not give them change, and they ended up at a loss. The teacher said that knowing how to count helps to start your own business and achieve success in life. After that, he asked Tetra to name the numbers from 1 to 10. The guide standing nearby noticed that the girl did not mention the number 0, which made her very confused. Almaz was pleased to learn that the decimal system is also used in this world, although they had not heard about 0 here yet. He taught his students to use Arabic numerals and explained how convenient they are. However, despite all his efforts, only Tetra managed numbers greater than 10,000. This upset Almaz very much. The girl comfortably settled on his lap and was glad that she could answer all his questions. The leader noticed that a month had passed since the start of the additional lessons. According to the ranking results, it became clear those who achieved the best success should help those who are lagging behind. Ketra took first place and now had to teach the other students. The girl noted that teaching someone without benefit is unfair. However, the boy still showed her how to correctly count numbers with 3 and 4 digits. Tetra asked Almaz if everyone in their home was so good at counting. The teacher smiled and said that even the youngest children, younger than her, already know how to do it. Then he praised the girl for how quickly she learns. Tetra wondered, what if the teacher just decided to encourage her with these words? The mentor explained that in his country, everyone is obliged to study. Older people always pass on their experience and knowledge to the young, because only in this way can the country grow, develop, and be competitive by raising smart young citizens. Tetra asked when she would learn to speak both languages perfectly. Almer explained that it is not easy, and if he suddenly lost the ability to understand languages, he would no longer be able to help her with mathematics. And Tetra confidently replied that he simply must not allow such a loss. Yuria asked if the boy brought what they had agreed on. Almis nodded and handed her caramel grass, as promised. The girl asked where Ron and Rosie had gone. The boy explained that they stayed at home, and he came here to talk to her personally. Yuria understood that the boy wanted to talk about his blessing. She honestly admitted that she had long known about his special gift and had noticed how it had been troubling him for a whole month. Then the boy timidly asked her to tell more if she could. She admitted that she knew little about it, but once read in a book, such gifts are usually given by good fairies. She almost admitted that it all resembled a fairy tale, and Yuria picked up on it and said, that is exactly why she believes that the boy is truly special and happy. The girl shared that she possesses a unique gift. She can recognize abilities similar to her own in other people. This ability of hers is called insight. As far as she knew, his blessing was named Emperor. Yuria explained that the more people obey him, the stronger his power becomes. Almaz understood that when the emperor blesses someone, the children recognize him as a leader, and this endows him with special power. The girl confirmed this and had already begun thinking about what to ask next. She was convinced that these creatures live in the Romanesque forest, on the lands of the griffin himself, and do not care at all about his curse. The boy asked in surprise why she was so confident. Yuria shared that she possesses a unique ability to see everything happening in the world, no matter the distance. Her extraordinary gift is called the Eye of God. She observed how they went deeper and deeper into the forest and thought that probably those people live here. Then she asked what they were going to do to get rid of the curse. Almaz replied that in fact no curse exists. He was about to tell her one important secret, but still decided to keep his reincarnation a secret for now. The girl realized that orphans were in front of her and decided to keep their secret confidential. After this, Yuri decided to go to the store and invited Alma to go with her. Alma agreed because he considered her an unusual shopper. During shopping, the man looked very nervous. Something was irritating him, and it was noticeable to the naked eye. The boy could not even imagine that the shopping list for this girl would be so long. She slowly packed the purchases, occasionally asking the boy not to behave like a spoiled child. The young man took offense in response, reminding her that he was not some carrier and did not like to complain, while the saleswoman sincerely wondered how he managed to carry all those heavy bags so easily. I was a bit surprised why so many different herbs needed to be bought. Yulia calmly said that she needed them to cast the evil eye. She was fascinated by witchcraft and was actually a real witch. The boy instantly guessed. Before him was the same dark sorcery. Yuria explained that the magic of the evil eye has many different uses, and causing harm is only a small part of its capabilities. It can protect, heal wounds, and prepare useful potions to help people. Most even joked that with such skills in Japan, Yuria could work as a doctor. The boy remembered what Griffin said and asked why this insatiable hunger appears. The witch explained that the cause is a curse cast many years ago by ancient witches from their coven. The young man wondered how one person could cast such a powerful curse, but the girl explained to him, it is not about an individual, but about an entire people who possess such power that they can cast a terrible curse and destroy thousands of people. Yuri gently calmed the boy, explaining that there was no reason to be afraid. The one who did such a vile thing would surely face just punishment. After that, Elmies delicately asked if she would like to visit Ramalia. The girl was delighted with such a proposal, but said that first she needed to ask her father's permission, as he would hardly approve of her leaving the city limits. The young man sincerely admitted in response that he dreamed of learning the art of the evil eye. Moreover, the boy even offered to pay at least part of the tuition, but Yuria firmly refused the money. She emphasized that such formalities are not needed between friends. The girl pondered and timidly asked if they could be considered friends. Almas confidently replied that they were undoubtedly friends, for otherwise he would never have taken on this difficult task. She was deeply touched by these words and was so happy that she hugged him tightly and smiled sincerely. The boy asked Yuri why she could not teach him to cast the evil eye. She refused in response, explaining that she could try, but this matter was not at all for him. Yuri added that witches are usually women, and there is a big difference between witches and sorcerers. Everyone kept asking him about those mysterious 10% of men who exist among witches. She calmly replied that it was obvious, he was definitely not from their cohort. Upset, the boy decided to change the subject and asked where the sorceress lived. The girl blushed but still called Bolton, inviting him outside. Suddenly a man emerged from the darkness and politely asked if she needed any help. She almost stepped back because he appeared very suddenly and his clothes smelled strongly of smoke. Then Yuria quickly said that he was her bodyguard and trusted person. Bolton ironically noted that the girl showed him considerable attention. She warmly greeted him and sincerely thanked him for supporting her friend. At that moment, the witch asked her companion to hand the purchases to the guard. For a moment I wondered why Yuri didn't take a bodyguard with him, and he just noticed that some man smelled so unpleasant that it was hard not to wrinkle his nose. After a brief exchange of words, the guy silently handed the bags to the bodyguard. Bolton watched with admiration as the boy effortlessly lifted heavy packages, as if they were very light. The young man simply said he needed to hurry, and they quickly said goodbye. The leader explained to the children that by collecting caramel grass, they could steadily receive gold every month. Agriculture in their village is developing well, but the prices for clothes and salt are very high, so everyone is forced to save and additionally look for ways to earn money. Rosie anxiously asked if everyone understood the difficult situation they were in and what they planned to do next. The mentor said they decided to take up pottery, but first they needed to build a special kiln. Tetra, wasting no time, asked where to start the preparations. The teacher frankly said that he was not very knowledgeable about building stoves, but assured that they are always built in exactly that way. He suggested taking shovels and stakes. Sion asked from which place it would be better to start, and Almas pointed to the slope of a nearby mountain. He realized that the most advantageous thing was to build the house on the slope, since warm air quickly rises and perfectly heats the stove. The only difficulty remained the physical labor. Even just to stockpile firewood, it took a whole day. However, despite all the difficulties, they decided not to waste time and start work immediately. Recently, walking together with Yuri through the shops, the boy wondered which goods are most valued now. Yuri immediately laughed and joked that he was probably planning a gift for her. He found it difficult to understand all the details of trade, so he decided to exchange his things for clothes and salt. She noticed the clay pottery standing nearby. The boy noted that such pottery can be found in almost any shop. The witch explained that these jugs were not ordinary local pottery, but genuine ceramic products from Karija. They were much more valuable than what was made here, as such pottery was known for its durability and bright colors, making it highly sought after by all wealthy people. Everyone could not understand why this jug was so strong and had an unusual color. Usually, local jugs were of delicate colors, but they often cracked or broke quickly. Tetra said that in Reseda, jugs are fired directly in an open flame, and that is why they are so special. If we recall the past of our world, similar traditions existed already in the Jaman and Ye eras. At that time, people used very simple and primitive technologies. Too much oxygen entered the clay through the open fire, and the temperature during firing was not high enough. If an anagama kiln had been used, this problem could have been avoided. Such an oven heats up very quickly, and its closed design does not let in much oxygen. Thanks to this, the products come out strong and are covered with a nice black shade. In other words, you can get something similar to Japanese susurami ceramics. The boy did not fully understand how Kuritsia makes her pots, but he believed that over time their products would become even more perfect. Mastering the technique of making su was the most important task for him. If they manage to start their own production, the village will get a unique product to be proud of. Almaz recalled how he once learned that with such a blessing, cutting trees was a real pleasure because it came surprisingly easily, while Tetra meanwhile watched him closely and asked if he was really an ordinary person, feeling that his strength was much greater than that of most adults. The young man clearly understood that he now had the strength to work like 10 men. Although the griffin said that his blessing was not that special, it turned out to be just right for cutting down the forest. When the trees were felled, the leader solemnly announced, the work in the forest was completed, now it was time to start the earthworks. The mentor assured that the arcs were completely sufficient. Ron asked what to do next, and the teacher quickly found the necessary clay nearby. This very clay will help make the future furnace even stronger and denser. I almost explained to the guys that airtightness is when the material does not allow air to pass into the furnace. It is precisely because of this that the necessary temperature is maintained inside. If extra air gets in during firing, the SU system will not be able to work. The leader sincerely rejoiced for the team. They managed to build a stove guided only by his memories from a past life, and the result truly surprised everyone. Now it remained to learn how to skillfully use this new stove. The boys did not know what to do next. Ron and Rosie were playing with clay, scattering it around, while Graham tried to stop them and asked them to stop misbehaving. The teacher got angry and said that they couldn't even make a simple plate properly, and the dishes would be very useful to them, by the way, both cups and pots. Tetra asked with surprise, do we really need to make so many dishes? Almaz agreed and said that the jugs are very fragile, so it is better to put them out to dry. At that moment, Rosie began to complain that her plate had cracked, and Ron smiled and remarked that it was all because the clay was prepared poorly. The leader announced that it was time to start the burn, but warned everyone, do not expect a miracle from a furnace built by people without experience. When the mentor took the finished pot out of the oven, he immediately noticed its beautiful gray color. He thought it might be kura saba, a rare type of pottery valued much more than ordinary dishes from Rosaki. The leader praised how the finished product sounded, noting that everything was done very well for beginners. When Rosie Wood found out his product broke, he was very upset, just like what happened to Ron. Sion sternly reminded that it happened because of children playing with clay. Almost said that there are still many chances ahead, and next time it will be necessary to try even harder. The boys still had plenty of time, so they decided to start a new project, making charcoal. First, it was necessary to carefully stack the firewood so that there were no empty spaces between them, and all the gaps were filled with dry leaves. The mentor began to stoke the stove. First, he laid the firewood and lit the fire, waited a bit, then closed the chimney and covered the stove opening. Tomorrow, new fuel will appear here, charcoal. Tetra noted that this process is very similar to pottery making. Almaz picked up her thought and explained that, as with making dishes, it is important to monitor the influence of oxygen. It is necessary to carefully control how much of it gets inside. When the girl asked what oxygen is, the teacher explained that there is one special element without which you cannot ignite a flame. It is a component of air that allows burning to occur. But suddenly Tetra surprised everyone with her question. Why does oxygen itself not burn? The boy silently got confused and did not know what to say in response. But he immediately began to explain. Combustion is a chemical reaction when carbon combines with oxygen. Oxygen itself cannot burn, but without it nothing will catch fire anyway. It seemed that the girl was gradually beginning to understand what it was about. When the teacher opened the oven door, he noticed that the coal was of very poor quality. He thought that probably air easily got inside because there were no barrels or canisters to hold it back. Still, even with such bad coal, the children would somehow manage to survive this winter. Winter came to an end, and the new year began. The griffin told the children that they had been in his forest long enough, so it was time to entrust their care to the traveler. The teacher noted that each time the population increases by about 10 people. Then he asked the girl about taxes. Tetra replied that the amount of taxes depends on who receives them and named 4 main types of taxes: land, poll, income, and military. The leader expressed a suspicion that some parents escape from extra mouths in the family to avoid large taxes. Grem asked if these people are from Resixai. Tetra advised not to rush to conclusions, as people in Resita have paid less taxes than in other kingdoms since ancient times. The local ruler is well known as one who never exploited his people. Xian began his story about where these children came from. It turned out that the little ones said they come from Rezeza, a place where the noble Ashiv family lives. The abbot clarified whether these aristocrats really rule those lands. The girl nodded and confirmed that the head of the Esh family was actually overthrown by his own vassals. Moreover, part of the clan planned to secede from the Russian state, and the king had already begun to suppress these rebels, which caused strife within his family. Almas realized that due to the large number of losses during the war, the authorities were forced to raise taxes. That is why people lacked food on the eve of winter. Tetra anxiously asked if it was really true and was already preparing to run away, but the leader quickly rushed after her, stopped her, and asked worriedly where she was going to escape. The girl felt that something bad was happening to her parents. Almas quietly comforted her, gently repeating that everything was fine. The young man slept restlessly, for thoughts about the girl gave him no peace. He worried about her because he knew how many trials and pains she had to endure. Xian asked what had happened to Tetra. Lulu, who had never seen her friend cry before, was very surprised and decided to calm everyone down. She explained that even the strongest people sometimes let their tears flow, and suggested they continue on together with her. He thought that it was natural for children to cry. Little ones might be scared by a bad dream, they miss their mom or dad, or sometimes just cry for no apparent reason. Children often do not hold back their tears. In such situations, the mentor usually tries to support the children and calm them down. However, for the first time, he saw Tetra so confused. Ron and Rosie, worried about their friend, watched her closely, trying to understand what had happened. Still, the leader confidently said that nothing terrible was wrong with the girl. After these words, even he himself felt a little calmer. He said that the girl had held back her tears for a very long time, and children need to let their feelings out from time to time. Almas asked the boys to be quieter when Tetra wakes up, because she would probably be embarrassed to have shown her weakness. Then he suggested that everyone go work in the field so as not to accidentally wake her. Looking at the calm, peacefully sleeping Tetra and the newcomers, the leader pondered the future. He realized that it was time to think everything through carefully to make the right decision about further actions. In the kingdom of Razitz, Almas addressed Yuria with a request. Would she agree to give him the opportunity to talk to her father if he wanted to meet with him? The girl said that her father always gladly meets her friends, so in her opinion, he would not mind. After that, she asked if the young man really wanted that. The young man explained that, as he believed, the Romanist forest was located between 4 countries. Among them, Rossitz is the most belligerent, as it constantly gets involved in various conflicts. Therefore, the boy decided that they needed to seek help from someone important. Besides, the girl's father had enough power to provide them protection. Taxes will become a real trouble. One cannot rely forever on the protection of the mighty griffin. Yuria agreed, and the boy admired everything around with enthusiasm. There were many luxurious estates nearby, breathtaking in their splendor. They were approaching the palace, and the young man could not believe he was seeing such incredible luxury with his own eyes. The man greeted him with a smile, introduced himself as the girl's father, and asked for permission to personally thank the boy for becoming his daughter's friend. The girl laughed and with a barely noticeable smile, said that she had forgotten to tell the most important thing. Her father is the king of Rossitz himself. Her friend was surprised and asked why she had hidden such an important detail, because now he was completely unprepared to be under the watchful eye of the monarch himself, who was closely observing him. I approached Bout, stated my name, and noted that we were meeting for the first time. I sincerely said that it was a great honor for me to personally meet Ms. Yuria, and that I was very glad for the opportunity to become her friend. The man smiled warmly and said there was no need to be formal. He suggested the boy speak to him simply, as to a father. The monarch noticed that his daughter had brought a friend to meet him for the first time, because previously she had focused more on studying and hardly communicated with peers. The daughter asked her father not to discuss this in detail. The young man realized that last time she had indeed told the truth. Moreover, the man decided that the boy had not come to meet Uria's father. It seemed to him that the boy saw in him an important person to whom he could turn for help and protection. The king gently reassured his interlocutor, asked him not to worry and to calmly tell everything. He emphasized that he was the first friend of his daughter, so he would gladly help if he had the opportunity. He almost began to share his story, but at the last moment restrained himself and decided not to mention his transformation. Everything around was already confusing, and he understood that if he added this strange detail, it would only cause more suspicion and surprise among everyone. The king could not believe it when he heard that the inhabitants of his kingdom left their children alone in the dangerous Romalia forest. This news weighed heavily on his heart, and he began to look for a way to help his subjects and stop this trouble. The young man quickly explained that the matter was not about building a shelter at all, and asked the king not to consider this option as a solution to the problem for now. The man smiled warmly and said that everything was fine, as he himself had just been lost in his thoughts. The king bowed deeply to the boy, sincerely assuring him that he would take care of his subjects. He thanked the young man for his expressed concern. The boy could not believe his eyes. Receiving such honor from the ruler himself was a real shock for him. Meanwhile, Uria's father carefully watched the guest, trying to decipher his true intentions and feelings. The monarch stated that if they want to become subjects of his kingdom, he will gladly accept them and do everything to protect his people and their property. Alma said that now the forest dwellers heavily depend on the griffin, which helps them find food. However, he believes that this should not cause major difficulties with taxes. The king said that in their country there is a law. New territories are exempt from taxes for 5 years after annexation. In his opinion, in the current difficult situation, the residents of this region will find it hard to pay all the taxes. The leader confidently said that in 5 years, the youth will be able to support themselves independently and will not need help from others. Elmas gladly agreed to become a citizen of Reseda and promised to pay taxes honestly. The king warmly informed them that now they are always welcome guests in his country. The boy sighed with relief. The young man finally exhaled with relief, because now the children were safe and a bright future awaited them. For the first time in a long time, he allowed himself to truly rejoice in what had been accomplished. The king looked attentively at those present and asked if there was anyone among them from the noble family of the Ashes. He almost agreed that among these children there could indeed be descendants of the Esh family, perhaps those broken by excessive taxes, who could not bear the burden and were forced to leave their home. The monarch nodded understandingly, showing that he was convinced by these words. Father Yuri looked at the boy attentively and seriously said that he truly heard and understood everything the boy wanted to convey. Now, according to him, the young man must be patient and focused, the father warned. He has 3 important conditions that should be taken very seriously. The boy was surprised to himself when he heard that the king was making 3 important demands at once, although he himself initially had only one small request. The ruler emphasized that he wishes to personally go to the settlement of Amusa to see the situation with his own eyes and make sure whether the received news is really true. The boy was sure that such a decision was completely fair. After all, only the ruler himself can look at everything with his own eyes and decide whether the new person can be trusted or if, perhaps, behind their calmness lie ill intentions. The second condition was that he must remain a comrade of Yuri. The third condition was very simple and clear. The boy must help the girl with her studies, especially with mathematics. Elmas warmly accepted this request, but immediately politely added that for such a respected person, it might be better to invite a teacher with more experience and higher qualifications to ensure the best level of education. The king confidently replied that he knew well about the incredible mathematical abilities of his daughter's friend. Her knowledge surpasses the skill of most merchants in the city. The man felt awkward admitting to himself that Yuri was struggling even with basic multiplication and division problems. The girl tried to explain everything, but her words were constantly misunderstood. He gave the girl an easy task. If 100 grains of rice are divided equally among 25 children, how many grains will each get? The girl, without thinking, answered 10. Then the boys realized that she did not understand arithmetic at all. The king decided that if the boy truly values friendship with his daughter, he will not refuse to help and support her in her studies. Almaz was very surprised when he heard that they wanted to give him a reward. The Lord himself informed him that at the beginning of each month, the boy would receive 1 gold coin. The boy confidently promised to share all the knowledge he had with the girl, but Yura suddenly got upset and shouted that she dreamed of mastering magic, not wasting time on boring math. The king thought that almas pleased him. At that moment, another influential courtier entered the hall. He anxiously addressed the king and asked what he was planning. The monarch immediately turned to Raymond with a question, trying to find out what the word zamisleni meant. Raymond shared that he was not sure if it made sense to allow this boy to teach his niece. The king calmly explained, the main influence on Yuria is precisely her friend, even if someone denies it. If the girl studies together with her, learning will become more interesting and easier for Yuria, and new knowledge will be absorbed faster and with greater desire. Raymond asked for a frank explanation of what really made him make such a decision. The king assured that he had no hidden motives. He was simply creating a strong foundation for a happy future. He also reminded that the young man led a squad protected by the mighty Griffin himself. This meant they were under his caring guardianship. Raymond wondered if that was what the king of Griffin meant. Meanwhile, the king continued telling, in his country it often happened that children were raised by wild beasts, tigers, or even dragons. It sounds like a fabrication, but such cases occurred more than once, and people sincerely admired such legends. Father Yer noticed that the boy would still be useful in the future, and decided that his presence here would be more beneficial than harmful. The brother agreed with the ruler's decision. But the king admitted that he had not yet decided exactly how he would use almos. At first, he wanted to take a closer look at the boy, since now they would see each other often, every week, when Almos would teach his daughter. Raymond noted that his brother's reaction did not surprise him at all. His brother irritably demanded not to criticize him for how he governs the country. He, of course, did not consider his rule perfect, but he also did not feel powerless or incompetent as a ruler. The man sighed heavily and realized that his inability to preserve the legacy of Lego Ash had become a clear testament to his failure as a leader. Raymond added that the Ash family is the most influential in the entire kingdom. Losing such an important ally could seriously disrupt the stability of the state. The king sharply noted that this problem is just one of many that keep him restless. They no longer had help from the side branches of the Ash family, which caused them to lose the trust of many of their loyal allies. Moreover, neighboring kingdoms united against them, threatening the very existence of their country. Raymond shouted in anger, not hiding his fury because August dared to invade their territory with his army. The king added with a grim expression that similar accusations could be made against himself, as he too had crossed borders and interfered in another country's affairs. The brother noted that they had no son who could take the throne and become the heir, which only worsened the already complex political situation. Then the king, their father, advised Raymond to calm down and not show dissatisfaction, reminding him that his queen had given him a beautiful daughter, Yuria. Although he did not have a son, he loved his little daughter very much. But suddenly his wife fell seriously ill and soon died. Perhaps it was a whim of fate not to give him a son a second time. Raymond calmed his brother, saying there was no need to worry about what had happened earlier, as they still had the present. He advised thinking about a relative from another branch of the family and suggested arranging his engagement to Yuria. Suddenly, Yuria sneezed. She felt like she was starting to get sick. The king sincerely wished for his daughter to be happy, but in his soul he felt helpless in the face of all the troubles that had befallen his kingdom. The monarch felt that under his rule Rossitz might be at risk of collapse. However, despite all difficulties, he was full of determination to find a way to salvation while he still remained on the throne. In his heart, hope grew that the boy raised by the Griffin was capable of giving their people a new ray of hope and a bright future. He very much wanted to find out for himself how it would all end. But King Rossic did not even suspect that his choice would save not only his state, but the entire Aldenia Peninsula, the very center of the world, and would turn into a true miracle capable of changing the course of history of the whole continent. The teacher noticed that Tetra was behaving unusually. She had always been silent, but now she had become even more withdrawn. It was clear that something was troubling her. This was noticed not only by the leader, all the others also paid attention to it. The boy was well aware. It was now up to him to solve this mystery and find out what had happened to the girl. Almas approached Tetra and quietly said that he would not force her to talk, but if she wanted to confide or just receive support, he and the rest of the friends were always nearby. Lately, she seemed very sad. She felt that he understood everything. The leader said it was not surprising, because lately her behavior had been strange. He asked her to tell what had happened. The girl asked to keep it a secret and promised not to tell anyone about it. She gave her full name, Tetra Esh. He calmly noted to himself that he had suspected this for a long time. From the very moment he learned about the terrible attack on the Ash clan, the girl had become noticeably more anxious and worried. He was surprised. The mentor openly admitted that he was a little shocked. He did not expect to meet a child from such a respected family here. However, it did not change anything for him, because in front of him was the same Tetra. The girl sincerely rejoiced at his words and thanked the boy for his warm attitude. Then he asked what exactly was troubling her. The female student admitted that she was not sure about everything, but firmly knew one thing: her parents were no longer alive. Deep down, she still held a faint and almost hopeless belief that maybe they were still alive and had been captured. But she never managed to forgive Robert Fermat. Almaz finally realized that Robert Firm, whom she considered her ally, was actually responsible for the death of her parents. Tetris recalled that she had a very close relationship with her father. Once her father helped an ordinary man, and thanks to this kindness, he was able to achieve a high position. Later, having become influential, this man repaid the kindness in return. The girl screamed and said that she would never be able to forgive him. She was almost asked if she wanted to take revenge, but in response, the interlocutor only slightly shrugged her shoulders. She herself could not give a clear answer. Tetra mentally wished to grind him to dust, but she did not want to leave this place. She hardly knew the locals, and she had no real friends here. The boy realized that revenge for the death of her relatives was very important to her, but at the same time she was attached to this place and her friends. She struggled with her own feelings and could not find peace. Then the boy gently assured her that they would never leave her alone and would always be by her side. The girl, with sadness on her face, said that her parents also often told her such words. The mentor suggested she focus on protecting him and everyone around, as he considered her very smart, even smarter than himself. Tetra understood everything and promised to take care of them. He even joked, if she suddenly wants to bring justice, just say so. He will gladly join and help however he can. The boy asked her not to take on all the worries, because she was a very dear person to him. Tetra asked Almaz what path meant. He honestly and sincerely shared his feelings with her, trying to explain it simply, without unnecessary words, as much as he could manage without words at all. Almaz found it strange to see her embarrassed, since they always treated each other like brother and sister, and Tetra was afraid to show weakness and lose this important moment for her. She suddenly confessed loudly that she had also fallen in love with this boy. Her cheeks flushed, her heart almost jumped out of her chest, and a happy sparkle and sincere joy flashed in her eyes. Suddenly Sion approached them and joyfully said that gardening brought her true pleasure. She showed Tetra the freshly harvested crops, smiled, and jokingly asked everyone what important matter was being discussed. Sion suddenly apologized for interrupting the conversation and hurried away, throwing to the boys on the go that Tetra and Almaz were secretly meeting. Tetra immediately tried to explain to everyone that Sion had misunderstood everything. The teacher calmly noted that there was no reason to react so sharply. After all, everything was fine with Tetra, and probably Sion himself deserved credit for that. Another year passed, and I was almost 14. Ron addressed our leader with a request to allow Adele to talk to him. The leader agreed and decided that the time had come to restore Griffin's ability to speak. Thanks to Tetra's support, he almost perfectly learned to read and write in the Kurushan language, although sometimes difficulties still arise. The chief came to pay the tax for 3 members of his tribe. The worker asked the boy if he was from Ramalia. He confirmed this by nodding his head. After that, the boy immediately said that he was also paying for Ron and Sion. Fortunately for him, the tax is still small now, but when the other children grow up, they will no longer be able to pay it. Moreover, this is their last year that Griffin protects them, so they need to earn more. The young man couldn't get the conversation about taxes out of his head. When he was asked about it, Griffin just waved his hand and said it would be better if they brought him wine. The boy wondered what he should do next. Lulu praised him for the well-posed question, but advised him to focus for now on simpler things, for example, how to grind wheat. She also called Rosie so she wouldn't stand around idly. The boy just shrugged, showing that he had no experience in such matters at all. Rose recalled how difficult it was for them to harvest last year. Zion agreed, adding that they had almost lost their lives then. The boy sighed and remembered that he didn't even need to be reminded. This year, he would have to work no less than last year, and he was not ready for that at all. The leader asked Graham how they harvested the crop last year. The girl shared that at first they gathered each wheat ear with their own hands. Then we continued working with wooden boards. It turned out to be quite exhausting. I had almost shown them how to use senba kokiai and began explaining how to apply it correctly. Zion noticed that working like this had become 100 times easier. Tetra noted that the top part is better made from bamboo or metal because wood is not suitable for this at all. She noticed that the construction was very simple, and it was this simplicity that would significantly ease the work. Smiling, she joked, calling everyone present here misogynists, while he at that moment thought that he had seen something similar before in his past life. Ron said that the whole world should know about such a thing. The leader responded with a smile, noting that he has many ideas and wants to start with cleaning. Zion added that even tidying up can be a difficult task. Rosie hoped that the leader had already come up with something for this. Almost briefly remembered the stone mortar he recently bought, but quickly realized that it was unlikely to help seriously. Ron volunteered to take on the work himself. The mentor gladly noted that with such a large team, the job would go much faster, and when they finish, the husks and grain will need to be sorted separately. The boy asked his sister Tetra why she needed the basket. She explained that the basket helps separate husks from trash, and if you pour rice into it, the light husks stay on top because they are lighter than the grains, and although it takes a lot of time, doing this several times will completely clean the rice. I almost asked her to wait because I wanted to try one thing. It was a winnowing fan, a device that, by rotating blades, creates an airflow and thus separates grain from chaff. The boy explained that to clean the grain, you just need to pour it into the top opening of the winnower and turn the handle. Grem was delighted. Now you can clean a whole pile of grain with just one turn. Lulu felt a slight breeze and exclaimed in surprise that it was really cool. The leader explained that the wind inside appears thanks to the movement of special blades, and the students immediately understood everything. It was time to gain experience from their own mistakes. But suddenly there was a crack. The fan handle couldn't withstand it and broke. Tetris noticed that they needed a new handle. Almaz nodded, happy that the issue with the grain was already resolved. Yuria asked her friend what she looked like, and she assured her that everything was fine, she was wonderful. However, Yuria replied that there was no need to give compliments when it was just the two of them. Her friend laughed and joked, saying she said that in case someone was eavesdropping on them. She also admitted that she wanted to talk but wasn't sure if Yuria would want to listen. She refused, explaining that he seemed too confident to her. Then the boy softened his voice and asked if she wanted to continue studying mathematics. The witch replied by asking if he was not tired of teaching her yet, to which the boy immediately answered no. Yuri grabbed him in an embrace and with tears in her eyes exclaimed that she did not want to let him go. Alma, however, said that he meant something completely different and pressed herself even closer to him. The girl apologized, and the boy said that he was supposed to help her with math but thought she had already figured it out well. I felt sad that now they could no longer repay him, and her education could not last forever. Yaria reminded that this matter was not for her to decide, and it was better to discuss it with her father. The king asked the boy if he really no longer wanted to teach Yuria, or maybe they had quarreled, and now the girl would be left alone again. The boy in response asked how much longer he needed to be her mentor. The king replied that there should be no time limit. Let the boy share with Yuria all he knows himself, and then he can simply come to her as a guest. And who will he play shogi with then if his friend does not show up? The boy smiled slightly, remembering how he had made this shogi board with his own hands. The boy noticed that Adelna was not very knowledgeable about entertainment. He thought that if he invented a game based on the art of war, it could become a profitable business. That is how he came up with shogi. But Tetro explained that the game could be easily copied, so making money from its sale would be difficult. Almaz understood that the girl was telling the truth. In this world, no one knows what patents are. If someone starts copying his game and selling it, he won't be able to stop it unless he has his own production or something unique for his game. Otherwise, others will quickly take over his idea. Moreover, the game might seem too complicated to many, and not everyone will be able to play it. He presented the game to King Risitsu, hoping it would please the local aristocrats, but unexpectedly, the king himself became very interested in the game. Perhaps he even had a chance one day to join the royal guard, but the hero decided to think about that when his children grew older. The boy suddenly realized that all this educational fuss had started precisely because of Yuria. It seemed she had no friends, and it wasn't because she wanted it that way. Simply, opportunities for new acquaintances hadn't appeared in her life. The father thoughtfully pondered these thoughts. The man shared that his daughter had quarreled with all close relatives, but he could no longer remember exactly why it happened. Alnus asked if she only befriended people out of self-interest. The monarch replied that due to her noble origin, the girl had no ordinary friends. Common people avoided her. The boy knew that his girlfriend never showed off what kind of family she came from, but her father had completely different views, and this could become a real danger. Yet the girl had a special gift for magic, a rarity that occurs in one person per million. In the future, when she grows up, an honorable role as the high priestess awaited her. The boy asked if it was secret information. The man only smiled in response and noted that everyone in Resissory had long known about her abilities, and he was completely fine with that. For him, it was not a problem. After all, the most important thing was that she was his only daughter. The father explained to her that many people always try to get close to Yura because they want to marry her only for power. Yura really disliked this and sincerely could not stand such people. Alma advised hiding her true origin, but the father only sighed sadly, as it was almost impossible. All the local residents know her well, so she didn't even think about leaving the capital. Although she seemed confident on the outside, she was actually very shy. The situation with that boy became an unusual event for her. However, the desire to obtain the healing plant was able to overcome her shyness. Meanwhile, the boy was thinking about whom to introduce her to and how to make friends. Alma advised Yuri to meet and befriend the local children. The king immediately agreed and said it was a wonderful idea. Raymond asked his brother if he was really sure it was worth letting his daughter go to the Griffin Forest. To this, the brother himself asked again, hadn't he given his consent before? Raymond confirmed that yes, everything was correct. The relative was sure everything was under control, as he had sent a wizard who turned into an owl for reconnaissance. Then the king asked if there was any danger from using soul domination magic, adding that it could be too dangerous, and he also inquired about the results of the reconnaissance. Raymond remembered that any technology could carry a hidden threat. However, the wizard returned from the forest alive and unharmed, so everything turned out well. Moreover, the boy really has a connection with Griffin and is not lying, so the forest is indeed safe. Then the man asked, so what exactly is the problem? The brother was outraged because it was a wild and dangerous forest thicket. He did not understand why Uriai had friends here, but the king calmed him down, explaining that he intended to send his daughter to befriend the Griffin. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with this, as it was worth at least trying. Raymond realized that he had trusted too much and was naive. The monarch reminded him not to forget about Almos, because he really liked this boy. The king noted that if he wanted, he could make the boy his vassal. Raymond agreed with him, as the young man was truly impressive. At such an age, he already knew mathematics well and could speak the Christian language. There was no child in the entire kingdom smarter than him. When he was offered to become a landowner, he jokingly replied that then he would have to become a son-in-law as well. The man laughed and began to ponder who among those present could become his father-in-law. Yuria met the boys and shared that Almas always helps her. Then the boy realized the girl was finally allowed to come to their village. The friend noted that she became the first official guest in their village. She had already talked with Ron and Rosie Wood, met all the residents, but suddenly she began to feel anxiety. Sion asked what kind of relationship everyone had with the village leader. Yuria said that they were together, and everyone around was impressed. No one could imagine that this boy was dating such a beautiful girl. I was about to ask Tetra not to joke like that anymore, but she asked irritably if that was really so. The boy explained that she was just joking, and the guest began to tease him in response. Yuri asks if he minds if she shows seriousness and simply leaves. Amaz asked Tetra not to be angry with him because he was in a lot of pain right now. While the girl could not contain her indignation, the man who was lurking in the bushes said with a smile that it was probably not easy to be so famous. I almost missed the moment when Balton Pump quietly raised a mug of beer to his lips. The boy thought that more guards would be added to Lady Yuria to guarantee her safety. The man explained that the king trusts the girl's friend, so protection for her is not needed. The young man emphasized that the most important thing is not his combat skill, but the desire to personally take care of the king's daughter's safety. Bolton replied that he did not like it, he only liked to drink. He added that Almusu would find it easier if he simply disappeared from sight, forgetting about his affairs. He also warned, if the king hears about this, it would hardly be possible to avoid trouble. However, the interlocutor emphasized that he meant something completely different. But the chief also hid a secret. It concerned Tetra, and it seemed this secret remained dangerous. Tetra had a special connection with the king of the Rosti. She was the daughter of Legoech. If the king himself finds out about this, he will immediately take her back. In fact, he thought it would be better for her to return to Rizadzu, but she did not even want to hear about it, especially if the matter concerned a marriage of convenience. Besides, who else could teach him the Karishi language? The boy realized that Bolton could not know anything about her. Tetra said that nobles first appear in society at 12 years old, and the girl was only 10 when she was abandoned, so this man could hardly recognize her. Moreover, he was quite drunk and was thinking about a completely different woman. The girls warmly greeted each other. The guard smiled and jokingly asked what game they were going to play, because he was already tired of talking seriously. They were almost about to suggest to Yuria to learn magic. Bolton noted that everything happening did not resemble a game at all, and the boy noticed that the girl preferred poisonous plants to roses, so talks about games were inappropriate here. The chief wanted the village to lack nothing. He could teach people mathematics, but he would not cope with magic. He believed that magical knowledge was very necessary here. Who knows, maybe one of the girls would later become a real witch. He explained that men usually cannot do magic, but knowledge of how to protect oneself from curses would still be useful. Besides, Yuria could develop by passing on her knowledge to others, thus becoming closer to people. At that moment, the lady was looking for caramel herb. Bolton addressed the boy and reminded him that although he was a guard, he still remained a commoner. He said there was no reason to speak politely to him. Bolton barely restrained himself from asking how the boy even became a guard. The man explained that for King Rosta, a person's origin was not important, but their abilities and skills were. When the boy grows up, he will be able to find a job, for example, become an official, or even get his own land as soon as he turns 17. At first, the young man thought the guard was joking or exaggerating, but he added with a serious look. The country is currently restless, and any help will not be superfluous. The king also has great hopes for the boy. The young man realized that becoming an official was quite a good path, and when his children grow up, he would have real power in the world. Bolton asked if he was sure that these girls could learn magic. The leader confidently said yes, because they all already understood mathematics well. The man could not believe that the boy really taught children mathematics, but everyone said it was pure truth, and even added, some of the children already understood mathematics better than Yuria. Moreover, there was one girl who knew the Kuryu language and taught others to read and write. The guard was surprised to see how many children had already learned to read and write. The elder wanted to teach them magic as well to raise true geniuses. The mentor cautiously asked if Ron and the other boys could become officials, but the man explained that he was not the one to decide that. Bolton decided to intervene and asked if they really do not divide the fields according to crops. The boy realized that Bolton was watching not only Yuri but the whole village, and replied, "If the fields are divided, the harvest will decrease." Almaz asked the man to tell the king that it was his idea. The man asked what these things were for. The leader explained, the comb-like object is called senbukoki, and the other is a fan for sifting grain. The guard became interested in how exactly they are used. Bolton watched the village with admiration, marveling at its variety of ideas, and asked the boy if it was really all his own invention. The young man blushed shyly and admitted that such words made him start to blush bashfully. He noted that making senbukoki is not difficult at all, and it would be even more reliable to make the teeth from metal. After that, he suggested disassembling the device and explaining in detail how it works, showing this in a drawing. Bolton could not believe it when he found out that these people had already invented a way to fight insects, made their own dishes, and even learned to produce coal. He realized he had gained more knowledge here than he thought, while sincerely admitting to himself that he had never been a warrior or an official. He realized that he was not fully capable of appreciating this knowledge, but still admitted that it was very useful for the kingdom. Almas asked that a good word be said for him before the king. Yuri called him to leave his drunk friend and join them. The boy obeyed, leaving his companion and approaching the princess, who screamed, wishing he would drown in his glass, and he thought to himself that perhaps it was not the worst way to leave life. Later, Almos finally arrived at the capital and stood before the emperor himself. The ruler asked him how Yuri and her companions were doing. The young man thought for a moment, then said that the girl had no objection. Hearing this, the man who had unfolded the cover said he wanted to ask the young man something else. The emperor inquired whether the crop rotation that Balon spoke of really works. The man pondered, then admitted it was a good reason to invite Balon to the palace. Crop rotation became one of the main causes of the agricultural revolution in England in the 18th century. Thanks to this method, plant cultivation became significantly more efficient. But explaining this to the king would be very difficult, because he did not even want to hear anything about reincarnation. Therefore, the boy simply replied that he was currently only theoretically pondering this question. However, since not all crops have yet changed in the fields of Olmos, it is still too early to say anything for sure. That is exactly how he explained it to the man. The king, holding his hands behind his back, said he wanted to receive a report on the total harvest. Almaz agreed, and then the ruler added that there was one more issue he would like to discuss. He wondered if it would work in his homeland. The boy thought, crop rotation is not very useful on small plots, as it requires large fields and many workers. To achieve this, it is necessary to remove common lands and allow people to own land privately. This will affect both influential families and ordinary peasants, but in Resita's political situation, making such changes is very difficult. The king listened to these words and agreed. saying that he perfectly understands how politics works in his country. Once in England, there was a great campaign of land enclosure called the Second Enclosure. Thanks to these changes, crop rotation became much more effective. But for the Rozitz family, who already had many problems, such innovations could only add troubles. The young man asked if almost all warriors really work on their own land now. The king nodded and added that as soon as those who cultivate the land themselves decrease, it immediately affects the strength and number of their guards. In the kingdom of Rosette, every soldier independently takes care of their own weapons and equipment. The amount of money a warrior has determines their strength and even their branch of the military, with wealthy warriors buying horses to fight as cavalry, those who can afford a shield and spear serving as spearmen, and the poorest forced to become ordinary infantrymen. Even without your own weapon, but having the necessary skills, you were already valuable to others. Wealthy families only multiplied their fortunes after the war. In the end, it turned out that each of them was both a soldier and a farmer at the same time. The king emphasized that it is not always necessary to conquer new lands by force. This rule also applies to the Rosita clans. Wealthy people and influential landowners already have many slaves. The man convinced them that it was necessary to gradually learn to change crops in the field, so the young man had no choice but to agree. After all, this is not England, and such changes are only possible when they start to be implemented from above. Even small steps forward have already borne fruit. His native village, for example, is gradually introducing innovations. If they also kept cows or horses here, everything would move much faster. The king caught the young man's attention, forcing him to break away from his thoughts, and said that all changes must begin with the most important. He really wants to introduce senbukoki and new grain processing technology in his kingdom, and for this, he is ready to give almost anything the young man asks for. The young man, without hesitation, asked for horses as a reward. The man replied that he could give him 2 horses and food for them for a whole year. The youth sincerely rejoiced at such a gift and thanked the king with all his heart. Horses are expensive, and not every village can afford to buy even one. They require a lot of food, and if the owner is not sure they can feed the animal, an annual supply of feed becomes a priceless gift, comparable in value to 2 cars and their fuel supply. The king admitted that he had truly underestimated both the intellect and talents of the boy. The boy himself was stunned by such words. The king noticed that Almas teaches his daughter and invents interesting entertainments. He thought that he was a true genius gifted by the griffin. The boy awkwardly replied that the king was exaggerating his merits too much. The man calmed him down, asked him not to worry, and noted that he still had a lot to say because it was important for him to know the young man's opinion. The king inquired whether Raymond's presence was a hindrance, and the boy assured him that it did not bother him at all. The king's brother gladly shook the boy's hand and said that much time had passed, but he was happy to renew their friendship. Almas awkwardly asked to be released. Then Raymond suggested playing shogi together, to which Almas replied he would gladly agree if he had free time. They sat down at the table, and the king, wishing to make sure the guest understood their customs well, inquired about his opinion on the local political system. Almas firmly said that all this, in his opinion, was complete nonsense. The emperor did not hide his surprise and asked him to explain why he thought so. Then the boy began to tell that the state rests on conquered lands and rivers of spilled blood. When the first generation of these families appeared, everything was completely different. But with the emergence of the second and third generations, the blood mixed so much that gradually the feeling of loyalty to the native land began to weaken. Their lands were inherited from their ancestors, not granted by King Rostsu. Since aristocrats govern their possessions independently, this can lead to a serious problem. The power of the king and his wealth are now distributed throughout the country, and the local lands are already controlled by strong noble families. Therefore, when the war is just beginning, people cannot immediately get used to it. It is always difficult. But the most important thing is that if one of the influential families betrays the king, their influence will immediately decrease, and the army will become much weaker. For example, this problem can be seen in the project for flood protection. It is very important that people living in neighboring villages and towns truly care about this matter. This will not be easy, because in the current system of power, any unpopular decision can cause public outrage and even end with the king being overthrown. If the local nobility is connected by family ties with rulers of other countries, this can seriously affect the course of the war. The king and his brother listen attentively to Almas, exchanging only brief glances and maintaining silence. The king reassured those present, assuring them that there is nothing to worry about, because his subjects have long been forbidden to marry people from other nations. Then the young man suggested that the same rule should apply to influential aristocratic families. The boy warned, if this is not done, riots may begin throughout the country. The king and his brother agreed with this opinion and admitted that they had never thought about it before. They realized, even if a marriage between two powerful families seems like the right decision, in reality everything is much more complicated. If one family starts to rebel, it can easily spread to the whole country, because family ties help quickly spread unrest among people. The king replied that he would gladly listen to any proposals from the boy regarding the improvement of their political system. Almas thought that when communicating with representatives of the nobility, political discussions are unavoidable. If this happened in his world, he would have long been invited to some luxurious hall of a prestigious restaurant. The young man, without thinking for a second, shared his thoughts with the king. He advised to unite power in one hand to make governance stronger. In Japan's past, much changed with the start of the Taika reforms, when the old aristocratic rule was replaced by new orders. Later, during the Meiji era, local power was taken from the daimyo and given to individual prefectures, a method of governance used repeatedly in the country's later history. The king nodded in agreement with Almas, and his brother remarked with surprise that even a small child thinks the same way as they do. But he asked what needed to be done to make it a reality. Almas advised him to strengthen his power by using the force of the gods and thus separate their kingdom from the rest. The king wanted to learn more, so the boy suggested inventing a whole legend, saying that the Razit family was chosen by the gods themselves. He did not know the local myths but thought such a fabrication would do just fine. After that, the man asked if he had any other ideas. Then Almos emphasized that it would be best to exempt wealthy families from taxes and military service. If the king agreed to this, everything would be resolved much more easily. However, if this is not done, the young man will not be able to change anything. Then the man revealed that they have a secret plan that will help them seize all power. The young man asked again with surprise if it was true. Although the word centralization consisted of only 5 hieroglyphs, in reality it was very difficult to accomplish. The king honestly admitted. He did not want to implement this plan, as such a method was wrong and could destroy all the ingredients. The king anxiously wondered why there were so few talented people in his kingdom. These thoughts made him so sad that his stomach began to ache, and suddenly he clutched his chest and started coughing violently, which greatly frightened his brother. The young man saw that blood came from the king's mouth. At that moment, his brother hurried to me and handed me a handkerchief to help. The man apologized, but the boy would have found out the truth sooner or later anyway. The young man asked the king when it happened, and he replied that it all began about 10 years ago. After thinking it over, the boy expressed the opinion that perhaps Yuri could help, but instead the king only sighed sadly. He looked at his hand, from which blood was flowing, and quietly said that it was unlikely to change anything. Almas asked how much time he had left, but the man did not answer. The king said he has an important task for the boy, as he distinguished himself with his intelligence and ingenuity. He entrusts him with handling the affairs of state centralization while he is still alive, and also noted that one day he will have to leave life, but that is another story. Soon he almost reached the village and returned to the boys with something extraordinary. Everyone ran out to meet him, holding their breath, and looked into the distance with curiosity. The boy confidently led the horse by the reins, and behind him walked another horse. Both boys were happy with their new favorites, feeling genuine excitement. Almas asked the boys if this was their first encounter with a horse. One of them admitted that it was the first time he had touched the animal. The older boy sternly reminded everyone to be cautious, but at that very moment, another young man suddenly noticed something unusual. On another horse rode a beautiful girl. It was Ria. It turned out that she was given to Almas as a slave. The boys wondered why he needed her. The leader said that before working with horses, you need to understand them well. Not everyone knows how to take care of a horse, and you also definitely need to learn how to ride. When the boy told the king about it, he promised to send a slave who was well-versed in horse care. The king explained that one more person in their village would not be a problem. After this conversation, Raymond led the boy to choose an assistant for himself. When they chose this girl, the boy was already about to get to know her, but suddenly she spoke German, and he could not understand anything. Then the young man explained that the girl speaks another language, so if someone wants to address her, they can ask through him. The leader emphasized that she wants to be treated as an equal. Then, noticing Rose's confusion, she asked if he really likes her. The boy began to protest, actively gesturing with his hands, but the elder calmed him down and told him to behave freely. At that moment, a girl ran up to them and asked if he had brought souvenirs for her. The young man handed her a bag and said it contained roasted meat. The joyful girl happily began to treat her boyfriend. Almas shyly looked away to the side. He felt as if teenage love always looked a bit strange, and as an older brother, he could not get rid of the strange feeling inside. Suddenly Grem appeared, carrying a boar on his shoulders. Everyone around was surprised. He was only 12 years old, but his strong build stood out among the others. Grem said he practiced archery, and it helped him become stronger. Suddenly a girl ran out from behind the bushes and confidently said that she was the best here. Meanwhile, Lulu, having changed into a camouflage suit and using witch magic, was searching for the driller. The girl proudly said that Yuri noticed her magical talent. The young man added that Soyeon and Tetra also have strong abilities. Almaz felt a bit sad because he himself had not mastered magic, but he sincerely rejoiced for his friends. After that, he suggested that everyone work together on expanding the fields. When the guys returned to the city together, everyone was very happy to see them and the horses. The leader asked how the goats were doing, and Tetra said that they had almost eaten all the vegetation in the desert. Almaz calmly said that he was leaving the horses to Ray and Rosewood. Tetra watched with interest, then asked what exactly the horses were carrying. It turned out to be a plow, gifted along with the horses by a true hero who was awarded by the king. Seeing the interest, the king even wanted to promise the boys another reward. They quickly moved forward, and Rosa suddenly screamed. The plow turned out to be much heavier than she had imagined. The guide immediately said that, as suspected earlier, the horse was not suitable for this task and only wasted its strength. The young man asked that the plow be prepared for their next meeting. Suddenly, the girl remembered that he had mentioned some new invention. However, even when the young man tried to explain what he meant, the girl still could not understand it. This grass can be dangerous, but Urian knows well that witches often use it to ease pain in their rituals. Since this plant is almost everywhere forbidden to grow, few people worry about dependence on it. The young man explained that he was talking about seeds because they are good for health. It is an annual plant that grows quickly and can be sown many times. His interlocutor added that clothes can also be made from this plant. Almaz said that he grows this plant not for making fabric, but to make ropes from it, as he did before, even in his past life. He admitted that most of the harvest would go to equipment because help from Griffin would end this summer, and taxes are constantly rising. That is why they need to produce exactly this product, and this grass plays an important role in it. He called the girls to follow him because he had already decided who would be the candidate for making a special product. On the table, he laid out several tablets and began to explain. On this peninsula, knowledge is preserved in 3 ways, written on papyri, lambskin, and wooden tablets. Papyrus is fragile and easily damaged, and records on skin quickly spoil due to insects. The board is very small, and writing long sentences on it is inconvenient, but Almaz remembers another, much more practical place for records: paper. It's a pity that he hasn't had it in his hands for a long time. Tetra asked if it made any sense at all, since few people here could write. The chief explained to her that paper could always be exchanged or sold where it was valued, for example, even to King Rizitsi himself. The trustee added that unlike ordinary people, kings must leave a written history, and for these records to be preserved for many years, paper is needed. Over time, paper will be needed for other activities as well, and perhaps even a person will appear who will become its master. Therefore, the boys set off with the girls in search of the necessary materials. They went quite far from the village because they needed water. If you dig a pit on the bank of this river, you can make a small pool into which the collected items for the next stage of work will then be immersed. This is done to make the material soft. Otherwise, it is impossible to completely remove the remnants of the black bark. After this treatment, plant fiber is formed. This time they will just try, but the more effort they put in, the more beautiful their paper will turn out. Then you need to add ash and pour water. The liquid will immediately turn white. This transparent upper film of white light is the deception. You will need lye, but ordinary lye will do for this task. However, keep in mind that lye itself can be harmful to the body. Then you need to mix tree bark, straw, and lye, and then put it all on the fire and wait for the mixture to boil. The girls noticed that the dish resembled stewed meat, and one of the boys quickly ran up to them, asking for something to eat, but Mage warned that if you taste this food, your stomach might hurt. At first, it was necessary to wait until everything cooled down, then thoroughly wash everything and leave it in the pool until morning. While this was happening, Almaz praised the boys for their hard work in the field and treated them to a delicious dinner. By that time, night had already fallen outside. The leader said that while the pulp is still wet, it needs to be thoroughly crushed. Ron immediately volunteered to do it himself and was allowed to try making starch from wheat flour. In his past life, he would have simply put the flour in water and boiled it. Then the boy carefully mixed the starch glue with the liquid, thus the basis for the new material appeared. He added that this is not yet paper, but only the initial mass, which still needs to be given the desired shape. He took out a strange device that could absorb water and called it a paper tray. The man poured the mixture onto the girl and carefully shook the tray to distribute everything evenly. Tetra was struck with amazement, admiring this beauty. The leader explained that this process needs to be repeated several more times. Only after that can the top part of the mold be removed and set to dry. Later the girl asked if everything was fine. Almas replied that they were succeeding. Now they could make high-quality, very smooth paper, although it turned out to be a bit thinner than the boy had intended. When the leader placed a sheet of paper in front of the children, they looked at it in surprise and began to examine it. They were simply captivated by such a new idea. The paper was much more pleasant to the touch than papyrus, lighter than sheepskin, and much more convenient to use than wooden tablets. If they managed to establish its mass production, this product would become a real treasure. In his thoughts, the hero thanked the Chinese for such a useful invention, and then immediately suggested starting to sell the paper. Almas approached the king and offered him his invention, what he called paper. King Rossitz carefully took the novelty, examined it from all sides, and then sincerely praised Almas for this amazing idea. The chief shared that in their village they could produce this product, so they decided to present the king with several samples as a gift. This immediately interested him, and he promised to buy everything they had. But the king immediately began to ask how exactly it was made, but Almas did not reveal the secret of production. The man smiled with relief and said he was just joking. Then he assured that for 3 years he would buy paper from them. He also asked them to work harder on quality, as the king himself had ordered. He said that as soon as the paper became better, they would gladly buy it in large batches. The king explained that he wanted to start making paper in his own country, but for now the quality of this paper was far from perfect. Until the situation improved, production would remain in Almas's village. However, the man clearly stated that he would not allow this paper to be traded outside the village. The boy agreed without hesitation, as he expected nothing else from King Rossatz. A thought even flashed: what if this thing could be sold to someone else? However, he did not like either homework checks or Baum's story, but suspicions only benefited all participants. Another year passed, and Almas calmly walked through the forest, enjoying every step. The period of the griffin's protection was in the past. It happened long ago. However, it was after this that paper, livestock, ceramic dishes appeared in the village. They learned to sew properly, and even education began to bring profit. Despite some difficulties, people lived united and were confident in their strength. The boy thought about how his life would have turned out if he had not encountered the griffin in the forest then. Perhaps he would not have received that amazing gift to understand different languages. Yes, reflecting, the young man was already approaching the griffin itself. The giant bird warmly greeted the boy and sincerely praised him for his success. Almas did an excellent job, taught his friends, and managed without casualties. The young man recalled how the villagers worked hard, but with a modest smile admitted that he hardly made any effort. However, the griffin had a different opinion and firmly believed that the boy had done a lot. After all, it was this boy who won the favor of both King Rossitz and the griffin. He always cared about the village and its people. The bird inquired whether the boy still needed the gift of the language of the gods. The leader replied that yes, he still needed this gift because he wanted to speak with Rhea. However, for the deal with the griffin, it was no longer so important. And Rhea is already gradually beginning to understand Adelia's words, and Rosewood decided to learn German, which surprised everyone around very much. It seems he really wants to understand Rhea. Amazing how love changes people. The griffin promised that he would return what was taken later, and lightly touched the boy's forehead with his beak. At that moment, the young man felt as if some important part of his soul suddenly disappeared. The little bird asked the boy to visit her and tell about his affairs, and if he felt lighter at heart, she would be glad to occasionally receive a bottle of alcohol from him. The boy quietly nodded and almost smiled in response. The leader was returning to the village and stopped on a small hill, casting a glance downward. At that moment, a girl approached him and asked how the griffin was feeling. The young man conveyed that the bird sent her greetings and also asked to bring more fruit wine next time. Once this place was neglected and lonely, but now it has become so good here that probably no better place can be found even in the most beautiful places in the world. He recalled how it was before, as if the memory came alive before his eyes again. He remembered his new friends and realized that each of them tries and makes a lot of effort. Having made sure that he understood all the nuances of the meaning of this word, he calmly stated, "The work was done wonderfully." Then he again addressed his interlocutor. He asked Tetra to call all the inhabitants because he had important news for them. The head asked everyone to listen carefully and then began his story. He said that this year's harvest in the kingdom of Rositz turned out to be much larger than they had seen before. He was convinced of this himself, and his words were also confirmed by Yuri. Rose became interested and asked what exactly their leader had in mind. Then Almas clarified whether the boy was really born in the kingdom of Rossets. When they confirmed this, he said that the boy could now return home to his parents. The village elder reported that every resident of the kingdom of Rosette has the right to return home. Among the children, there are many who were born not only in Rosewood, but also in Rosette. If all these children together with the residents of Rosewood leave here, the village may end up without enough people to work. However, even if this is true, it does not matter. After all, children need to grow up next to their parents. Now that the matter with Griffin is settled, everyone who has the opportunity to return home must definitely do so. Almost all my life I myself hardly knew my parents, but because these children are no longer like they used to be. The man continued the story, noting that life in the kingdom has confidently changed for the better. Now everyone who wants to return home can do so without any obstacles. No one will stop or restrain them. Rosewood was the first to speak up. He drew attention to himself and immediately asked if their leader had lost his mind. The boy could not understand what was happening. Could it be that just because he lost Griffin's blessing, he is now unable to clearly express his thoughts? Rose said directly, no matter how strong their feelings for their parents are, those parents still left them, and although it is very painful, it is impossible to forgive that. Others also began to encourage the boy, saying that even if they have food now, no one is waiting for them at home, and it will be even worse if they are driven out again or, God forbid, sold into slavery. However, none of them even thought about returning. Hearing these words, Alma suddenly realized something truly important. When you return to parents who once abandoned you, there is always a fear that it may happen again. The boy wondered why he had not thought about this before. Perhaps for an orphan, the idea of parents always looked better than the reality. The leader realized that he felt his personal pain, as he had revealed his beliefs to others. When he fell silent and could not find the right words, Rosewood just smiled and suggested pretending that nothing had happened and no one remembers anything. The boys sincerely smiled at their leader and admitted that they all love Almas very much. They begged their leader to stay with them and continue to be their guide. After all, no one else has such a strong connection with this boy as he does. Everyone sincerely loved and valued Almas, so they treated him with great respect. Then Ron decided to find out if anyone present wanted to return to their parents. No one answered this question, and silence fell in the hall. Then Ron raised his fist and loudly asked who was ready to follow their leader. The man was surrounded from all sides. He asked once again if there was anyone here who wanted to return to their parents. However, this was just for formality. No one intended to return, and they did not even want to hear about it. I clearly remember how they all cried then and called for their mother and father, begging to return home. But why does no one even think about returning now? Tetro explained that the most important thing for everyone here is sincere love for their leader. Hearing these simple words, the boy could not hold back tears. He sharply turned away and quickly wiped his tears, trying to convince everyone that he was not crying at all. When he returned to the boys, he confidently announced that he would continue to be their leader and asked them not to betray him. But somewhere deep inside, he felt as if something had gone out, and these feelings made him think. He admitted that everything really looked suspicious, as if everything had been carefully planned in advance. The boys took the opportunity to joke with the leader and openly said that lately he had a strange expression on his face. Tetra told them about this. Tetra said that Ron supposedly suggested something that almost made Alma cry. However, Ron immediately got scared and hurriedly looked for support from Rosewood, as if this idea belonged to him. But Rosewood quickly denied it and asked Ron not to shift the blame onto him. After that, they confessed that they had even practiced in advance and invented that loud call at the end on purpose. And the boy looked away, a little embarrassed, and quietly said that he was just lucky. A few days passed. Almost sat outside next to the girls and Yuria. He became curious whether witchcraft was always so boring. The princess reassured the boy that he did not bother her at all. It was just that this time they were all practicing, creating a protective barrier. Therefore, she asked him to do nothing so as not to distract the girls. He even wondered for a moment whether this barrier could dispel curses, since the magic seemed suspicious to him, especially after what had happened recently. Tetra brought a magical potion and insisted strongly that the boy drink it. But all this seemed suspicious, especially since the girl was dressed very revealingly. But the boy felt something was wrong and decided not to take a risk. He tested the potion on the goats that had just approached. The boy convinced them that it was an ordinary potion, just drink it, and nothing bad will happen. The goat's action scared the boy very much, and the girl immediately ran away. When he told her about it, she was very embarrassed and immediately reproached Yuri for her unnecessary fuss. Then he recalled another story. The girls wanted to curse a tree. At first, nothing happened. Several hours passed in silence before the leaves began to fall. Then one of the girls asked in surprise why everyone was complaining so much. The boy asked the princess if she could dry a tree with a single wave. The girl replied that she was capable of it, but considered such actions a waste of energy. After that, the boy sighed with relief and remarked that a monster detector would really be a useful thing. He decided to ask one more detail. Of course, it's good to be useful, but hiding the scent using animal fur seems strange, and training to jump on roofs to learn how to hide, is that even normal? Returning from training looking like a wild animal is truly scary. The boy decided that his problem was that he had trained poorly before, but the princess assured him he should not blame only himself, since Lulu had been like that from the very beginning. The girl cried out confusedly that everything was going wrong, and she was simply getting lost among the animals, but Yuri quickly interrupted her and sternly ordered her to focus only on magic. Then the boy remembered another amazing thing. Soyeon possessed a special technique. She could transfer her soul into the bodies of various animals. The princess added that this was not yet the limit of magical possibilities. It seemed that becoming an owl and flying over the forest was an unparalleled feeling. It was in such moments that he realized, this is where the true power of magic lies. When she found herself in her body again, she started turning her head in different directions like an owl. But when Ron spoke to her, everything instantly turned into a real disaster. On the screen, she explained that Ron deliberately acted that way to annoy her, but the princess interrupted her attempt to do other things again and asked her not to worry. The boy watched all those magical tricks of the sorcerer warily. They seemed suspicious to him. However, Yuri, as if knowing the boy's thoughts, decided to explain everything clearly and demonstrate something. The girl asked, "What about fire?" She briefly demonstrated how she could create it, but immediately added that it usually takes quite a bit of time. Therefore, if there is a fortress nearby, she finds it inappropriate to spend her magic on it. The princess inquired what the leader thought, and he admitted, "It is truly impressive, although it consumes a bit too much energy." However, it seemed that Tetra had some plan in mind because she asked to do it again. Yuria showed the girl this magic and added that she would hardly need it in life. However, the girl smiled and assured that she already knows how to use this spell. After some time, the boy finally got up from the bed, feeling how hard it is to wake up in the middle of the night. He stretched, almost yawning, and wondered why Yuria decided to come so late. Earlier in the day, the girl warned him that she would appear at night, and the king allowed her to do so. The boy threw back his head and looked at the sky for a long time, admiring the incredible beauty of Adelia's moon. But then he remembered that there are no alarm clocks here, and every morning he has to wake everyone up himself. Because of this, he feels like a real mother to his friends. The boy noted that waking Tetra up is not easy at all. To get her out of bed, a lot of effort is needed, and if the awakening is delayed, she might even get angry. The leader went to the river, deciding to refresh himself in the cool water first, and only then wake everyone else. When he approached the river, he saw Tetra bathing in the water. The boy stared in surprise and couldn't hold back. An exclamation escaped his lips. The girl heard it, noticed that the boy was watching her, and quickly submerged into the water. She was trembling and slowly turned away from him, barely audibly asking what he had seen. But the boy, also frightened, exclaimed that he had only seen her back. The girl asked Almaz if he was lying to her, but the boy confidently replied that he had seen nothing. On the girl's right side, there was a small mole. As soon as Tetra guessed what the boy was talking about, she slyly smiled and asked if he wanted to take a closer look at this mole. The boy slowly approached the girl, carefully looked her over, and asked if she really had a tattoo. She replied that it was their family crest. Everyone in their family had such a symbol. Maybe Yuri even had such a mark too. The boy remembered that in Japan, where he is from, tattoos do not cause much surprise. In Western countries, tattoos have long been a fashion trend and part of style, but in Adelia it is quite different. Here, tattoos are not just decoration, but a true sign showing a person's social status, often worn by those who have magical abilities. The girl shyly asked the boy to give her the clothes. He immediately agreed, reached for the things, and suddenly thought. She had always seemed to him like a younger sister or even a daughter before, but now he noticed for the first time how his childhood friend was changing and growing up before his eyes. If he had remembered that the girl was already 13, everything could have turned out completely differently. However, he consciously avoided such thoughts, as he did not even want to think about it. Meanwhile, the girl, quickly getting dressed, joyfully told that she had done something extraordinary and now could be relied upon. The boy stood on the very bank of the river, and above him stretched the starry sky. His friends gathered nearby. The leader of the company addressed Yuri, asked if she wanted to show something related to the invention of Tetris. The girl smiled, nodded briefly, and said with intrigue that the boy would definitely be surprised by what he was about to see. But the boy replied that he had seen this before, when he noticed Bolton lying on the ground tightly holding a barrel during work. At that moment, Tetra appeared, holding a sheet of paper in her hands. The girl took a sheet from her pocket and placed it on the table. On it was drawn a red geometric symbol. Just as someone was about to ask what exactly the drawing was made with, she did not let him speak. She immediately said it was her own blood. She calmly raised her hand to assure everyone that there was no need to worry. She had already cleaned the wound and applied alcohol. Then Tetra asked Ron to turn off the light and quickly began preparing for the next stage. She placed her palm on the magic circle, and the leaf instantly shone with bright light. The boys could not hide the surprise on their faces. The girl suggested Alma try it too, although he initially refused because he did not have witcher magic, but the girls insisted, and eventually he dared to try it, with the result being exactly the same as theirs. The boy asked with surprise how this could be possible. Then the princess began to explain. To learn magic, only two things are needed. The first is the power of the soul, and everyone has their own. Usually this power is stronger in girls. However, even with this, not everyone is capable of mastering magic. When she was sure that the guys understood everything, she added, this shortage can be easily fixed if external magical energy is added. To do this, one must sacrifice someone, use the witch's blood, or a magic stone. A magic stone is a special mineral from the earth's depths, filled with blue magical energy, unlike ordinary stones. At the same time, everything depends on the sorcerer's skills, his experience and mastery. Perhaps this sounds somewhat strange, but magic is more like instinct. There are people who are naturally inclined to witchcraft, and they can use spells from early childhood without even noticing it. It can be compared to breathing. Everything happens by itself, without extra effort. Even if you ask someone to teach you how to breathe, only a few can properly explain how it is done. However, magic can still be summoned, even through dance. When you reach the first level of magic, it is enough just to think about the spell, and it already works. The boy understood this feature but still did not know how to use his powers. Then Yuria explained to him that the magic of Tetra lives in his blood, and the source of power is this symbol. The boy asked if she had drawn the sign that signifies the entire process of summoning the magic of light. The girl agreed and explained that this symbol can be drawn on paper and then moved to any place. The challenge is already completed, so now anyone can activate it. When others asked how she came up with this particular sign, the girl said she found it through numerous trials and errors. But even arithmetic became useful to her, because it is from it that knowledge about the surrounding world begins. Then Tetra said she wanted to give her discovery a name, magical formula. The boy asked Yuri with surprise if that meant the girl had just created something new. The princess nodded in agreement. Over the years of magic's existence, many different dances, songs, spells, and much more were invented, but Tetra had created something truly important and useful. At that moment, a perfectly logical question arose. If this is done, won't all people be able to become wizards or witches? But Yuria objected, saying there is magic that numbers do not affect. Tetra explained that arithmetic cannot explain everything in the world. There are things like the square root, or the relationship between a circle and its diameter, and also human feelings. Even if at that time the number pi and the square root were still unknown, Tetra made a real discovery. The girls were genuinely happy and did not hide their emotions. Now witch magic could be combined with formula magic. This made it possible to cast spells even for those who had no magical abilities at all. When Yuria asked the boys if they understood anything, Ron honestly admitted that he didn't grasp anything, but was sure of one thing: it was truly incredible. But it turns out that some spells that cannot be explained by formulas are not related to witchcraft at all, right? The princess said that the main thing in this magical formula is the ability to count. She even called it a real discovery. But Tetris still allowed Almas to choose independently, and this unexpected offer greatly surprised Almas. Then the boy asked, what about witchcraft? At first he wanted to say magic, but remembered that this name already belonged to witches, so the word witchcraft suited him better. Hearing this, Tetra seriously declared that now she was a real witch. The girl was on cloud nine with happiness because she became the first witch in this world. Her second name now had to be the title of the ancestress. However, despite her youth and cheerful disposition, she still felt anxiety because of this great responsibility. A year passed and true prosperity reigned in the village. Life here became better, affairs improved. 70 people had already settled in the NHI, and with their arrival, the village was filled with real joy and life. Il sighed, noticing that 70 people was really a lot. Tetra said that most of them came from the kingdom of Fermi, fleeing cruel persecution. They were found unconscious in the forest and sheltered. Later, over the course of the year, 30 more people joined them. At that moment, Grem approached and reported that the roof repair was finished. The elder thanked the boys for their efforts and told them to go rest. After watching them leave, he quietly inquired about the adults they had sheltered and whether they were quarreling with Ron. Of all those they took in, there were only 6 adults. Now good relations had been established between these people and Ron. One could say they had become very accustomed to him. The chief said that these people were not only strong but also very smart. Tetra confirmed his words. It was thanks to them that she learned to cook. When horses appeared for work in the field, new fields immediately began to emerge, and the adults actively joined this work. Now the village has enough supplies for everyone, and the residents grow and produce even more than they use. Sighing with relief, she went to the forest to visit the griffin. The young man smiled and brought the griffin a large jug of wine. The bird was delighted with the gift, but modestly said that it was not enough. Meanwhile, the boy sincerely considered this item expensive because he had even seen it being sold. When the griffin drank everything that was in the jug, he asked how the village was doing. The chief replied that thanks to this bird, everyone was fine. The griffin, tilting the jug, noted that although there was little drink here, it was a real treasure because the harvest in the village this year was excellent. The griffin still decided to remind, although almost nothing depended on him anymore. If everyone suddenly disappeared due to hunger and poverty, he would continue to have terrible nightmares. And at that moment, he remembered that he had something else important to tell. Griffin promised that if ever Almas or his children were in trouble, he would definitely come to their aid because of their friendship. This confession deeply impressed the young man and was a surprise to him. He sincerely thanked the bird and expressed hope that such would not be needed. The griffin agreed that it was better to avoid this, spread its mighty wings, and disappeared into the sky. The chief turned back to the village, carrying the same huge jug on his head. Elmas could not imagine that he would be greeted so warmly. It truly pleasantly surprised him. But his girlfriend did not give him time to think. She confidently took his hand and decisively led him along. He did not understand what impressed him more, her unexpected courage or the very fact that all this was really happening. When they approached, Ron greeted them and invited the man to enter the room. There were already people of various ages gathered there, from the youngest children to the elderly. As soon as the village head left the room, as many as 30 people gathered there. All patiently stayed in place, waiting for further instructions. And suddenly one of the men stood up and asked if he was now to represent the village. Hearing the confirmation, the boy immediately said that they all come from the same village, which is located in the farming kingdom. His name is Earl, and he is currently temporarily performing the duties of the village elder. He said that they all came here fleeing hunger in the kingdom of Firm, which also suffered from disaster this year. The count explained that the kingdom of Erm has long been left unprotected from curses because healers and mages there have almost disappeared. Besides this, the soldiers demand higher and higher taxes every year, and those who cannot pay are threatened with eviction from their homes. Some of these people tried to flee to the kingdom of Rossats, but due to strict border security, they failed to cross, so they stayed here. Eventually, they had already heard many different things about this place. People said that somewhere deep in the forest was hidden a true paradise, guarded by the griffin itself, and it was there that lost children could find happiness and peace. But the village elder denied all these talks, saying that the locals simply worked the land to have something to eat. And the boys thought that the village became famous due to trading animal skins in the capital and frequent trips to fairs. They could have been exposed also because they extended a helping hand to those lost in the forest and gave shelter to a group of refugees. After Almas thought it over, he clarified whether he was mistaken, realizing that these people truly wished to stay here. In response, they confirmed this to him. All the peasants knelt down, pleading to be accepted into the community. The chief was momentarily confused, as 30 new people was a large number and could cause problems, since most of the village residents were children. At that moment, one of the women approached Ruru. She asked with surprise if Ruru was really standing before her, and Elmas noticed if the girl might be her relative, but in response, there was no joy or sincere warmth that everyone had been waiting for. When the woman reached out her hands to her, the girl screamed at the top of her lungs, pleading not to be touched, tears shining in her eyes and fear and rage intertwined in her voice. The woman could not understand what she was being accused of, but Ruru said it was already too late to try to become a real mother to her because she once left little Ruru alone in the forest. The girl wiped tears from her face and confidently stated that she did not agree to accept these people. She believed it would be better to send them back to the kingdom to avoid spoiling relations because of them. Then Ron stood in front of the girl to protect her, and confidently said that he would not allow that because he really did not like it. Another boy sided with Ruru, but Soyan still did not agree. She believed that these people were once abandoned and forced to flee, just like them. Grem immediately agreed to help because he sincerely believed that people should support each other in trouble. but suddenly he thought there might be a child among the residents. After some consideration, he decided to ask Tetro's opinion, but the girl did not approve of this idea. Perhaps this is the plan of the Kingdom of Firm, to capture this village by acting from within. Now it is necessary to find out if their intentions are really like that. The young man expressed the opinion that they could be allowed in, but first it is essential to check if they can be trusted. The boy sighed deeply and said he was heading to the Kingdom of Firm to sort out the situation. Before leaving, he asked to watch out for suspicious people while he was gone, and Ron promised that the matter could be safely entrusted to him. Tetra firmly placed her hand on the chief's shoulder and said she would go with him because she wanted to personally verify their intentions. The chief, in turn, ordered the others to stay in place and follow all his commands, promising food and water in return. He warned them not to try to do anything suspicious, and Earl sincerely thanked for the chance they got. The boy also asked to take care of Ruru, who was still upset. After making sure she was fine, he turned to Tetra and said it was time to set off on horseback. When the boys approached the horses, all the men asked to prepare one more. They were planning to set off on the road. However, Tetra was still hesitating whether to mount the horse. The leader confidently said that it was not difficult at all because he invented the stirrup. It is attached on both sides of the horse so that the rider can comfortably hold their legs while riding. Saddles have long been used in this world, but stirrups had not existed until now. Rhea confidently rides horseback even without special equipment, but unfortunately, there are very few people like her. The world the boy found himself in is very similar to the one he came from. Not everyone can become riders here, as shooting on the move is difficult without a stable support, but stirrups allow even the inexperienced to sit properly in the saddle and move on horseback. To avoid creating unnecessary problems, the boss told Ray about it and asked Tetra not to tell anyone either. The girl asked if he managed on his own, but the boy replied that he had turned to Yuria for help. After that, he told Tetra that it was okay to go inside. The boy quickly grabbed the girl by the hand and put her on the horse as if she were a heavy burden. She almost fell and quietly asked him to be more careful. Then the boy immediately apologized for his rudeness. During the journey, the girl asked Roland Firm if he had always been so determined. The boy answered affirmatively. Then she quietly confessed that she was hurt when everyone around admired only him. The young man was shocked because he noticed that Errol and others treated him with hatred, but the girl said that long ago he seemed to her a good person, was close to her father, and she never felt anger towards him. Almaz was confused and did not know what to say, so he just nodded in response. Then he suggested stopping here and setting up camp, since the sun was about to set soon. After a night spent on the road, the boys set off further and soon arrived at a small village. They realized that they had indeed arrived in the village of Early. Seeing the inhabitants, the boy confidently approached them to ask if they knew anything about this unusual event. The warriors exchanged glances upon hearing the question of why it was so deserted here. Finally, one of them gathered courage and began to explain. He said that in the middle of the night, all the villagers fled, leaving their homes. Now it was necessary to gather a rescue team, and this annoyed him greatly. Almaz decided to find out what had happened. One of the warriors explained that the taxes were now so high that they were impossible to pay. Suddenly another man struck the ground hard with his foot, and everyone immediately looked at him. He asked why these people were here and what they needed, holding his sword even more confidently. One of the men explained that they were simple merchants. Their path lay to the north, so they were just passing through these places. Seeing the soldiers, they decided to find out what had happened. The young man offered the warriors dried fruits. One of them looked admiringly at the horse and thought how nice it would be to have such a fine steed himself. The warrior asked if the girl on the horse was the boy's wife. The boy smiled and said that they had recently married, and the girl, a little embarrassed, nodded in response and blushed. Alma inquired of the soldiers if they needed anything, and the commander replied that they needed nothing. They barely managed to gather money, even for their own food. The boy, feeling pity for the soldiers, shared his dried fruits with them, not sparing his tasty supplies. After that, he asked how they planned to return to the residence and where it might have gone. The warriors thought that probably the people had fled to the forest, the very beautiful place where the griffin lives. They became curious whether the villagers really believed in this creature. Then the leader asked if it would not be too difficult to find them in such wilderness. The warrior said that in their lands there were also sorcerers and seers, so the locals would be found quickly. Dogs would help them. He pointed to the girl who was sitting aside and gently stroking a dog. The guard said that possessing such magic is a great fortune and expressed hope that it would help in peaceful life as well, not only in war. The elder pondered whether problems might arise from using dogs. The warriors admitted that the very presence of Griffin terrified them, but the king did not care. He believed there was no point in worrying about Griffin. Their main task was to return the fugitives, and how to do it was their problem. They would have to set out on the search the very next day, although none of them wanted to. The boy apologized for being too harsh, but explained that if they couldn't sell anything here, they would have to move on. He sincerely thanked the warriors for the valuable news, treated them to Danje, and then set off on the road. Tetra was worried. It seemed like a bad sign. Soon their path would lead to their native village, and danger was already looming on the horizon. Finally, when they found out the whole truth, they hurried back to the village. As soon as everyone gathered, Ron approached them and began asking how everything went. Then the elder announced that Earl and the villagers were innocent. He helped Tetri get off the horse and asked again if everything was all right, if nothing unexpected had happened, then addressed everyone, asking them to gather together because he wanted to share what he had learned during their journey. Everyone gathered together to talk about what had happened. Everyone understood. Tomorrow the farmers' soldiers would come here. A proposal was made to hand over these people, but everyone knew the soldiers wanted to punish them publicly to intimidate others and discourage escape attempts. The village elder warned, if they are betrayed, King Firm himself will drive everyone out of the village. Hearing this, the boy asked for the opportunity to speak. He explained that these people cannot simply be left to fend for themselves, because if the king decides to attack their village, they will need those who can protect them and repel the enemy. Once no path led here at all, the dense forest securely hid the village, and finding it was practically impossible. But after Earl settled here with the settlers, everything changed. Now, if you meet any of the villagers, they will show the way without hesitation. When they found out that there were only 70 people against them, they decided that they could easily overcome such a number of opponents. But if the Count's men joined them, there would be 100 together, and that was a real force that could cause fear. The leader asked his comrades for their opinion, and Ron, hesitating a little, still agreed and supported this idea. Everyone also agreed, because if the situation had come this far, it was better to stay together. Betraying friends would be too cruel. However, the guys were still worried. How would Ruru react to this? The girl said uncertainly that if she left her parents, she would become like them. The chief asked once more if anyone else was against it, but in response, everyone was silent. Then he ordered everyone to set off for the Count. They approached the refugees and informed them that for now they are ready to accept everyone. The Count sincerely thanked them for this decision, and the elder noted that this is only a temporary measure. He warned them now everything depends on how they behave. Earl bowed his head in response and promised to remember these words. However, the leader was still not sure whether they should tell them that the military would appear any moment. Just as he was about to say something, Ruru and Ron suddenly ran in with fresh news. King Firm's soldiers were already heading their way. The boys said that the soldiers are still in the forest, very close. It became clear, the enemies are moving straight towards them. Ruru said she can sense their approach thanks to her detection magic. The Count, hearing this, asked what exactly she meant. The leader warned that King Firm is already tracking them and will soon catch up to them. Most likely, he wants to destroy everyone to scare and show others what will happen to those who go against him. People had already started to panic, but as soon as Earl said just one word, everyone immediately calmed down. He bowed his head low, sincerely apologizing for all the inconveniences they had caused. In response, everyone just sighed. It had gone too far, and nothing could be changed anymore. Even if they handed everyone over to the king, he still would not forgive the boys or leave them alone. Earl stepped forward and asked if the refugees could join their fight. The leader smiled in response and said, that is exactly what he wanted. Earl knelt down and thanked the man with all his heart for the rescue. He said he would always remember this kindness. Moreover, Earl admitted that he was well-versed in trade and skilled in negotiations, so he hopes this will prove useful. Almaz was momentarily confused, but immediately asked for help. He called Earl to go with him and asked Tetri to tell the other villagers everything that had happened. When the elder of the refugee settlement asked the boy where he had brought him, he said it was his home. But a moment later, the young man inquired how to behave best in negotiations. Earl emphasized that the most important thing now is to make the enemies sit at the negotiating table. He explained that it is necessary to prove to them that it is better to make an agreement than to continue fighting. So Earl suggested arming all the defenders and together meeting the king at the entrance to the village. The boy asked if that meant they had decided to remain pacifists, but suspected it might be some kind of trick. Moreover, he thought it would be more advantageous for them to defend simply in the village, to which Earl replied that their commander was an extraordinary strategist who had never lost. The main thing was to create the illusion that they were fully ready for battle. In reality, moving a huge army through the forest is almost impossible and takes a lot of time. Therefore, there were actually fewer enemies than it seemed. Besides, ordinary soldiers cannot move so swiftly, so these are the chosen ones, the best warriors of his team. He does not want even one of them to die here. I asked him what to do next. It was necessary to plan everything so that both sides would be satisfied. It was important to consider the advantages and disadvantages for each. Their main goal was to survive, but the king, according to the elder, might even consider destroying them. However, Earl denied this. I could not even imagine that the guy was really going to betray everyone. But the count immediately denied everything. He explained that if this were done, no one could be saved anymore. By giving up these people, the king would easily get rid of those he considers unnecessary and later simply repeat this with others. His goal is simply to warn others. In fact, he wants these people to disappear only on paper. This does not mean that anything needs to be done in reality. It is enough for them to have official documents that supposedly confirm their actions. The king will not be able to take all the bodies and carry them back. He needs something that will not spoil over time. For example, he can take the clothes off the dead and bring them as proof. The boy realized that they would probably have to completely undress and sew new clothes for themselves, but the count immediately dispelled these fears and reassured him. There was no need for that. The ring would solve everything. This ring turned out to be simple and inexpensive, made of bronze. The boy shared that he is not familiar with Rosita's traditions, but in their homeland, every child is given a large ring. When this ring finally fits the finger over time, it means the child is recognized as an adult. He claimed that there was no point in selling this item, although now it was worth more than any precious stone, but only by closely examining the pattern on the ring could one notice the clan's family crest. The young man felt that all the villagers and towns nearby had the same mark as he did. This calmed him a bit, and he decided not to worry anymore, but King Firm and the Count explained to him that this was not enough, and the story did not end there. The warrior sat in the middle of the forest and shared his thoughts about recent events. He was annoyed that the fugitives had scattered, because it would have been easier to deal with them if they had dared to open rebellion. Then there would be no need to waste time searching, and order could be quickly restored. One of the warriors asked if the king was really ready to act like that with the people who once lived on his lands. The king answered without any doubt, that is exactly what he would do. If you simply forgive everything, people might repeat their mistakes again. Sometimes it is necessary to show severity so that next time everyone thinks carefully and is more cautious. But he calmed his warriors. He said that he had already prepared everything for the attack on the lands of Rosita, and only when they win will they be able to feast to their heart's content on the spoils and food. The man abruptly stood up and loudly declared that he finally understood the true power of the king, although in reality these were only words. Why does he behave like that? After all, he still remembers how the warrior sincerely rejoiced when they gained independence. Probably everything happened because of hatred towards the Ash family, because they always obeyed Rosita. It was not about Logos being weak in battle. On the contrary, the current commander showed himself to be very strong. But the king remembered that he allowed the daughter from the Ash family to escape. One of the men calmed the king and said that the girl was probably no longer alive, because a 10-year-old child would hardly be able to survive alone in the forest. Most likely the wolves ate her, but suddenly a messenger ran up to King Firma with news. Very close, south of their detachment, the fugitives were found. It turned out that a whole village was located nearby, and that was why the dog caught its scent. The king could not believe his eyes when he saw a whole village in the forest. Impressed, he said that this was the very place about which rumors had long circulated, a village supposedly guarded by a griffin. Earlier he thought it was just a made-up legend. The warriors were confused and did not know how to defeat the god himself, but the king calmed them. He said that griffins never interfere in human affairs, especially if it happens far in the forest thicket. To all their questions, he answered that once in his youth he himself got lost in those same thickets. After that, he finally met the griffin. He said that his domain was hidden deep in the forest, and here he could do whatever he wished, as long as he did not leave the boundaries of his lands. The warriors were filled with determination after the king's words. If he is confident that everything is fine, then it will be so. They immediately decided without hesitation to set out for the village. The warriors confidently marched towards the village. The king noticed that this settlement was quite large. There were many houses here, and the fields around stretched quite wide. It seemed that about 100 people lived here. However, the village was protected only by shallow ditches and simple wooden fences. Such barriers could at most hold back wild animals, but could not stop an enemy army. But suddenly they saw a large crowd of people with weapons in their hands, heading towards them. These people were confidently walking straight at the warriors. The king gave a signal to his warriors to stop and ordered them to stand still, carefully watching the events. It was then that a young man boldly stepped out of the crowd. He confidently approached the warriors and loudly asked what was the reason for King Firm's visit. The boy confessed that he is the head of this village and introduced himself as Almas. Firm explained that he came here to punish his subjects who fled from his country and demands that they be handed over to him. But the village elder said he could not allow this to be done openly in front of everyone and refused to comply with his request. The king suggested talking about everything in more detail, but before that asked the boy to come closer. The boy without hesitation took a step forward and confidently approached him. The warriors were stunned when they noticed how this boy approached them alone. He walked confidently, not looking around, and purposefully approached the king, hoping everyone would remain calm. The boys froze in place with fear. They did not know whether to risk approaching closer, but Ron remained calm and assured them that everything would be fine. He emphasized that the main thing is to believe. Graham added that he could be trusted because in case of danger, he knows how to act. Tetra folded her hands and began to pray quietly, sincerely asking that everything be well with their leader. When the guy came closer, he passed King greetings from May and asked if he could come closer again, but King strictly refused. He said that he was now ready to listen to why he could not agree to his demand. At that moment, the village elder rejoiced, because the king at least agreed to give him his word. He shared that very few people live in his village, so if this company is not wanted here, he will gladly welcome them at his place. But the king would not have allowed him to escape unpunished. The leader understood this, so he was not at all surprised by such a decision. He took out the ring and suggested pretending that the guilty had already been punished, and to confirm this, he proposed taking everyone's rings away. He looked carefully at his people, paused for a moment, and then said, "Bring all the rings that are still in the village." He promised them to preserve both their lives and clothes, so the agreement seemed fair. The man noticed that everything was unfolding exactly as the count had said. If they got everything, it still would not save them from hunger. Therefore, he suggested leaving only half, after which he gave a hand signal. The boy explained that if they refuse, everything around will simply burn to ashes. The king noted that even in that case, they would not be able to overcome hunger. The young man agreed and asked to recognize his decision as correct. The man pondered, then quietly replied that he was not yet sure if they were really ready to take such a step and burn the village, but he agreed to take 70% of everything they had, after which he would leave. Everyone around was silent, waiting to see what the leaders would decide. I had to believe. Although it was a large share, maybe it was the best option right now. He lowered his head and said that they were ready to give up 70% of their property, along with the ring. Then Firm said that their conversation was over. Almas sighed with relief, glad to have avoided a fight. Petra asked sadly what they should do next. The boy replied that he must meet with the king of the Rosti and tell him everything that had happened. The boys doubted whether the king could provide them with help, but the leader convinced them that even a small support would be useful, as they did not want any extra difficulties. Already ready to set off, he suddenly met Earl, who approached and asked permission to join him. But the man still refused to help the boy and asked him to stay. Yet again, someone appeared who would not let the boy leave. It was Tetra who was supposed to accompany the chief. She shared that she had thought about it for a long time, but hardly gave in to stubbornness, saying that now they could set off together, while Ron stayed to look after the village. The girl was worried because it was still dark outside, but the boy confidently told her that dawn would come very soon. After that, they set off on the road. On the way, Tetra confessed that she always ran away because she did not want to hurt herself or others. She still fears King Firm. But among the people there are those who were hurt by this very king. Now she remains the only representative of the Ash family, so she must bear this burden and fulfill her duty. The young man paused for a moment, then said that her life belongs only to her. The count or anyone else has no right to decide for her, and no wealthy family has the right to make her feel guilt or obligation. He said that if she did not want this, there was no need to force herself. However, the girl replied that she also considered it her share of life to be part of an influential family. She did not want to hide from King Firm all her life. To live as she wished, it was time to finally solve this problem and deal with the king, and the young man just shrugged helplessly, not knowing what to say. Finally, the boys waited for the dawn. But when the issue with King Firm was finally resolved, the girl gathered her thoughts and confessed her feelings to the boy. She proposed to him. The embarrassed girl closed her eyes, began to fidget awkwardly, and loudly insisted that he marry her immediately. When she calmed down a little, he admitted that he had not expected things to turn out this way. Although he had said before that he wanted to be with her, now his feelings seemed completely different. The boy suggested dismounting from the horse, taking a deep breath, and calmly discussing everything. The girl dared once more and again asked him to become her husband. but the boy only looked at her in surprise because he regarded her more like a sister. The problem was not only with her, he had always thought the same about other children as well, and about all the villagers. It never occurred to him that there could be love between them, and if you start thinking about it then. He warns the girl, if they marry, she will have to stay with him forever, and there will be no way back. He nervously explained that marriage also means having children, but Tetra answered without hesitation that she was completely fine with that. The girl addresses the boy and asks him to answer her only with yes or no. She asked the boy if he had feelings for her. He sincerely replied that yes, he loved her. She kept asking him questions tirelessly and later asked again if he wanted to marry her, but the boy refused once more. The girl became upset, but the boy said that he could not agree so easily, as he had to act like a man. Therefore, he had to say everything in person. Almaz knelt down and proposed to his beloved to become his wife. The girl gladly agreed to this idea and energetically knocked the boy to the ground. The boy suggested not wasting time and heading to the kingdom because the threat of hunger was still real, but inside he felt uneasy, as if this could turn into trouble. They had already arrived at the palace and stood before the king himself. Almaz explained that almost all their supplies and belongings were lost. Then the king promised to provide them with food for at least a year. Instead of a reward, he asked to help the refugees. The young man sincerely thanked the king for his understanding. He recalled that there had already been similar cases near the borders. Still, it was good that the village remained unharmed, because it still had to pay taxes. Ross shifted his gaze to the girl next to Almaz and asked who she was. Tetra smiled and replied that their story began a long time ago. But despite everything, the king insisted that he did not remember her at all. Then the woman reminded him, 10 years ago King Rosette visited Esh's estate, and that day she was also there with her father. The man sternly ordered everyone to keep silent, after which he nodded to signal the guards to leave the room. He warned the girl, if she lied or remained silent in response to the question, she would lose her life. After that, he asked what her father's name was. The girl said that her father's name was Lagos Esh, and he headed the Esh family, and her mother was a Carishian named Helen Esh. The man listened carefully and asked what her name was. She apologized for not having met before. She placed her hand on her heart and named herself Tetra Ash. The king was surprised and thought that perhaps God had not abandoned him. But the man still insisted on verifying whether she was truly who she claimed to be. The girl quietly said that she had a family crest on her thigh. The king apologized for his indiscretion, but asked her to show the mark. Without hesitation, Tetra lifted the fabric and showed the place where the tattoo was. Later, she asked if that would be enough for the king, and he, apologizing slightly, allowed her to dress. However, instead of the expected, he asked something else. He inquired whether the girl had a ring. She carefully took it out and showed it. Almaz was surprised because he had never seen that ring before. The girl sincerely admitted that she had hidden it. It was gold, and she felt embarrassed to have something valuable when everyone around needed money. So she buried the ring in the ground. Suddenly, the girl confessed. If things became really difficult, she would still decide to sell the ring. The young man reassured her, saying he bore no grudge. Then the king approached them and asked them not to argue but to show him the ring. The girl shared that she had a family seal, which had been given to them once. Almaz did not quite understand what was meant, but assumed it was some kind of seal for documents. While he was pondering, Tetra had already handed the seal to the king. The man said he would call a heraldry expert who could verify whether all this was genuine. If everything was confirmed, the girl would get all her belongings back. The young man asked the girl if she was all right, to which she simply nodded. At that moment, the heraldry expert had already approached them. The girl led Tetra to a separate room and assured her that they would meet again. The hall became quiet. The king asked where the boy met her. Alma explained that she met her very far from here, but has long lived in this village. The king asked when exactly the boy found out who she really is. The boy replied that it happened only a few years ago and admitted that he wanted to tell everyone immediately, but she asked him to keep this secret. He bowed his head low and sincerely asked for forgiveness. The king just leaned back in his chair, looked at him with an unusual expression, and said that he held no grudge because the boy saved the only living descendant of the Ash family. Then he asked what kind of relationship they had. Almaz frankly admitted, once he promised to marry this girl. The king inquired if Almaz was sure he could keep his word and marry her, to which the boy confidently replied that yes, he was sure of his decision. He asked the king if he did not plan to make him an aristocrat. The man noted that nobility has many different ranks, but the young man's direct question did not embarrass him. The king only sighed heavily and pondered how he would explain everything to Yuri. But when Almaz asked the question again, the boy remained silent in response. He only noted that some time must pass before it can be known for sure whether she is real or not. Therefore, he decided to ask now about how to solve the problem he had received earlier. The boy said that he already knew the answer, although some things were still not entirely clear to him. The king became interested in his words and asked him not to rush, so the boy would wait a little longer with his story. He called Raymond. He was sincerely glad when he saw Almos again. After brief greetings, everyone took their seats at the negotiation table. The young man immediately began to talk about the issue of centralization. In response, he decided to appeal to the power of humanity. When the king asked about the reasons for this choice, he began to explain everything in detail. The boy explained that centralization means when all power is concentrated in one place and the main decisions are made there. But now everything is different. Power is divided into several smaller parts, and each independently manages its own affairs. To achieve his goal, these lands need to be united. But if one tries to take away from influential families the right to raise armies and collect taxes, they simply will not agree to this. Therefore, first it is necessary to gradually weaken the power of influential families, and Raymond explained in detail how exactly this can be done. The young man explained that if the people gain more power, the strength of the great families will decrease. But for some reason, these words greatly alarmed the king and his brother. They decided that under such conditions the king's power would probably decrease, but they immediately clarified, usually everything would happen exactly like that. However, if the king sincerely wants to protect his people, then even the weakest creature, for example, a cow, could become a true protector for its people. The kingdom will always stand on the side of its people, protecting the people and their property, even when the most influential families threaten them. Usually in such situations, a conflict arises between the rulers and their subjects. But if protection is declared a duty, everything will be different. Then the struggle will begin between the most influential families, the royal family, and ordinary people. If influential families begin to demand even more power after this change, it can already be called true oppression of the people. Raymond was already satisfied, but the king could not resist and asked, "Will this bring results if the people themselves do not even ask for it?" The boy nodded and said, "Yes, that is true." He noted that conflict between classes is quite likely, and in his opinion, the city alliance of Kuriishi is to blame for this. It is a union of cities not governed by any king. However, each country's republican system has its own characteristics, but if these differences are ignored, for the Adels who grew up under monarchy, such a system seems more attractive. Raymond supported the boy's opinion. A vivid example was the disaster during the uprising in Firm. Then the king's brother wanted to find out why the uprising began, and it turned out that ordinary people played the main role in it. It was they who helped create centralized power. The king said that this decision does not seem entirely bad to him, but he does not know how to deal with influential families if their political power is limited. Migdal proposed this idea. If these families cannot organize a rebellion, they can be invited to the center, given noble titles and appropriate clothing, and they will work in the administration. The main thing now is to decide how to invite them. There are many options for this. A platform should be created for them that will resemble a court and give them some political freedom. However, even this court will not detach them from the main processes because it will still remain at the very center of events. The most important thing is to concentrate all power in one hand at the center. But when this happens, all affairs immediately begin to move more slowly. If more freedom is given to the regions and they are allowed to decide their own issues, it will help move forward much faster. After this, we will need to decide on the issue of centralization, but we will deal with it when the time comes. Raymond was so surprised by what he heard that he even offered Almas to become his son. The man again shouted his proposal to become his adopted son, which simply stunned both the king and the boy. Suddenly the king's brother stood up and solemnly declared that from now on he would take Almas as his son. The king immediately ordered the boy to leave, and he ran out of the room at full speed. The king called out to the boy, urging him not to worry and to forget everything. However, the boy decided to stay and wait for Tetra. Meanwhile, the king began reproaching his brother. But he stubbornly repeated that this very boy would become the new king. Maybe this is not the best choice, but it remains the second most powerful option. The king could not understand how this happened, because even if a young genius stood before him, he was still just an ordinary boy from the people, only 16 years old. Raymond agreed that his brother was telling the truth, but wondered who would become king next. The first in line for the throne was Raymond himself, but since he had no children, the husband of Uria would ascend the throne after him. Then the boy couldn't stand it and finally asked if it really would be Rignar, Debel. Raymond was furious. If the king really intended to make him his successor, it would be better to choose someone from the passers-by on the street. However, after the decline of the Ash family, the most influential family in the kingdom became the Diable family. Even if it is true, servants and relatives say that he is indifferent and cruel, caring only about alcohol, women, and money. The king's brother said he was not going to serve this man, but his interlocutor asked, does he understand that if another is chosen for the throne, the country might simply fall apart? The man believed that the most important thing was to achieve victory, and after that to destroy this family forever. But how could he entrust his own daughter to such a person? After all, he has already lost both of his wives. The king openly said that rigor was unpleasant to him. Debel also did not want to give his daughter to such a man. But if this marriage turns out successful, it will help unite two influential families. Then centralization could finally become a reality. But here Raymond interrupted the king and asked if he really thinks that this person would want to cooperate. The king paused for a moment, then agreed that this role did not suit him, but he did not understand why such a question should be raised at all. Then his brother explained that this boy was exactly the one they really needed. First of all, he has an unusual spiritual power because he is the son of Griffin himself. This is quite enough for everyone to stop complaining. Moreover, he is a person with a pleasant disposition and has no noble origin. Therefore, all political advantages remain in your hands. Thirdly, he really knows a lot, is noted for a creative approach, and is generally very erudite. Although he is still very young, with support he can grow into a great king. After that, Raymond asked if the brother had any doubts. The king expressed only one concern, what to do about the union with the Bibli family. He said that joining them would not work, so it is necessary to stick to the first plan and continue the journey together with the Ash family. Unfortunately, Tetra and Almaz sincerely love each other, so all they have left is to get married. Although the Ash family lost its political power, everyone who joined this family automatically became the king's adopted son. Such a person received a chance to become the heir to the throne and be recognized as the son of Griffin. That is why it seemed the best choice for everyone, and everyone sincerely rejoiced in it. After this, Almaz takes Yuri as his wife. So the reunion of the Ashenrossets families was finally to take place, and after some thought, the king decided to make this young man his heir. However, he warned that he had not yet decided who would become the heir to the throne. He intended to choose among them, so there was no need to tell anything now. Raymond thanked the king and suggested giving the young man a chance to speak. By the servant's order, the boy was immediately returned to the hall. The boy apologized, and the king's brother invited him to join them and sit nearby. They exchanged glances and froze for a moment in silent silence. After a short pause, Raymond suggested continuing the conversation. The man again offered the boy to become his successor. The boy asked what exactly this meant, whether he was mistaken in his assumptions. When he was confirmed that he understood everything correctly, they asked what his own opinion was regarding this proposal. He pondered, then inquired why he was being offered this at all. The man replied that upon hearing his words, he realized before him stood a truly worthy person, and he added that the main reason was that he was the son of Griffin. In fact, this is a very important event, although the young man does not yet realize it. After all, he was the one who sheltered Tetra Ash. Therefore, the boy decides to propose to her and gradually help her return power to her family, although he does not promise to do it immediately. Raymond added that people are always fascinated by tales and legends. It is indeed so. A young princess who lost her lands due to a rebellion was saved by the son of Griffin, and later they married. The man asked the boy the same question once more, but the young man politely asked for some time to think it over. Suddenly, Tetra approached Almaz and the king. The king confirmed that this girl was indeed the daughter of the head of the Ash family, so all her belongings would be returned to her. Then Almaz noted that if everything was decided, it was time to set off on the return journey. The boy told Tetrak that they were going back to share with others what had happened, so everyone set off together. When the rebates finally returned, they were greeted by a cheerful group of friends. Everyone noticed that the boys had been gone for a long time, and Ruru immediately ran up to them and asked if they had brought any treats. He almost said that for food for a year, they would have to take care of refugees, and now also work and help others. Besides that, the boy had another serious question he wanted to discuss, so he asked Ron to gather everyone, as was customary with them before. In a short time, everyone was already gathered in the hut. The boys finally learned that Tetra actually belonged to the Ash family and was a princess. She sincerely apologized for hiding her true nature for so long, but the friends did not turn away from her. Each of them has their own secrets and past, but that does not change anything. They still remain true friends. But the leader told something else important. He said that the brother of King Rosette had offered him to become the adopted son of their family. At first, the boys could not believe their ears. Their leader was now to be a member of the royal family. Later, this revelation pleased them so much that they felt true inspiration. Ruru was initially happy because she thought that by becoming royal servants, she would be able to better study the magic of Vidu. However, she suddenly realized, if Almas really has royal origin, then Tetra is undoubtedly a princess. Suddenly, everyone around began to rejoice and shout loudly, but the boy did not want to feel this at all. Every time the friends left the shelter, he stayed alone and felt lonely. Once he asked them if they would hold him back if he wanted to leave, but the boys did not even understand that he actually did not need that. The young man sincerely said that now he was happy and nothing worried him. However, if he joined the royal family, he would have to go far from his village, and then they would not be able to see each other so often. But the boys just laughed in response. Maybe from now on meetings would become rarer, but that does not mean that friends will never see each other again. Everyone agreed that it was better for the boy not to stay here forever, and wholeheartedly wished him good luck. The young man sighed with relief and sincerely thanked them. He explained that they would stay here tonight, and in the morning they would set off further. He entrusted the village to their care. If difficulties arise, they can turn to Earl, but all important decisions should be made together with others. Ron nodded affirmatively in agreement. The boys had a great time together, talked a little more, and then left Almos's house. On the way, they enthusiastically shared impressions about their leader, dreaming that maybe someday they too would have the chance to meet the king himself. The boys exchanged glances and realized that knowing the rules of conduct would really come in handy. Ruru looked at her friends sadly because she did not want them to go without her, but Ron gently stopped her. He promised that if they decided to move forward, the most important thing was not to be left behind. Then they could proudly call themselves the servants and guards of the village. The very next day, Tetra and Alma came to the king, and the boy accepted their offer. Raymond was incredibly delighted to hear this news and jokingly suggested that they call him Dad. However, for the boy, it was too strange. Therefore, the king's brother asked to be addressed simply as Father. The king apologized for interrupting their conversation and explained that he needed to say something important. Tetra decided to go with Burrows Esh Permadono because he was an important figure in the Esh family. It was her chance to learn how wealthy people live and to become part of an influential family. She accepted his offer, but there was no time for farewells. The king's brother was in a hurry and immediately took the boy to his affairs. He spread out a whole pile of scrolls before him and announced that, first of all, the rules of etiquette should be studied. However, it soon became clear that even in many influential families not everyone could write, so almost no one cared about it, and there were no strict requirements. The most important thing was to choose words correctly, and the boy managed this easily. In a month, the palace planned to hold a solemn ceremony in their honor, so everyone remembered this date. Time passed, and finally the long-awaited day arrived. At the ceremony, Tetra and Almas were officially presented, and they also celebrated the happy return of Tetra and Esh. It was a great event, celebrated by the whole country. Raymond advised him to appear before the boy and remember that he was the true son of Griffin. On that sunny and noisy day, the boy decided to step away a little and rest, sitting down on the roadside. Yuria came closer and said that they had not met for a long time. The boy noted that it really was a long time ago, because for the first time during their stay here they spoke genuinely. The princess agreed and admitted that she was very surprised when she heard about the appearance of a new cousin. And an even bigger surprise for her was that Tetra turned out to be from the Ash family. Raymond's new son sighed quietly and admitted that his past was not short, but still asked how others now treated him since he became part of the Rosetta family. Yuri encouraged him by replying that everything was fine, everyone was happy to see him here, and sincerely accepted him as a family member. However, in the Daibol family there were those who thought differently. They did not like that Almas joined the Rosti family, as he came from common people. Moreover, they doubted whether Tetra really existed and considered this story fictional. The princess felt genuine unease about the whole situation. She did not like what was happening at all, especially now, as the Rosette family was becoming stronger, after the griffin appeared and Tetra Ash returned. At that moment, the leader remembered one important detail. The princess's future husband must be Diabol. The girl looked at her cousin with contempt and calmly asked what he needed. The boy hesitantly asked what she thought about it all. Then the girl directly replied that she couldn't stand him, and then quietly admitted that she wished she were in his place. The boy did not hear her last words and decided to ask again what exactly she said. However, the girl only shyly looked away. Suddenly Tetra approached them. Almas met with the current head of the Ash family, Burrows Ashperm. The young man smiled warmly, shook Almas's hand, and sincerely thanked him for his care. The giant with tears in his eyes thanked the young man for saving the princess. He confessed that he had regretted all his life that he could not protect Logos from Firm. The giant promised that all the vassals would swear allegiance. The young man handed over the handkerchief and pondered. It turns out the Debel family does not value him, while the Ash family treats him with respect. When the man returned the handkerchief, the youth replied that from now on he is considered part of the Rossit's family, so there is no longer a master-servant relationship between them. The man wiped the back of his head and asked if Amos was thinking of marrying Tetra. However, the guys immediately made him understand that such a question was better not discussed here and quickly stopped him. The princess asked once again if they would really get married, and the boy confidently replied that yes, but he asked her not to tell anyone about it for now. Yuri promised to keep this secret and wholeheartedly greeted her friends. Suddenly a crowd gathered around the boy. Everyone began asking him about Shogi. When he finally broke free from the commotion, it turned out that the princesses had already disappeared. After some time, the boys returned to their native village. They noted that now they had more peace, so they could visit home more often. One slightly drunk man was riding with the guys and complained that the boy was supposed to be transferred to their class, but he skipped all the time and ended up becoming a member of the royal family. He was so loudly outraged that the boys quietly whispered among themselves whether it was worth taking him along at all and what was happening in the village now. The man immediately dispelled Tetra's hopes, saying that it was impossible since the number of people had actually increased. But as soon as they got closer, they heard loud screams and hurried to where the sounds were coming from. The boys ran up and witnessed how Ruru was being held by strangers. She tried to break free from their hands and shouted that these people were not her parents. When Tetra and Almaz approached, Ruru looked at them with a pleading gaze, as if begging them to save her. Two of them quietly stepped back with their heads down. After that, Ron approached Almaz, and the boy immediately began to insistently ask what had happened. Ron explained. When the leader left, these two tried to persuade Ruru to talk to them. They discussed something among themselves, decided to assign some punishment, but despite everything, they still continued to do what they had planned. The woman begged Almaz to change his decision, but this only made him angrier. He found it incredible that they did not understand how their actions only upset the girl more. In his eyes, such behavior had no justification. They really left Ruru in the forest, and that could no longer be fixed. Only she herself could decide whether to forgive them. It was not their right. That was why he insisted that they immediately stop behaving like that. Suddenly, someone quickly ran into the room. It was the Count who forcibly grabbed Ruru's father by the collar and sharply demanded explanations. Without hesitation for a second, he tried with all his might to protect him, then bent them both low to the floor, sincerely apologizing and promising to determine the punishment himself. Almaz sighed heavily and warned, if something like this happened again, they would simply be expelled. Still, the rest only silently nodded, showing that they understood. Later they sat outside and discussed the recent event. The man wondered how Almaz would have handled this situation on his own, since this time Earl had helped him. Now, with more people, new rules and punishments had to be introduced. However, if Almaz himself took care of this, unrest might arise among the refugees. But if someone else took on these matters, it would be possible to handle the problems almost without losses. The boy sincerely thanked them for taking care of the village while he was away, but in reality, most of the work was done by Earl. Putting that topic aside, the boy asked Bartolo's opinion. He advised, a ditch should be dug around the palisade. If the soldiers of Firm decided to sneak into the village through forest paths, they would have to overcome additional obstacles, and in that case, they would no longer be able to avoid losses. He assured that it would be possible to repel the attack only if the number of attackers was no more than the defenders in the village. Then he barely restrained a sigh, because out of all 100 residents, only 40 men could take up arms. The boy pondered, if this village disappears, the path for the soldiers will open all the way to the very capital Rosita. To this, the man said that Rosita is a large city that definitely will not remain defenseless. In case of threat, all the warriors will be quickly gathered there. The boy listened carefully and asked how influential Bartolo's is. The man said that this year he would command the army that would march against the farm. The couple was surprised, and Tetra admitted that she had thought he was just an alcohol transporter. To this, the man joked with a smile, saying that he doesn't so much transport alcohol as drink it himself. He himself admitted, although he said he was now the leader of the squad, he actually had no right to make decisions about crossing the border. In general, everyone knew he was an experienced commander, and to prove it, he even almost suggested settling everything with a sword duel. Sooner or later, they will have to face the king anyway, so this fight will be good preparation for them. The boy thought that if Bartolo was really strong, it would be a great chance to test his strength. Miss immediately warned that she would not hold back. But as soon as he struck, both swords shattered into pieces, and Bartolo was thrown far back. Yuan Zia became nervous, but he had already understood that wooden weapons could not withstand his power. The boy showed that his legs were as strong as the opponent's, and at that moment the man remembered. Yuri had once mentioned his blessing. He had almost believed that he could only win with this gift. Suddenly, several boys ran up to them and asked if they had seen soldiers ahead. After this, they politely bowed and asked for permission to join the army, as they sincerely wished to fight alongside their leader. The man said that training would begin soon, during which everyone could show what they were capable of, and only then would they receive approval from the leader himself. Soon Yuri asked Almaz how he felt about their army. The warriors here were not mercenaries but real conscripts, which kept their fighting spirit high. Almaz agreed that it was indeed impressive, but admitted that he was mainly here because of Ron and his friends, whom he had not yet met. Hearing the princess talk about dividing everyone into groups, the boy looked into the distance and confirmed that it was indeed so. Then he turned his gaze to the archers and began to look closely, searching among them for Graham. The men lined up and took turns shooting arrows from bows. The novices, it seems, were not very skilled at it. Especially notable among them was a boy named Grem. At first they did not like how the boy held the bow, but they still ordered him to shoot without wasting time. The boy drew the string and fired. The arrow flew straight to the target. The warriors exchanged surprised glances and decided he was just lucky, as often happens with beginners. And when he was asked to repeat the trick several times, he hit the target 4 times in a row and earned recognition. But for Boston, this was quite expected. He didn't expect anything else from this guy anyway. The princess showed the boy the place where elite warriors practiced their combat skills. Among them, he noticed Ron and Rose. They fiercely competed on the training field, as their opponent had always been only the person standing before them. The princess noticed that the boys moved unusually, differently from the others. The leader agreed with her words and pondered. In his previous life, the director of the shelter where he once lived taught him the art of kendo. Now he himself passes these skills to his comrades. Bartolo approached Almaz to greet him, and the leader noted that his warriors skillfully defended themselves in battle and possessed significant strength. Now, the man added, it was time to test these skills in a friendly duel. Ron Bodis greeted and named himself to the opponent. The man, noticing the newcomer, first shrugged disdainfully and said he was not interested, so he would not fight at full strength. But when Ron decisively attacked, the opponent realized he was wrong and decided to act seriously. Yet despite this, he still lost the fight. The princess rejoiced and shouted loudly when she learned of Ron's victory, and all the warriors froze in amazement. One of the men decided to defend him and indignantly addressed the newcomer, asking why he behaved that way during a regular warm-up. He could not calm down and declared that he was going to teach the offender a lesson right now. However, he was reminded to wait his turn, and at that moment his opponent, Rosewood, entered the ring. The fight began at their initiative. However, it lasted briefly. The man was almost immediately defeated. Everyone around could not believe what had happened and watched the events with surprise. At that moment, a new fighter ran onto the arena. Smiling, he said that the boy's movement seemed senseless, but despite this, he decided to challenge Ron. No matter how hard they tried, defeating this duo was simply impossible. It impressed not only Bartolo and his men, but even the Almas themselves. He pondered because his friends had to fight truly strong warriors. After the boy said that ordinary fighters did not pose a threat to them, he still did not understand how these opponents managed to win so easily. Meanwhile, Yuria, who sat beside him, barely smiled to herself. The girl apologized and, looking at his surprised expression, even smiled. Yuria assured him she would explain everything and suggested going with her. The girl explained that it was all about the king's blessing, which had become even stronger over the year. The boy asked in surprise if that was possible, and then the princess began to explain. Now his blessing grants more strength to the boys and girls who have sworn loyalty to him. He almost pondered this and realized that it was indeed so. It was precisely because of this that the boys were healthy and strong, and none of them had been sick lately. But he became curious why she had only now decided to tell him this. An awkward silence suddenly fell between them, and Yuria felt that she needed to say at least something. She timidly asked the boy if he had heard that she was engaged to Rhaegar and had to marry him so that he could become king. However, the young man just remained silent and looked at her, not understanding what she was talking about. The sad girl confessed that she still had to bear an heir. That was why she decided to tell him the whole truth right now, because there might not be another opportunity, she sincerely admitted. If she stayed with him a little longer, it would be difficult for her to hold back her decision, so before leaving. After the girl confessed her feelings, she carefully leaned in and gently kissed the boy. He still could not understand what was happening, and tears still glistened in her eyes. Yuria took a step back and honestly admitted that her heart belonged to Alma's. However, her love had no chance for a happy future, so she decided to forgive only for Tetra's sake, whom she wanted to care for. Before leaving, the girl reminded him of something significant. It was to him that she had given her first kiss. The king, together with his brother, immediately noticed everything that was happening. However, the man still asked Raymond not to say anything unnecessary. Raymond agreed and noted that even the king himself should understand. Alma's was the best candidate for his daughter. He said that Yuria should be sympathized with, as now she had no hope left at all. Any girl would despair if she were ordered to become the wife of a man who could easily get rid of his own wife. If the king truly loved his daughter and wanted happiness for her, he would allow her to marry Alma's. The king explained that if Alma's became king, he would definitely succeed in uniting the country. Yuria would also be happy beside him, as Alma's was many times better than the king himself in his youth. He had every chance to become a great ruler, but one had to look at the situation realistically. If he were proclaimed king, would many families really side with him? The Debel family would definitely immediately start a rebellion. Renger would also not stay aside. If a civil war began in the kingdom, it would be quickly captured. However, before taking a spoiled piece, it would be worth disinfecting it first. Raymond agreed with this approach, but still believed that it was too early to make final conclusions. At that moment, the only suspects remaining were Alma's and Ringer. The king simply agreed with his brother. A little later, Tetra approached Alma's and asked what he was busy with when she noticed that he was sitting alone and crafting something. The young man nodded and said he could tell her everything. He began explaining what black powder is. Then he added that this explosive powder first appeared in China. It was the very first chemical explosive substance in the world. In his past life, he had already encountered such situations, which is why he did not plan to use military technologies in this world. But due to the threat from the farmers, he had no other choice, so he began to think about how to create a weapon similar to Tetsuhao. Alma's shared that he made the coal himself, just picked the best pieces from it. As for the yellow crystal, it was sulfur, and potassium nitrate can be obtained directly from the soil. Just collect some soil, pour water over it, boil it together with coal, then strain and let the liquid dry. Tetra hesitantly asked for permission to see the weapon, but the young man gently refused, saying it was too early for her to become familiar with it. To still demonstrate how the weapon works, he asked Tetra to stay in place, and the girl tried to prepare herself, covering her ears with her hands, waiting for what would happen next. Suddenly, there was a quiet explosion. The boy explained that if you fill this object, it can harm a person, and if you just ignite it, everything around will explode. For a greater effect, you can add small stones and various tiny fragments inside. Only the arson remained to be dealt with, so the boy asked Tetra if she could draw a magic circle that summons fire. The girl smiled and said that if only a small spark was needed, it was very easy for her. Then the boy asked her to create several such magic circles. A month passed and the boy finally dared to visit Bartolo. He asked what he was doing. In response, he heard that Bartolo was currently thinking about how to overcome King Pharma. Then the young man asked if he had heard about the failures. Bartolo confidently said that he knew everything. He was almost ready to tell the truth. He explained that it was a special tactic. Warriors rush forward with spears and shields. With the left hand, each covers himself and the comrade to the left, so the right side remains open. It is from that side that the most experienced fighters are placed. Il asked if everything was fine, and the man replied yes, adding, luck and fighting spirit often decide the fate of the battle. Then the boy suggested using cavalry to attack the group of scientists. The man admitted the idea was good, but complained that they had too few riders for it to succeed. He emphasized that even if the stirrup became an important invention, it does not guarantee that anyone would immediately become a skilled rider. Then Alma proposed another plan. To force the enemy to pull their forces to the left, while suddenly attacking the less protected right side themselves. The man was surprised by such a proposal, but decided that for Griffin's son it was quite normal. His attention was drawn to the bottle in the boy's hands, and he asked what it was. Then the man remembered that he had come precisely because of this bottle and invited the boy to go with him. They entered the forest when suddenly the boy stopped by one of the trees. He carved a small hole in the bark and hid a bottle there. Then, using a fire spell, he quickly covered his ears with his hands and ran away. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded around, surprising everyone. He looked at him with surprise and asked how he managed to do such things. Alma handed him another cantabrello, and he enthusiastically noted that it was a real invention. Then he inquired whether the boy could make even more such things, and heard a confident yes in response. The man, hearing these words, smiled and said that victory in this war was already almost in their hands. But the younger interlocutor cautiously reminded him, If they do not win, they should prepare for real trials. Thus passed 2 years of intense training for Almash and his friends in daily preparation for the decisive battle. The servant approached the stern man and reported that another family had supported Ashu. A group of people even appeared who were trying to return this family to power. Since Tetru appeared, 2 years have passed, and during this time the number of uprisings has only increased. It is time to finally stop her. However, everything looked very suspicious. No one knew for sure whether it was true or not, but even if it was a fabrication, it caused enough trouble. And at that moment, one of the servants approached the king again, apologized, and handed him a scroll. A message came from a spy from the kingdom of Rosets. The king suddenly lost self-control. I guessed it was just a weakness attack. He was too exhausted. At such a moment, an attack seemed like the best idea, since the king would not be able to command the army. When the man noticed that there was little food left, the king explained that this was exactly why they were going on a campaign. The supplies would last only a short time, and then they would obtain food by looting along the way. Most people feared Griffin, but I did not worry about it at all. The main problem was that along with the flow of refugees, the enemy managed to find out which path their troops were taking through the forest. It was the path through the village of Almas. Perhaps it is this village that Griffin protects. But the king immediately disagreed and said it was a lie. He explained, if Grian had really done something, he would already be here to save them from hunger. The king decided to capture this village and make it his forward base. He entrusted the mages to monitor both the capital and the village itself. The voodoo practitioners gathered together in a dimly lit room. They chewed special leaves and began performing a mysterious ritual to observe the transmigration of souls. They flew high above the ground, scrutinizing everything around. It was clear that the fortifications had been strengthened with the thought of defense against people, although no guards were seen. But just as one of the mages decided to return, something truly amazing happened. At that very moment, their main enemy appeared and immediately attacked. They had to escape quickly, because even the slightest injury to this body could cause great harm to the real one, and the scariest thing was that there were several predators. It immediately became clear that before her were not just eagles, but true enemies with magical powers. The girl quickly guessed. In this small settlement, 3 strong sorcerers could not have appeared at once. They probably came directly from the kingdom. Now she had to report this important news as soon as possible, since there was very little left to the final goal. Suddenly, an arrow pierces her. All the mages find themselves defeated. Grem holds the bird in his hands and says that he shot himself, while the sorceress angrily reproaches him that because of him she now has to chew bitter leaves. Ruru confidently stood with an eagle on her arm and was the first to decisively rush into battle. Grem happily gave her a high five, admitting that no one better than her could be found. The girls anxiously asked if something dangerous threatened them now that there were no more sorcerers, but the boy quickly reassured them. Almas reported that he sent Earl with important news to the king of the Rosets and asked for reinforcements. To make sure Earl arrived as quickly as possible, he gave him the fastest horse. And just now, as Almas was telling this, Earl was returning back. Without wasting a minute, he rushed headlong with the news that misfortune had happened to the king. After barely catching his breath, he hurried with water and inquired when help could be expected. The count explained that help would arrive only in 3 days, since Furman's troops had just begun their offensive against the Russets. He also relayed Raymond's words. Their goal was to divide Rosset's forces and cause panic in the capital. Therefore, they earnestly asked to hold back Fermi's army for at least 3 days. But most importantly, he asked him not to try to repeat his father's path. The young man thought how wonderful it would be to have 500 soldiers from the capital garrison nearby now, but he understood that he could not leave the capital unguarded. At that moment, Ron ran up to him and reported that everything was fine with black powder. The boys firmly said they had enough food and weapons, so they were ready to enter the fight immediately. The young leader ordered Ron and Rose to gather everyone at once to defend their native village together. Meanwhile, the king learned that his sorcerers had not returned from reconnaissance. It remained unclear who had attacked them, an ancient enemy of the kingdom, or perhaps other sorcerers. However, one thing was known for sure. Rosets, the king's brother's adopted son, was seen at the scene. Then the man suggested sending scouts. If something was being guarded there, it probably mattered, and it was necessary to find out what exactly was hidden there. But he had not yet finished his thought when the townspeople suddenly raised a joyful shout. They announced that the next toast would be raised for victory in the very palace of King Rosets. He approached King Fermi, reporting that under his command 200 warriors had already gathered. After that, he asked how many of them should be sent to battle. Fermi gave the order 3,200 warriors were to set out on the campaign, and he himself, together with 200 of his most valiant fighters, headed to capture the nearest village. On the map, he showed his plan of action. 200 warriors were to distract the enemy by attacking a small village. If the chance arose, they were to try to attack the capital from an unexpected side. And he himself, taking command of 3,000 fighters, intended to go straight to the capital of the Rosset's kingdom. After that, he asked his interlocutor if he was worried. He himself admitted that he could not say he was completely calm. Then he added, "They have only 3,200 fighters, while the opponents number about 15,000. The king said he secretly agreed with rigor. Deeble will become king, but in return he must stay away from battle. He explained that this agreement guarantees the Deeble family, the second most powerful dynasty in the kingdom, will not interfere in the conflict. The warriors in the tent looked at the king and his advisors with surprise and distrust, sensing that significant changes awaited them ahead. The chief advisor noted that Rhaegar will definitely not sit idly by. He will certainly use this situation to betray them and entangle the Rose family in his nets, making them his debtor. But Firm remained calm and reassured everyone, explaining that it was not so important, because with such a person, it is always easy to understand each other. On the next map, he showed that the Deeble family had already managed to coordinate actions with neighboring kingdoms and gathered troops near the border. Because of this, the Rose family will have to transfer part of their army there. He calculated, if the family of DB refuses to help and does not send their troops, there will be no more than 10,000 soldiers in total. And considering the king's illness, about 7,000 will remain, and 2,000 of them will need to be assigned to guard the borders of both kingdoms. The king concluded that they would have no more than 3,000 opponents, and if lucky, the enemy would hardly gather even 4,000 fighters. The soldiers rejoiced and shouted loudly because they knew even a small advantage could decide the fate of the battle. Everyone admired the intelligence and foresight of their king. After this, everyone around cheered up and suggested to drink to victory at the palace of Rosset's. Hiding behind protective barriers, they carefully looked into the distance and watched the enemy fortress through the slits of wooden fortifications, trying to assess the enemy's strength. Xian once again confirmed that 200 warriors of King Firm were already in place, and confirmed that this was exactly the number previously mentioned. Panic arose in the camp. Some advised using the Eagles of Ruru, while others warned that soul migration could be deadly dangerous. There were also those who suggested simply staying calm and following the plan. At that moment, Alma stepped forward to calm everyone and take control of the situation. Observers noted that the king himself was not among the enemy ranks. They decided that the commander standing at the front was the leader of their army and quietly confirmed their suspicion to each other. Envoy Firm confidently commanded to open the gates, wishing to emphasize his power and morally pressure the enemy to immediately surrender. He warned if they give up the food and open the gates, they will remain alive. At the same time, he emphasized that mercy was possible only in case of their complete surrender. It seemed to me that the defenders were about to announce their firm refusal to surrender and call everyone to stand to the end. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at his comrades with surprise, assessing their determination. He loudly announced the command to start the attack as previously planned, and clearly distributed roles among everyone so that each would take their place. His warriors enthusiastically took up the order and showed they were ready to act. Almas firmly convinced himself that the main battle would take place right at the central gates. Therefore, he gathered his forces there and ordered everyone to prepare so that the enemy could not change their offensive. One of the warriors asked why the enemy decided to attack head-on instead of flanking them. After all, if the opponent had been more cunning and tried a flanking maneuver, they could have gained an advantage in the battle. He carefully observed the defensive structures, noting the deep moat and strong high wall, and decided that an attempt to break through these barriers would result in heavy losses for those daring to attack. Almas said that the enemy aims to capture the capital Rosset's. That is why they are advancing directly to the city gates, trying to quickly and with minimal losses break inside and immediately use their main forces for a decisive strike. Nearby, it was reported that the siege battering ram was ready for use and was already moving forward. Everyone almost saw with their own eyes how the huge machine rolled straight to the walls, and the warriors enthusiastically confirmed the assault was about to begin. Interested, he asked what this bulky structure was built for. He was explained that it was a battering ram, a special siege machine used to break strong gates. Such a device is accelerated, and thanks to the great force of the impact, it easily breaks even the strongest gates. It quickly became clear that the enemy's massive shields perfectly protected them from stones, and ordinary fire would change nothing. It was necessary to immediately find another way to break through this defense. One of the women sighed anxiously and said that the siege engine had already reached the walls. This made the atmosphere even more tense. All were waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. Ahead moves a row of warriors with shields, standing close to each other, forming a reliable wall of defense. Behind them slowly rolls a massive battering ram on heavy wheels, swaying from side to side. Hearing the muffled buzzing of weapons and the creaking of wooden beams, the soldier tensed up, holding his breath in anticipation of the inevitable strike. A group of warriors with shields rushed forward with a loud shout, but suddenly several of them disappeared from sight. They slipped and fell into a pit hidden behind an inconspicuous ditch. From the darkness came an alarming cry. The heroes fell into a secret trap, a deep pit filled with sharp spears. Even the reliable heavy shields could not protect them from the deadly blow during the fall. Observers from the tower smiled, because the unexpected trap turned the tide of the battle. The attackers themselves fell into their own trap, and the soldiers below could do nothing. The imprints indicated, at the bottom of the pit were sharp spears, so after the collapse there was no chance to escape the trap. He also mentioned that several similar traps were left around the camp, and hoped that at least one of the enemy groups would fall into the hidden ambush again. Meanwhile, the sappers acted very quickly. They hurried, dragging wooden shields and thick boards to fill the ditch and make a sturdy platform for the next group of warriors with shields. From the watchtower came the order to close the trenches. Hearing the signal, the soldiers quickly laid massive beams over the openings, blocking the passage. Hearing the order, Zion and Ron immediately grabbed stones and began throwing them at the shields. They were ready to fire at the enemies again and take advantage of any pause in their attack. Stone cannonballs flew noisily straight into the gate, and in response the giant grabbed a massive boulder and with all his might threw it at the enemy army, loudly challenging the opponent to a duel. Through the narrow gap he saw a large battering ram, and behind it stood warriors with large shields in a straight line. Yuri called Almas, informing that Grem was shouting something from the watchtower. Suddenly a shout rang out over the camp. Arrows, everyone hide faster. Hundreds of arrows flew over the wall at a furious speed, heading straight for the defenders. The wind howled from the whistling above the warriors' heads. It seemed the arrows themselves forced everyone to immediately hide behind shields to escape this treacherous rain. In the shelter, he held Yuri tightly, not taking his eyes off the arrows raining down from the sky, sincerely hoping the wooden shields would withstand this terrible barrage. Everyone who was on the ground immediately hid under awnings and cover. Suddenly someone groaned loudly. It was a sign that one of the arrows had pierced the shield and hit the warrior in the shoulder. On the platform, panic and commotion immediately broke out. Almas glanced around the wounded. Some of them barely stood on their feet, clutching bleeding wounds with their palms. Because of this, everyone in the camp became even more tense. At that moment, Grem decisively stood up and declared that he would handle the archers himself. He skillfully drew the string of his bow, preparing to intercept the enemy arrows before they flew into battle. He drew the bowstring and carefully gazed into the distance, searching for enemies along the horizon. Suddenly, his comrades anxiously pointed to the enemy watchtower and insisted that the shooter must be neutralized immediately. But before the archer could draw the bowstring, a huge piece of stone crashed into the tower. The roof collapsed with a rumble, and the defender cried out in pain. He pressed himself against the wooden wall of the tower and shouted at the top of his lungs that he was under fire, but due to the relentless shooting, he never dared to peek out and respond to the enemy. Ron suddenly shouted that the enemy had launched a new volley of arrows. Behind the wall, a sharp whistle sounded. This meant that the enemy had begun the assault. Everyone quickly hid behind shields, preparing to withstand the new attack. Soon a downpour of arrows begins to fly from above, and the men shout as they throw themselves behind their shields, hiding beneath them. Sharp tips whistle down, striking the wooden floor until this dangerous hail finally subsides. The whole team, shrouded in fog, quickly crouched down and firmly took Yuri by the hand. They ordered Ron to continue throwing stones at the enemies in response, while Ruru, together with the nuns, calmed the wounded and helped them move further into the shelter. Despite loud orders to move forward, the shield-bearers moved very cautiously and unhurriedly under the protection of their shields. Each of their steps was difficult. They had to constantly maintain balance carefully and quickly change stance to avoid falling. Standing on the watchtower, Grem sadly realized that their new counterattack attempt had failed again. The enemy did not stop shelling for a moment, not giving the defenders even a short pause for rest or respite. From the height, the lady noticed how the shield-bearers loudly and persistently struck the gates with battering rams with all their might. The warriors in the fortress immediately lost heart. The enemies had almost reached the wooden doors. As soon as the boy loudly announced that the gates might soon give way, Almas boldly stepped forward, addressing everyone to stay calm and promising that the situation would soon be under control. Tetra quietly called his name, and Almos, hearing the emotional tone in her voice, looked carefully into her eyes. He took a deep breath and calmly said that he knew everything and would not back down when the decisive moment came. The soldiers decisively lifted the heavy battering ram and, shouting a battle cry, closed ranks tightly. They pulled the ram together to the gates, and the creak of wooden wheels echoed throughout the camp, a harbinger of a new powerful strike. A huge beam screeched loudly as it rolled along the rails and violently shook the tower's foundation. At the same moment, the battering ram crashed with a dull roar into the support beam, scattering wooden splinters in all directions. The outer gates trembled with every blow, and dust poured down in clumps from above. All the fighters below froze and held their breath, listening carefully to the gates creaking under the fierce strain. Yuria shouted that the gates were about to collapse and almost pulled her along. She pressed hard against the shield to protect the girl from the debris falling from above, but fear still lingered in her eyes. He was almost gripping the railing with his hands and felt sweat running down his forehead. Barely finding the words, he said to himself, "It's still too early to give up." He needed to hold on a little longer, wait until their mechanisms started working. In his consciousness, a familiar voice was heard again. The most important thing is to stick to the plan, stay calm, and believe in the cunning traps they had prepared in advance. Yuri gently holds his hand and whispers assurances that everything will definitely get better. Her confident words break through the roar of siege engines and give Almos a brief moment of peace. Almos peered through the narrow gap in the protective wall and saw the enemy shield bearers already almost up against the gates. The enemy was forming tighter and tighter, and then Almos realized the decisive moment had come. Suddenly, one of the fighters jumped to the very edge of the platform. At that moment, he almost shouted to Ron, urging him to give the signal, because in that jerk the tension of the whole situation was felt, when the fate of the small group of defenders could change with one move. The warrior eagerly spread his cloak and loudly announced that all preparations were complete, the order would be carried out, and confidence appeared in the eyes of his comrades. Seeing the signal, Rosewood quickly climbed the watchtower and began waving the flag, warning everyone that the operation was about to begin. One of the soldiers quickly reported that he was starting the fire. He sharply lit the torch and brought it to the thin strip of kerosene that stretched to the tangled network of underground tunnels. At that very moment the trap triggered, a loud explosion thundered. The ground trembled, heavy chunks of earth flew in all directions, and thick smoke rose noisily upwards, sweeping away almost all obstacles around. A black billowing cloud of smoke rises from the crater. The defenders retreat in surprise and fear, watching as a powerful blast wave clears a path straight to the main gates. All the friends of the main character shouted joyfully and raised their hands up, celebrating the victory. And Raymond only quietly nodded his head. His clever trap worked perfectly. Tetra carefully took Almos by the hand and quietly said that everything worked out. From her words, Almos felt relief and confidently clenched his fist. Their plan was realized without a single mistake. He almost openly admitted that although Bartolo approved this plan, there was no time left for training, and now everything is happening for the first time, right in a real battle. He explained that they want to dig a moat around the village, and in front of the main gate to dig a large trap. This way they will be able to stop the enemies and completely neutralize the attackers. Raymond looked into the hole near the wall and asked if this pit was really dug just in front of the gates. Almos calmly replied that all this was thought out and prepared in advance. Everyone needs to be told that a bridge will be installed over the dug pit, disguised as a regular crossing. Then the residents will be able to walk calmly across it, not even suspecting that a trap is hidden under the structure. He explained that first they will build a wooden base, which will be filled with earth. From the outside, it will look like an ordinary road, and no one will even suspect that a secret shelter is hidden beneath it. Then, according to the plan, a tunnel will be dug in the foundation, which will connect the secret room under the bridge with the village. This will help to evacuate quickly in case of danger. In this underground shelter, barrels of oil and gunpowder will be placed. If the wick is lit, everything will explode and destroy the enemies standing near the gates. Raymond hesitated about such a plan because he understood. The enemies would gather near the gate in a large crowd and could fall into a deadly trap, after which no one would survive. At the most critical moment, Almos's eyes lost their sparkle. Everything was ready, and his plan finally began to come to life. A sudden smell of smoke and soot quickly spread throughout the crater. The soldiers hiding among the debris had to cover their faces with their hands. The acrid smell of burnt remains was unbearable. Almos ordered that immediate assistance be provided to all those who remained alive among the ruins, and the wounded be delivered to a safe place as quickly as possible. All three approached the destroyed gate and froze at what they saw. Before them was a huge hole torn by an explosion in the very ground. Around it loomed a sinister void, resembling the gates to true hell. Barely standing among the debris and clouds of smoke, he was left alone with his thoughts, feeling all the consequences of what he had done. The cost of victory lay before him as a bitter burden, along with the awareness of lives saved. Suddenly behind him, from among the ruins, a warrior rose. Suddenly he rushed to the main hero, spreading his arms and loudly crying out in pain. Almaz quickly raised his shield and managed to cover himself just at the moment when the wounded warrior suddenly launched an attack. Without wasting a second, he kicked so precisely that the opponent was thrown several meters to the side. Ron carefully pulled the fighter woman from under the debris and anxiously asked if their leader was all right. However, Almaz stopped him and sternly said to first make sure the enemy was no longer advancing. Another survivor was barely standing, breathing heavily. After constant shelling and destruction, there was not a single undamaged area on him. He was almost noticed. He looked at the main hero. Blood was streaming down his cheeks, and deep despair was visible in his eyes. Yao suddenly recalled a familiar voice that sounded through the smoke in the ruined city, sternly asking if this wounded man was the commander of the defeated army. He sternly warned, if the wounded man did not answer his question, he might pay for it with his life. The wounded man exhaled heavily, as if gathering courage. Then, with a deep and resolute sigh, he showed that he was ready to tell everything he knew. In the castle, far from the noise of war, Raymond sadly notes that 2 days have already passed since his brother fell ill and has not gotten out of bed. Raymond was walking through the palace corridors, holding a report in his hands. He pondered that there had been no good news in the royal family for a long time, but this scroll finally gave him hope. He tore the paper into pieces, shouting insults at Rigger. He was disgusted by his cowardice. After all, Rigger had never sent his warriors, only hid them to avoid losing his own benefit. But he emphasized that Devil, Sama, has no intention of destroying the kingdom. She only wants to use this opportunity to strengthen her influence in politics. Raymond coolly noted that if the Ash clan can manage on their own, without the support of demons, then their power will weaken. Therefore, he insisted that Almascun be brought as soon as possible. The army of Fermi lost 180 fighters, but among the inhabitants of the village of Almusa, no one died. This surprised everyone, even the commander who captured the general. The young officer told with surprise that he just wanted to buy some time, but this great victory turned out to be much bigger than he could imagine. Inspired by his victory, Raymond immediately ordered to urgently call almost everyone to personally tell them about his triumph. Elmas, having risen to the throne, respectfully addressed his father the king, and told in detail everything he learned from the prisoner. The advisor emphasized that the enemy was caught by surprise. He almost placed his hand on his chest and assured the blow was dealt even before the opponent managed to gather strength. Finally, he asked how the reforms were progressing and how many warriors they currently had. Raymond honestly replied that if they had 3 more days, they could gather 7,000 soldiers, but there was no time left at all. The advisor noted that when from their army of 30,000 men they send 4,000 soldiers to allied kingdoms, they will be left with approximately 3,000 warriors, just as King Firm had predicted in advance. I almost spoke my thoughts aloud, assessing how many fighters the enemy had and how experienced and strong they were. Raymond said that Firm's army was almost as large as theirs. However, Robert Firm was a true master of the art of war. He never starts a battle unless he's sure he will win. He also noted that Firm always engages in battle only when confident of victory and never takes risks if he feels even a shred of doubt in his own strength. The advisor said that King Firm's army had become significantly stronger thanks to the help of the mighty Damorgvar Empire. Now almost all their weapons and armor were made of super-strong metal. Raymond understood that many difficulties stood against them in this war, but his task was only to gather the army. Everything related to strategy and tactics was to be decided by Almaz and Kuhn. Then he solemnly declared that he appointed Almaz as the commander-in-chief and ordered him to immediately set out to Firm's troops to boldly stop the enemy's advance. Raymond reminded that 2 years had passed since the adoption. During this time, Alma was supposed to learn the basics of military affairs to be able to lead the team at the right moment. He reassured the young leader, promising to make Bartolo and Burrows his assistants. Thus, even in his absence, the leadership would be in reliable hands. He almost openly admitted that he became commander-in-chief not because of personal achievements, but due to belonging to the Rose clan. So he agreed, Bartolo would command the main army, and Burrows would lead the Ash clan. The advisor emphasized that Almas urgently needed protection, and now any support was very important. He added that help on the road would indeed be indispensable. Raymond promised to stay in the palace and manage everything from there, and ordered Almos to immediately prepare and set out on the road. Alma's bowed low and calmly promised to do everything as he was told. But before letting his son go, the father entrusted him with one more very important task. Jane's father seriously emphasized to him that under no circumstances should he die there, placing great responsibility on his son. Alma's confidently nodded his head, showing that he understood everything and was already ready to move on. He went out to his small but loyal retinue. Before him stood warriors, mages, and messengers who were attentively waiting for his next orders. Before departure, he addressed his comrades and asked if they were ready to go into battle with him. He reminded them that no one was forcing them to take risks. Everyone could stay safe. Tetris slowly turned to him and only silently nodded in agreement. Ron broke into a smile and confidently assured that he would always be by the leader's side, solemnly promising his loyalty. Yuri quietly said that she did not want to kill anyone, but also did not want to lose any of her friends. After her words, everyone dared and together moved forward, accepting the challenge that awaited them. When someone mentioned Rose, he smiled and said that asking him was pointless. Together they had long since decided everything. He quickly mounted his horse and decisively declared, this time he would not stop at just the role of a saboteur. Today he, along with everyone, would go onto the battlefield as a true rider. Almaz asked Reed if she was ready for battle. She confidently replied that she was ready to go to battle. Rhea explained that although she did not know how to use voodoo magic, among everyone she was the best at horseback riding, and in spear mastery she was second only to Rose. She said that she wanted to fight alongside Rosa because she was very grateful to her for saving her. Even worrying about her horse, she was ready to go forward and fight on the front line. Some of the friends doubted whether she had expressed herself too briefly, but all together confirmed that they agreed with Almaz and were ready to follow her. She barely restrained herself from expressing her gratitude to everyone and emphasizing how much their support and dedication mean to her at such an important time. Ron said that he also plans to join the battle, and then asked why Earl is not going with them. Yuria said that the adults will stay in the village because they have to guard and take care of the prisoners. Meanwhile, the Count took responsibility for maintaining order throughout the community. Earl felt confused under the weight of the trust shown to him. He realized that this responsibility weighed on him more heavily than he expected. For a moment, he even wanted to explain why he was chosen. After that, Earl promised to follow the leader to the very end, but almost forgot that he needed to return to the village and take everyone who remained to care for them. He sincerely asked everyone to stay alive, raised his eyes to the sky, asking to protect their lives, and admitted that his heart was breaking from anxiety. Under his command, the army silently moved forward, quietly approaching the enemy walls under the hot rays of the sun. Even before the squad arrived, he wanted to find out where they were heading. One of the officers explained that their route leads to a place where, according to information from a captured enemy general, enemy forces will soon appear. One of the warriors began to doubt the commander and even said that he was a coward, but the commander frankly admitted that he was really scared. However, he added, he believes that his comrades will always support him. One of the shield bearers suggested to the commander-in-chief to rest and relax in the saddle while the army moves forward. He reassured that everything would be under control since his deputies are monitoring the movement. One of the fighters said that it is normal to be nervous before such an important event and advised Almaz not to blame himself for his emotions. The knights began to discuss the main hero. The squad set off directly to the place where the decisive battle was to unfold. It was there that the meeting of two mighty kingdoms awaited. Elmas sincerely admitted to Bartolo that he found it difficult to give clear orders. However, he asked for the opportunity to go to the front line to be of use in the battle. Bartolo recalled that Raymond Sama had ordered them not to expose the young leader to danger, so he suggested first finding out if something really threatened the boy. The knight only slightly shrugged and replied that thanks to his considerable strength, it was enough for him to simply sweep his spear, and the enemies would flee on their own. After these words, the commander sincerely thanked him for his support. He warned Alma not to rush with decisions. Hearing this, Alma immediately promised to act cautiously. One of the knights apologized for disturbing their peace and said that a voodoo sorcerer who lived in their village was approaching them. I was about to ask if it was really Soyan, but immediately received confirmation it was her. The sorceress said she had noticed enemies. One squad was stationed an hour's ride from here, and another about 3 hours in the same direction. Along with this, she admitted that she was not very skilled in reconnaissance. Boris said there had been no news from their sorcerers yet. He hinted that she had completed her mission earlier than their people could. Knight admitted that she really understood voodoo well. Although she did not like it very much, she still agreed, emphasizing that not everyone gets such a lucky chance to receive reinforcements. Then the knight advised Almos to quickly get rid of all his doubts, because there might not be a next chance. Burrows looked at the horizon and firmly decided the battle would definitely take place today. According to him, this was even better for everyone. Finally, the knight warned, if Alma still has doubts, it is better to leave them here, because when everything really gets going, there will be no time left for such hesitations. Almas barely nodded, showing that he remembered his task. He confidently said that he understands the importance of this mission and is ready to do everything required of him. Again, a powerful yux sounded, and this word echoed across the hills around, reminding everyone of the strong fighting spirit of their army. When he asked where they were heading, one of the guards replied that they had learned something important from the captured general. Now they are hurrying to the place where the enemy is most likely to appear first. One of the knights jokingly asked the commander-in-chief if the upcoming battle scared him. To this, another knight immediately assured, the whole team will always be nearby and support him. Hearing such words, the commander sincerely admitted, even having the support of comrades, he is still a little nervous. The senior guard advised the commander not to interfere in managing the battle, but to entrust this to the knights. He suggested the commander simply sit on the horse, rest, and return to the rear before the battle begins. Burrows noted that being nervous in such circumstances is natural. He also emphasized that there will always be those who will support nearby and help cope with anxiety. Summarizing the conversation, it became clear he clearly understands his duties and confidently intends to act according to the planned course, having no doubts about his success. The column moved forward again, and from the side of the Yuks, their cries sounded louder and louder. They were encouraging their warriors and preparing for battle. Before them stood the army of Firma. Spearmen and warriors with shields stood in even, clear rows. That was exactly how their commander liked to arrange his troops. At first glance, it was clear that the enemies acted as a single force and were ready for battle without hesitation. The guard reminded him that Firma deliberately leaves his warriors without food if they do not obtain it in battle by taking it from the enemy. Because of this, they go into battle hungry and angry, turning into a real danger on the battlefield. When silence fell, the shield-bearers from the Razik army quickly formed into even rows, firmly holding shields above their heads and gripping spears to defend against the enemy. Rhea, covering her ears and looking around in confusion, asked if they even had any plan at all. She almost admitted that she understood nothing, and he, in response, remained confident like a true commander, continuing to give clear orders. One evening, someone suggested finally sharing their plan with Rhea, and almost everyone supported this idea. Now, when everything was already prepared, the moment had come to tell her about the main concept. I almost remembered that this combat strategy was invented by Rhea 2 years ago. Now, I only hope that she still remembers all its details. As soon as Almas shared his idea, the guards immediately gathered, holding their shields at the ready. Rhea also nodded. She felt well how important this moment was. The general addressed all the soldiers, emphasizing that this column was the result of their 2 years of hard preparation. He called to show the enemy their true skill and unbreakable spirit. Soon one of the servants approached King Firm and handed him a scroll with a map of the troop positions, confirmed by the heavenly reconnaissance. The king received this scroll to carefully familiarize himself with the situation. King Firm silently took the map in his hands, studying it carefully. He examined the battle order and closely looked at where exactly the enemy troops were positioned. He noticed that on the left flank of the enemy's formation, a lot of infantry had unexpectedly gathered. This immediately caught the eye, as such a deployment had not been seen before. Looking more closely at the map, Firm noticed that the right side was usually the weakest, because the warriors there remained without shield cover. But Razik and his troops acted unusually. They fortified exactly the section that was usually considered unprotected. In one of the units, a shield-bearer expressed with indignation the assumption that the enemies were probably afraid to make the same mistake twice, since they had once already lost on the right flank. Firm simply nodded in response. He had already taken this into account in his plans. Looking at the enemy troop positions and their formation, Firm understood. The enemy intended to concentrate forces on the left wing to break through the defense there as quickly as possible, and then shift the attack to the right flank. However, he quickly rejected this insidious idea, because he was convinced that no trick could overcome the reliable defense and techniques he had honed over years of intense battles. Fermi believed that a strong strike from the left side would further weaken the already weak right flank of the enemy, after which their formation would be easily broken. The king, with a calm smile, declared that victory was already assured for them. All this became possible thanks to the skillful deployment of troops and a well-thought-out plan. Having said this, he sternly ordered everyone to battle forward. In response, the horsemen rushed forward, and the field was filled with the thunder of weapons and the clatter of horse hooves. A hurricane of spears and horsemen thundered at the enemy. The knights on horses galloped forward, loudly shouting battle cries and clearing the way through the dense ranks of the enemy infantry. The main hero gives the command to his warriors to go on the offensive. The soldiers ask him how this battle differs from the one that took place earlier in the village. One of the warriors shouted to Rion, explaining that this time everything would be decided not by defense, as it was in the village, but by a fierce clash of infantrymen on the battlefield. May also noted that now the most important thing would be the relentless pressure of the dense ranks of better-armed warriors. Rion explained that they were placed on the left edge of the frontline heavy infantry, where Burroughs and Bartolo commanded. It was here that the shields and spears of the warriors formed the strongest and densest defensive wall. On both sides of the battlefield, the troops positioned their horsemen on the flanks. Rieland noticed that the horsemen moved faster than the infantrymen. Therefore, the battle would begin with a fight between the cavalry, even before the heavily armed warriors could form a tight formation in the middle of the field. He said that in the first stage of the battle, it would become clear which cavalry was stronger, and only then could the infantry be used for the final strike. On the left flank, Rhea and Rosewood were the first to launch the offensive. They confidently led their cavalry forward, preparing to break through the enemy ranks. Looking at them, Rickon enthusiastically addressed Rosewood and reminded him that now everything depended on his firm determination. Meanwhile, Rikia gave the order to begin the attack. Lances of horsemen from both sides clashed with a clang in the middle of the battlefield, horses neighed, and warriors flew towards the enemy, preparing for the decisive clash. The cavalry of two armies rushes towards each other, and the fierce battle is about to begin any moment now. The warriors met in a brutal clash. Everyone fell off their horses, and the fight instantly turned into a chaotic skirmish. Dust rose around, and a loud roar echoed over the field. Most fighters from both sides could not survive such a fierce clash. It was as if everyone was thrown off their horses. No one stayed in place, all scattered in different directions. Rhea boldly broke through the chaos of battle, jumped onto a horse, and galloped even further into the very heart of enemy forces. A warrior sitting on a foreign horse suddenly stopped and looked ahead in confusion. He did not expect to see a girl among the first group of brave ones, so he asked in surprise what she was doing here. Rhea struck hard with her lance, and the opponent flew out of the saddle. Other knights froze in fear, watching their horses fall to the ground. The enemy army was stunned with surprise when they saw that their cavalry was led by a courageous woman. She skillfully knocked shields out of the enemy's hands and effortlessly knocked soldiers off their feet. One of the knights shouted loudly in anger that he would not allow a woman to do such things on the battlefield, and decisively rushed forward to stop her. Feeling the threat, Borod instantly charged forward. He shouted to his comrades, "Careful," and struck hard with his lance. Rion found himself right in the middle of the fight. He anxiously looked around at his friends and pointed at Rhea, asking if she was okay. At the same time, he called Rosewood for backup. Rio remained calm, barely nodding and confidently saying that she was fine. At that moment, she was already preparing for a new strike. Rickon ordered his men to retreat, but he himself stayed on the battlefield. He took on a difficult task, to break right through the enemy's center to somehow help his comrades. He gathered all his courage, raised his spear before him once more, and loudly shouting, "Come on then," rushed forward, trying to break through the enemies without taking his eyes off his goal. When the enemies saw this extraordinary determination, they were dismayed, acknowledging his incredible strength. Now all they could do was regret underestimating their opponents. After a fierce attack, everything around suddenly fell silent. Ron exclaimed joyfully that they were doing great. If they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to completely capture the enemy cavalry's left flank. Behind him, the twins joyfully shouted, watching the performance of Rosewood and Rhea. In their opinion, this is exactly how true masters of horseback riding should behave. Ron recalled the divine blessing that gave Ray and Rosewood considerable strength, both physical and magical. He confidently stated that with such an advantage, they would easily overcome the opponents on the left flank. At that moment, a massive wall of enemy heavy infantry suddenly approached the Olmos line. One of the warriors loudly called to his commander, warning that the decisive battle was beginning. Ron encouraged the team, saying that now was their time to act. He suggested being brave and using a special weapon, explosive spears. Spears filled with black gunpowder mixture and paper detonators exploded on impact. But after the battle for the village, they had only 10 such shells left. "This is only my first hidden move," Ron said, "but even it will be enough to surprise the enemy and break his fighting spirit." Loudly shouting, "Throw," he ordered his fighters to be the first to launch explosive spears directly into the enemy army. Hundreds of shells whistled over the field, approaching the enemy troops with every moment. Bright flashes and loud explosions tore through the ranks of the firm heavy infantry, causing panic and destroying their order. The hero confidently gave the command to advance, clearly indicating he would be the first to attack and lead everyone after him. The cavalry galloped forward with furious force, sweeping away everyone in their path, both riders and horses, leaving scattered shield fragments behind. The twins rushed forward swiftly, brandishing shields and spears, immediately breaking all enemy attempts to organize for battle. The cavalry sharply crashed into the infantry ranks. The ringing of swords and clanging of metal changed to a heavy rumble as shields and armor collided in a fierce clash. In the battle scene, one can see how the torn ranks of warriors turn into true chaos. Some fall to the ground, and pieces of armor fly in different directions. The commander noticed strange flashes on the field even before the battle began, and this made him wonder what they could mean. He also noticed that some of his fighters suddenly scattered in different directions and decided that extremely strong enemy warriors had appeared ahead. He strictly ordered to stop the chaos, strengthening the guard on the flanks and continuing to rotate military units in the positions. The warriors tightly placed their shields against each other, forming a strong wall to meet the onslaught of the heavy enemy infantry. The enemy moved forward in orderly columns, which only further convinced us of their strength and strict discipline. He admitted that he was not sure if it was magic, but emphasized, such a weak blow could not break the phalanx. Then he confidently declared that he himself would emerge victorious from this battle. The commander strictly ordered, defend the positions to the last and do not retreat under any circumstances. Then he gave the order to transfer the elite reserve to the right flank to prepare for the decisive offensive. He explained that the advanced units would gradually withdraw, luring the enemy into a trap. When this happens, the troops of Roshan and Firm will attack the enemy from both sides. In his opinion, if it is possible to attack from at least one side, even the loss of the left wing will not prevent victory in battle. Ron began to worry because he realized it had become dangerous and immediate action was needed. He firmly promised that he would not allow the enemy to approach from the side and was already on alert, waiting to defend the position from a sudden attack. On the diagram, he showed that the main advantage of the phalanx is a strong frontal assault. However, its sides and left flank are weak because the phalanx is especially effective only during a direct attack. He realized that if the enemy attacked from the left side, there would be no chance of victory. Therefore, it was necessary to act quickly and decisively. Ron assured his warriors that the enemy would not break through and promised to defend the line to the very end. The commander immediately recognized this boy, the leader of the children from the village of Griffins. Almaz introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the Rossit's army. He said he was the son of Griffin and also the adopted son of Raymond. Moreover, he is the one defending Tetra. He realized that because of such an obvious target, all enemies would inevitably focus their attention on him. He almost proclaimed himself the supreme commander of Rosita's army and ordered everyone to recognize him as the main military leader. The commander immediately realized that the son of Griffin was standing before him. He decided, if they managed to kill this young man, victory would surely be theirs. He ordered the boy to be killed and promised a generous reward to whoever could defeat the commander-in-chief of the enemy army. One of the soldiers, surprised, recognized the man as the commander-in-chief and instantly reminded him of the promised rewards. The soldiers, believing they were following the right order, confidently said they would definitely kill the boy. Almaz immediately responded sharply, making it clear that for every attack there would be his reply, and all attempts to defeat him would be in vain. He said that he had a special power given to him by the gods and promised the enemies would not defeat him so easily. Suddenly, an enemy soldier rushed at Almaz from behind. As soon as Rand noticed the unexpected threat, he immediately warned Almaz to be careful. Rosita's soldiers fought alongside him and asked him what they should do next. One of the warriors insisted that the death of Raymond's adopted son could not be allowed, so he proposed joining Bartola's special squad. In response, one of the squad fighters stepped forward and explained that their main mission was to stand in defense of the Supreme Commander Almaz. The soldier confidently said that he personally saw Almaz rush forward. He immediately followed him, and the villagers did not wait either. Everyone moved after them. Almaz gave the order not to retreat and to hold positions so that the enemy would not advance. He explained that the real plan of the opponent was an attack from the left flank, so they needed to be vigilant and prepare for an attack from there. After that, Almaz used the blessing of Griffin, hoping to stop the enemy right here. He loudly addressed everyone, urging them to use even greater supernatural power, and inspired his comrades not to give up and to fight to the end. Almas loudly declared that among all his enemies, there was no one who could compare to him in strength. He wondered if a rival would ever appear who would become a true test for him. The opponent confusedly admitted that he had underestimated Almas in vain. He turned out to be much stronger than initially expected. The commander ordered his soldiers to gather together, emphasizing that Almas did not have many supporters, and gave the order to push the enemy back. The warriors noticed that Rosewood and Rhea were moving on the left flank of the cavalry, which meant that they led the strongest squad of horsemen. The commander-in-chief thought that with a small number of fighters, the enemy would not be able to defend his left flank well. Almas strictly ordered everyone to stand still and not retreat. He showed by his example that the enemy would not be able to break through their defense. The warriors realized that they were facing not just an army, but a true elite, the subordinates of the famous commander, who could stand firm even against the incredible power of their own leader. Almas saw in surprise how horsemen were quickly approaching him. Only after a moment did he recognize his own cavalry among them. The warriors immediately recognized their allies on the right flank among the horsemen. It was exactly the squadron they had been hoping for to receive help. Ron reported that the enemy's right flank was completely broken, and the commander-in-chief admitted with surprise that this part was already irretrievably lost. The king ordered to leave the best warriors on the defensive line and to quickly send the elite reserve to the left flank. He noted that the lightly armed warriors of Firm had fallen behind and risked becoming easy prey for the enemy, so he insisted that the flank needed to be reinforced. From the height, it is visible how the horsemen from all sides are tightening the ring around Firm's troops, preparing to completely encircle them. He noticed that there were only 30 enemy horsemen, so he decided his heavily armored warriors would easily cope with such a small cavalry. He smiled, thinking that now their troops were equal, since he had as many warriors as King Firm. He confidently declared that the left wing of their army would eventually defeat the weak right wing of the opponent. Even when the enemy cavalry pressed mercilessly, he firmly ordered everyone to hold the defense on the right flank. He did not allow anyone to retreat, insisting that the formation remain strong until reinforcements arrived. He was surprised to notice that the enemies had not yet closed the ring, although according to their plan, the encirclement should have already been completed. I almost began to explain that everything was ruined because the right flanks met earlier than necessary, and because of this, the trap on the edge remained uncovered. Watching the battle, he saw how his warriors lined up at an angle, forming a familiar formation called the oblique wedge. He explained that thanks to such an incline, it is possible to smoothly change the direction of the flank attack, creating certain steps that provide a convenient position for shooting at the enemy. Looking at the cavalry, almost everyone noticed that the opponent was gradually giving up positions, while their ranks still held together under the pressure of spears. Finally, he noticed how the cavalry had again dispersed along the flanks. Then he understood the enemy was about to lose the initiative. The king was amazed when he learned about the combat formation in echelon, as it revealed to him a new, previously unknown danger on the battlefield. News explained that he deliberately made the front uneven, slanted. He intentionally delayed the enemy on the weaker right flank to give the left side of their army time to outflank the opponent and encircle them. He noticed how his horsemen were already going around the enemy from behind and began to hesitate whether the opponent would hold out until their flanks met his right wing. The ruler reluctantly admitted that the delay in attacking the neighboring line was almost deliberate. This was his way of concealing the weakness of his forces while reinforcing the left flank. Almas thanked Commander Bartolo for the successful operation and then again addressed King Pharma. He predicted that the enemy army would definitely suffer defeat and urged everyone to start preparing for this event. The soldiers shouted loudly, and the king, coming to his senses from his thoughts, immediately ordered them to form a new line. His spirit remained unbroken. He admitted that it was truly a brilliant idea and promised himself to personally cut off Almas's head. Almas accepted the king's challenge, promising to avenge the loss of Legos and restore justice in the world of Tetris. The warriors shouted together, showing that they were ready to carry out any order from King Firm without hesitation. The king swiftly launched an attack. His strike was so powerful it seemed as if the invisible spirit of a great warrior himself supported him. Everyone around barely held on under his incredible strength. The soldiers noticed how Almas suddenly froze from the unexpected blow. His surprised eyes immediately caught their attention. They said that Almas received a blow of such force that it was hard to believe a person could withstand it. The king himself admitted, yes, it was really frightening, but if you defend properly, you can endure it. The monarch agreed that the blow was very strong, but noted, if Almas defends properly, it will not be a big obstacle for him. The king charged forward again with his spear, showing true strength and power. His movement created a powerful whirlwind around him, emphasizing the force of the strike. He almost admitted that he was deliberately holding himself back, because if he gave his all, the weapon would shatter into pieces. He wondered whether to take a shield instead of a spear, since with it the blows would be stronger and the swing wider. The warriors saw that the king missed, the enemy deftly jumped back, and the spear flew past him. The king rushed forward with such speed that in a moment he pinned Almas to the ground. The young man did not have time to do anything before blood flowed from his lips. Almas, holding the spear and shield, carefully got up. He was already ready to go back into battle and take the next blow. Almas presses the shield even harder against himself because he already understood. The king's frontal attack cannot be overcome. Each of his blows is instantly parried by the enemy, and now the boy has nothing left but to patiently wait, looking for even the smallest breach in his opponent's defense. The king again delivers a powerful blow toward Almas. In despair, he ducks to the ground, raises the shield, and covers his head, trying to withstand the furious thrust of the spear. Almas barely manages to notice a new quick strike. His body bends from the tension, but he firmly holds the shield and with all his might takes the attack, the shield almost cracking from the strain. The king stops and grunts discontentedly, making it clear that he does not like to strain himself so much. He scrutinizes Almas's stubbornness and is already preparing to strike again. The monarch steps back, leans on his shield, and intently watches Almas. He has been closely observing the fight from the very beginning and has already noticed the opponent's strength. However, he also tells himself that Almas's movements are too slow. The king's voice thunders over everyone present. Almas has no chance to win. His defeat is only a matter of time. Alma barely catches his breath and realizes he was wrong. If he continues to fight at the same frantic pace, it could be fatally dangerous. To survive, he needs to change his approach to the fight. The king raises his spear, its shining blade gleaming above his head. With a mocking smile, he asks how much longer Almas can endure, pretending not to notice what is really happening. The king begins to advance and forces the main hero to retreat backward. Almas retreats, skillfully raising his shield to deflect the spear strike, while simultaneously holding the king's hand. But suddenly he realizes with surprise, his opponent is not just withstanding the attacks, but is already controlling the course of the battle. Almas was surprised by himself. In the heat of battle, he suddenly swung his spear with all his might, not even wanting to do so. He had to make considerable effort not to strike the enemy even harder. He falls face down to the ground, and his weapon flies far to the side. The opponent counterattacked lightning fast. The king with a calm face advised him to choose another weapon. Take another weapon, Almas or Risaizu, he said. Almas shyly looks at the king and cautiously asks if he will regret his decision. He perfectly understands. This sword can truly change the course of the battle completely. Suddenly someone shouted from behind, "To the leader, here is a sword for you." And the thrown sword descended right to Amos's feet, as if fate itself answered all his doubts. The king says that this match is a one-on-one duel in which new weapons will not grant an easy victory. For him, the main thing is an honest fight, so he does not want to have any advantage over his opponent. The king confidently declares that he will achieve victory by honest means. It is important for him to win fairly to boost the morale of his army, and for the sake of honor, he is ready to accept this challenge. The main character bends down, picks up the sword from the ground, and confidently stands up, saying he will hold this weapon with respect for his opponent. He thinks finally the opportunity has appeared. The king does not suspect how skillfully he wields the sword, and this may change the course of the battle in his favor. Gathering all his courage, he rushes into the attack. He sincerely believes that thanks to unexpected moves and a sharper blade, he will be able to break through the king's strong defense. Almas pondered the battle strategy. His sword was shorter than the spear, so he was sure the king would try to keep him at a distance and not let him get close. He rapidly closes the distance between himself and the opponent, suddenly lunges forward, and raises his sword to meet the enemy's spear. The king was surprised to see how quickly and skillfully Almas moved, so he did not even manage to take advantage of the fact that his sword was longer. Almas attacks instantly. The king barely manages to dodge the swift strike of his sword. Smiling, Almas says that thanks to his endurance and skill, he can easily and quickly close the distance to the enemy. The king hissed in shock, "How did you get to me so quickly?" He desperately tries to stop the attack. Almas shares secrets of footwork technique in kendo. He explains that even with extraordinary strength it can be difficult to lift the legs, but thanks to this approach one can maintain flexibility and move quickly. The king did not take his eyes off Alma's, marveling at his speed. He did not give him even a minute to rest. Alma writes in her notes that, despite the king still being able to block him with his shield and keep him at bay, the strength in the king's hand was as if a whole army stood behind it. The king shouted fiercely, "Be silent, I will never die here." He firmly holds the spear, preparing to throw it again. Elmas shouted loudly and decisively rushed forward, preparing for the decisive clash. He sharply closed the distance, and with all his might threw his sword straight at the king, leaving behind only a quick, lightning-like trail. The blade struck the shield with furious force, and it instantly cracked in half. A loud cracking sound rang out, and wooden fragments scattered in different directions. Behind the king and Almos, at a certain distance, stood his warriors. Seeing the spear and sword collide in the very center of the battle, they involuntarily stepped back. Gathering the last of his strength, the king rushed forward through the broken shield, striving to take a convenient position again. But from the strong blow, blood poured from his lips, and he barely held the spear, which almost slipped from his hands. Suddenly, an arrow hit the king in the back. He grimaced in pain but did not let go of the weapon. On the contrary, he gripped it even tighter. He suddenly realized that he would probably die right here, in the middle of this field, and his heart filled with deep despair. We all understand one simple truth well: sooner or later, each of us will have to face death, and it is impossible to avoid it. From behind came the voice of one of the warriors. Alma's Rosich killed King Robert Affirm, and the already severely wounded king himself asked Alma's to take the blame for what happened. He revealed to Alma's his most cherished dream, to unite the eastern part of the island Adelna. Now he wanted Alma's to accomplish this instead of him. He sincerely hoped and prayed that Alma's would become a great king, whose glory would live for centuries, and that the name of that senseless ruler, whom Alma's defeated, would forever disappear from human memory. He addressed him with a request. Before his death, he wanted him to do everything so that this girl would be happy. The king recalled that at the very beginning of his reign, he showed mercy only once to a little tetra named Esh, and then spared her. He pondered how many words the king spoke before dying, although he himself could no longer say anything in response. He assured himself, when his name someday becomes known, he will definitely remember the king, that genius whom he once feared as people fear griffins. The soldiers shouted with excitement that it was their commander who defeated and killed King Firm. The warriors joyfully shouted that the son of Griffin Sama defeated the king himself. However, he warned that it was too early to celebrate. The real battle was still ahead. The narrator's voice solemnly announced, the enemy army lost its general, for Almos's rosettes dealt him defeat. He raised his sword, making it clear to everyone that the victory was hard-won, but at that very moment the battle finally ended. The soldier immediately addressed Bartolo, respectfully calling him Sama, and reported that he brought news about the course of the battle. Soon the news arrived. The army of Rance had almost defeated the enemy of General Robert Firm and completely destroyed his right flank. Witnesses report that when the right flank was struck, part of the enemies got scared and began to flee the battlefield in haste. The mood among the soldiers noticeably improved, as everyone unanimously admitted Elmas's performance exceeded their expectations. His fighting skills made a strong impression on everyone. They saw that the enemies were left almost defenseless. It seemed the victory was so close. The warriors decided not to delay and to finally deal with the enemies, and only then celebrate the victory. The warriors shouted loudly, raised their shields and spears, showing that they were confident in their victory. They believed the enemy was already defeated. From the account, it is clear that after the destruction of the command center, King Firm's soldiers lost all desire to fight and were left completely unprotected. Rumors say that after the decisive victory, the detachment calmly reached the capital and captured the royal palace without a fight. When the duel ended, officers and ordinary soldiers could not get enough of Almos's precise movements. They immediately began thinking about how they would celebrate this impressive victory. The soldiers recalled that once this luxurious palace belonged to the Legasamas. They expressed with sorrow the hope that perhaps in the future they would manage to reclaim it. One of the warriors pointed out that now they had a chance to apologize to the Legasama. Hearing this, he barely nodded, indicating that he accepted and understood everything. He did not even notice how his native town Tetri appeared before him, until suddenly, one of the soldiers loudly shouted his name. Tetra, together with her friends, confidently walked forward, smiling at each other as they passed between the tall columns of the palace, heading straight to Alma's. When Tetra and her comrades appeared, the other warriors joyfully shouted their names. Now everyone understood that they had finally arrived. The officers reported that during this battle, no one from their village had died. The residents were extremely happy and sincerely thanked fate for this. In front of the palace gates, townspeople gathered. They joyfully welcomed the victors, shouting and applauding them. The locals joyfully shouted the names of the Almas and the Tetras, sincerely thanking them for the rescue. One of the soldiers joked that probably a great national parade was now taking place in their honor. He suggested that Almas say a few words in response and greet everyone. Amos raised his hand and barely waved, as a sign that he gladly accepted their sincere hospitality. Observers noticed how the riders solemnly entered the garrison. The locals greeted them with joyful shouts, and everyone around admired the grandeur of the victors passing through the excited crowd. It was from the balconies that one of the officers pointed out that Almas Khan always shows better results than expected. He not only won the battle for the village, but also defeated the enemy general. One of the commanders expressed the opinion that May now only needed to decide the fate of the lands of the kingdom of the deposed king. Moreover, he emphasized that everything should be planned so that even if the brother regains consciousness, no new problems arise. The strategist noted that the residents had long been dissatisfied with the rule of King Firm, so, in his opinion, people would rejoice if they were finally freed from his cruel power. The strategist wondered whether future events would lead to a new rebellion. Everything depended on who would become the new ruler. He was well aware that such a danger was quite real. The Verkhovna Rada announced that it plans to transfer control over the lands of King Firm Tatresha, explaining that these lands were previously owned by his father, Lega Sem, and that this palace belonged to him. High-ranking officials said that since this land originally belonged to Legos, it is logical for his daughter to now take responsibility for it. One of the advisors said that in Adelmi Apunsali women are forbidden to inherit property. It is at this moment that Almost Kun appears. She can change the course of events and give a chance to equalize opportunities. Another advisor expressed the opinion that Almas could be officially married to Tetra, so that Almas would become the legitimate heir to the lands. He noted that although this is usually considered unconventional without adoption into the family, it is entirely possible from a legal standpoint. Tetra wondered if people would accept her as ruler, as she hesitated whether the inhabitants would want to see a woman on the throne. He calmed Tetra, saying there was no need to worry. Now everyone was well aware of how successful Lego's reign had become, rising from the ashes. He also emphasized that everything that happened 6 years ago was only possible because people believed the beautiful promises of King Firm. He said that Tetra just needs to believe in herself and promised that people will gladly accept her and be happy to see her. He explained that he believes the Ash family will gladly accept Almazkhan, as he was able to avenge his relatives, and he sincerely wishes for Almazkhan to become the new head of the Ash family. Tetra quietly processed all the received information, carefully observing the one sitting in front of her. He admitted that the wedding of Tetra and Almazkhan was planned to be held a little later, but emphasized that due to Almazkhan's heroic deeds in the war, many traditional procedures could be skipped and they could go straight to the main event. He stated that Tetra must marry Almazkhan, only then will she be able to reclaim her native city. Then he added that if she truly wants to proudly bear the title of her father's heir, she must become the great ruler of the lands of the Eshes and even surpass his glory. Tetra finally gave her consent, clearly indicating that she was ready to accept all the responsible duties. Only a month passed after those events, when all the former lands of King Firm completely came under the control of the Kingdom of Razitz. He noticed that King Rasid had recovered on his own during this time, and no complications had arisen. He shared that things were going well, and now the long-awaited day had come. He almost admitted to himself how nervous he was before the upcoming ceremony. He was reminded that today everyone was watching him, so he was asked to be composed and confident. He said that the palace, which previously belonged to King Firm, had now turned into the place for their wedding. Friends reported that everything was ready and invited Almas to join the company. One of the guards quietly apologized for having to ask for help. The boy just smiled and said it was all right, then encouraged her to keep going. Almas looked at Tetra, who was wrapped in a light veil, and could not help but admire her beauty in his thoughts. Tetra turned around and loudly called Almos by name. He immediately responded and looked in her direction. He quietly whispered to her that she looks extraordinarily beautiful today. The residents of the capital greeted the newlyweds with joyful applause and friendly smiles. When everyone was ready, the host respectfully invited the guests to approach the altar. Almas and Tetra, holding each other's hands, confidently walked to the podium where the guests are already waiting for them. They support each other with words and glances. The young couple has just stepped onto the main platform of the ceremony. They stand there solemnly, with a slight nervousness in their hearts. The priestess sincerely congratulated them both on this important moment. A little confused, Almaz quietly called Yuri's name, addressing the host. Tetris smiled and sincerely thanked for the kind words. The host solemnly announced that the moment to start the ceremony had arrived. He froze in place, looking confused by everything happening around. The host asked if they were ready to love and cherish each other until the end of their days. The bride and groom quietly but firmly said yes, after which they began exchanging rings. The servant brought a small box containing the rings. The narrator noted that the two wedding bands were neatly placed in soft fabric. Everything was already prepared for the ceremony. Then he described how Almas and Tetra approached the altar, took off their old gloves, and carefully put shining rings on each other's fingers. The priest raised a prayer to the gods of the sky, earth, and sea, asking them to protect the newlyweds. He reminded everyone how powerful these forces are and how they have long stood guard over humanity in difficult and troubled times. The priest addressed all the guests with a call to bless the newly formed couple and share in Alma Sentetra's joy. After that, he solemnly announced the moment of the final kiss. When Tetra and Almas finally kissed, loud applause immediately rang out in the hall, and the host emphasized that this moment gave everyone present a true burst of joy. As soon as the hall was filled with loud applause, everyone present held their breath in admiration, and on the faces of Almos's friends, Ron, Bartolo, and the rest, sincere smiles of joy appeared. As night approached and the city was immersed in warm twilight, I noticed the festive atmosphere all around. From the magnificent palace to the farthest streets, cheerful laughter, ringing voices, and melodies of musicians sounded. Almas went out onto the balcony and noticed that tonight promised to be special, as bright and joyful as the loud parties that had once been in his life. A slight smile appeared on his face. He was already looking forward to new adventures. Tetra eagerly grabbed his hand and led him straight into the crowd. Laughing, she declared that today she would have fun with Ron and Bartolo, and entrusted Alma with an important task, to greet guests from respected families and receive their congratulations. In conclusion, the narrator announced that Almas would stay in the palace to personally thank each guest who came to pay tribute to the new union. Thus, the official part of the ceremony ended. Embarrassed, Almas irritably shouted at Tetra and Lego-sama, demanding that they immediately stop whispering about what was to happen tonight. She was genuinely disturbed by this strange behavior of her friends. One of the servants approached Almas with a box carefully wrapped in beautiful paper. He said it was a wedding gift from a family who could not come in person, so they sent only this present. When the box was opened and a plaque inside was seen, it immediately became clear. This gift was sent by the Babel family, although none of them even appeared at the celebration. Tetra pondered, as she still could not understand what position the Diable family took. She wondered whether they truly supported this marriage, and how they felt about the annexation of lands that previously belonged to King Fermi. Under the starry sky, the mists rejoiced and joked, for nothing prevented them from simply being together and enjoying this moment of peace. He looked at the guests who were smiling and celebrating the holiday, and in his thoughts thanked them once again for the friendship and support that made this event a reality. Almasu suddenly remembered those first days when he wandered the Ramalia forest with his friends. He saw again how they joyfully spent time and sincerely greeted new acquaintances. He also noted that this festive party took place thanks to the efforts of everyone gathered here. Only together were they able to overcome all difficulties and achieve what they have now. They stood side by side, not uttering a single word, but both knew the main thing was to stay together in this moment. Under the shimmering starry sky, Almos embraced Tetra, feeling that on this night nothing was more important to him than being close to her. Suddenly Tetris felt her blood freeze in her veins. She sharply turned around and noticed a stranger who was stealthily sneaking up on Almas. From the surprise, her eyes opened wide. The events unfold on the other side of the palace. Sunlight slowly washes over the elegant columns, further emphasizing the beauty and grandeur of the building. A light, fresh breeze is felt in the air, filling everything around with a special atmosphere. The king sharply reprimanded his brother because he seemed to not understand at all the consequences his actions could have. Therefore, the ruler emphasized once again that the situation was really very serious. Raymond became worried about Alma's Kun when he realized how much had happened during his absence. The interlocutor emphasized, if necessary, all royal duties could pass to him. The king honestly admitted that he himself had nothing against the new orders, but still, he could not help but complain about how rapidly and unexpectedly these two noticeable changes appeared in the kingdom. Raymond confidently stated that when Almas defeated the traitor and became a famous hero, the Kunash family would definitely forgive him for past offenses. He also advised not to delay and to tell Yuria about it as soon as possible and start preparing for her wedding. When they started talking about the likelihood of a great war with Regardi Bella, someone present quickly stated that no one would dare to do such a thing. However, he also emphasized that now there is no way back, and everyone understands this well. Long shadows fell on the city walls, and everyone involuntarily wondered, who is really to blame for what happened? However, no answer ever appeared. Clarice paints a complete picture of what is happening in front of everyone, and says that right now Almaz is finishing his wedding ceremony. Finally, the stranger reached the palace gates. He took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and confessed with excitement that he had long dreamed of meeting Lu, who had just arrived in Claris, the largest trading city in the entire world. Raising his head, he intently gazed at the gate, admiring the high walls and the bustling life that swirled on the other side. Hearing the sudden shout of the traveler, the guard turned to him, trying to find out what exactly had surprised him so much. The guard quickly warned him, "If you have already decided to enter the city, it is better not to stay near the gates for long." The traveler immediately sincerely apologized and inquired about the crossing rules and how much needed to be paid for the ferry. The guard said that you can enter the trading town for free, but warned, if someone wants to stay here for more than 1 month, then a tax will have to be paid. When he was asked if he was here for the first time and from which region he came, the man replied that he had arrived from the Crimson Empire, the very one everyone knows as the Land of Silk. His name was Usame. He came from the distant country of Shuvkiv. Approaching the guard, Usame politely bowed. The guard told that in Clarissa lived two types of inhabitants. Some of them must pay taxes, and the other part is exempt from this payment. He warned the traveler to be careful in communicating with the second-class residents, as they were considered unreliable people. The traveler sincerely thanked for such an important tip. After receiving the instructions, he confidently set off along Linero Street, encouraging himself with each step and delving deeper into the tangled labyrinth of city blocks. Suddenly he heard someone scream and sharply turned around. An exhausted man came out from around the corner, barely standing on his feet. He tightly clutched some suitcase in his hands, as if it was the most important thing to him. A confused girl quickly ran by nearby. She hurriedly explained that an unknown person snatched her bag and ran away, so she turned to him for help. At that moment, he firmly grabbed the fugitive by the bag's strap, loudly shouting for him to stop, leaving him no chance to escape. The thief suddenly turned sharply but lost balance and ran into boxes filled with cans. They fell and loudly scattered across the stone pavement. Inside him, a fire flared up again, as if his own actions confirmed the guard's words. Maybe, indeed, second-class people sometimes show themselves to be unreliable. The girl caught up with them almost instantly and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for the help. She admitted that without the bag she could have gotten into big trouble, so she was very grateful that they were not afraid to stop the thief and return her belongings. She shared that if it were not for this bag, she would have had a hard time, and sincerely thanked him for the help. Her words touched everyone who heard this story. He glanced at the beaten thief, to whom two guards were already approaching. They warned, if he did something like this again, he would be turned into a slave. Afraid for his life, the unlucky thief began to beg with a trembling voice and promised never to do such a thing again. The girl excitedly opened her bag and showed him a whole bunch of drawings. There were sketches of various buildings she had drawn in many countries, even in Karishi and Persia. Among them were also her own ideas for future architectural projects. He thoughtfully considered that dreaming of a career as an architect for a girl was quite unusual. His face lit up with a warm smile when he saw how inspired she was talking about it. He wondered whether Clarice could read and write, and said that almost all first-class residents were literate and numerate, whereas among second-class people, this was very rare. The girl enthusiastically confirmed that this is quite normal for the world's largest trading city. In response to the thanks, she asked Clarice to show her the city and give a tour. Without hesitating for a minute, he immediately agreed and introduced his companion. The girl's name was Izmi, and he called himself Yue Sime. Yue is his surname, and Sime is his first name. They started talking about Carisha. The girl asked if he wanted to learn more about this country, and immediately began to explain that the city-states of Carisha have various restrictions due to concluded alliances and non-aggression agreements. He admitted that he had been thinking about it for a long time, and she suggested, maybe the polis decided to unite to jointly resist strong Persia. The interlocutor noted that it had now become clear why the warriors of the independent cities of Carisha managed to defeat the Persians twice, and honestly admitted that this story truly interested him. She saw how he was eating lunch and quickly jotting something down in his notebook at the same time. Then she asked him to put the notebook aside and not write while eating. UAC said with a smile that it is not difficult for her to do several things at once, but because of this enthusiasm, she might even skip lunch. The girl laughed and asked for forgiveness a little awkwardly. He leaned on his elbow and asked what made her set off on a journey around the world. Ice was a little embarrassed, but sincerely admitted that she had not yet decided what she wanted to achieve in the future. She asked for a little more time to think everything over carefully. He took the notebook from the table, pushed the plate of food aside, and placed the notepad in front of him as if preparing for an important conversation. He recalled the words of Kira Shia, who dreamed of seeing the ocean that stretched out at the very edge of the world. She asked with interest why it was so important for him to see the ocean. Then he shared that he was born far in the east, and when he was only 5 years old, he went to the sea with his parents. He admitted that his parents never reached the ocean during that journey. They died on the way. Before dying, they left their son with one last wish, to fulfill their dream and one day still see the sea. She listened attentively to the boy and immediately understood that his parents' dreams did not at all coincide with his own desires. The boy confirmed this, explaining that it was actually his parents' aspiration, not his personal goal. She persistently asked what he himself dreamed of. In response, a smile lit up his eyes. He opened his palm and showed her his notebook, swollen with numerous drawings and notes he had collected there over time. He said that he dreamed of gathering in his book all the interesting stories and impressions he would encounter in his travels, so that people could better understand this world. She joyfully supported this desire, clapped her hands excitedly, and confessed that she really liked such dreams. She told him that there was very little time left, and soon he would fulfill his parents' dream. He was very touched by these words, so he simply nodded silently, trying to hide his excitement. On this map, the route is visible. In 2 days, the ship will depart from Claris and head to Lisato, which is located on the Adelna Peninsula. From there, the journey will continue further until the vessel reaches the edge of the ocean. He laughed and said that his long journey was about to end. She, immersed in thought, prepared to speak further. She asked if he minded if she went with him. He quite openly showed that he did not want this, but still clarified if she had some important reason for it. The girl said that there were already many talented architects in Kureishi, so she was unlikely to find work there. He listened to her attentively, without interrupting or arguing. She noticed that in the less developed part of the Adelna Peninsula things were different. There were very few experienced architects there, so their work was especially valued highly. He nodded, showing that he fully understood everything she said and would definitely take it into account. In response, they all decided together to set out for the Adelna Peninsula, and before leaving they agreed to organize a small celebration. In his memoirs, he gathered all the advisors and asked them to keep quiet in order to calmly discuss important matters before the awakening of King Razit. He was the first to mention the former lands of Eshu, which had recently come to them after the war, and proposed to give these territories to his adopted son Almos Rossitz. Everyone present immediately agreed with his proposal. The advisors agreed with this decision, and he inwardly noted that everything had turned out for the best. All participants agreed with this proposal, confirming that the result fully satisfied them. The advisor accused Raymond of supporting a foreigner, noting that no one knew who this boy was, yet he was already going to entrust him with such a responsible land. Deep in his soul, the king felt that everything would happen exactly like that. However, he could not shake the thought, could Dibble oppose this decision again this time? He explained that he could not ignore accusations of favoritism because Almas remained his dearest adopted son. He added that Almas had won a victory over King Fermi, demonstrating his courage and skill in battle. The king explained that he did not mean someone who would be scared and simply run away, hiding at home. The advisor explained that it was about the times when the boy was not yet recognized as the king's son and lived as a defenseless orphan. In response, they were reminded that Almas is the son of Griffin himself, and the king was well aware of this. The mentor suspected that it was not only about the status of an orphan and pointed out that the advisor was commenting on this deliberately, choosing provocative words. A representative of the assembly asked if there was anyone among the generals worthy enough to be entrusted with these lands. So it turns out, all these concerns arose only from the desire to make sure that Almos would really be able to take good care of his new property. One of the advisors said in front of everyone that the young boy, who has neither strength nor a noble family, would find it very difficult to rule such large lands. Another advisor, emphasizing his role as a claimant to the throne, admitted that it was necessary to earn the trust of the new ruler. He also assured that there was no reason to worry. Almas would definitely have at least 2 allies who would side with him. The king replied that Bartola would become Almas's military advisor, and Pampas and Barrow's Ashperm would be responsible for the country's internal affairs. After that, he confidently said that with such mentors, he would definitely succeed. he would be able to govern the new lands, maybe not perfectly, but certainly better than some of those present here. The advisor noted that even if the governance was not perfect, it was still better than giving these lands to someone who had not proven their loyalty in battle. Everyone present remembered well that it was thanks to the feats of 3 heroes that they received this land. Therefore, people believed it would be fair to give it to these very heroes. At the same time, they wondered if it could have been done differently. However, someone present noted that these lands were very important for defense against the kingdom of Damorgar, so they were crucial for the security of the entire kingdom. The advisor said that he trusts those who were not afraid to stand against King Firma more than those who got scared and retreated. He especially emphasized that the greatest value lies with those who already have experience in real battles. When the king asked if there was anyone else who thought the same as him, Raymond in response inquired if anyone had a different opinion regarding the situation, but the king only coughed and did not give any concrete answer. Finally, the forum moderator suggested resolving this matter by voting, inviting all participants to express their support or objection regarding the transfer of lands to the Almas. All present unanimously raised their hands, agreeing with the proposed decision. After that, the issue was considered resolved, and everyone immediately moved on to the next item on the meeting agenda. One of the advisors advised everyone to remain calm and said that the king would live at most 2 more years. Another began to reproach Raymond, saying that he had become too confident due to his closeness to the monarch. Baumit noted that frivolity is a very bad habit. In response, Raymond agreed with him and added that he was already betrothed to Yuria. When asked whom he would support, the young man firmly stated that he would give his life in service to the Dibble family. It was emphasized that Rigor-sama was the strongest among all influential families. No one doubted that the throne would go to him, neither the weak king nor his brother could prevent this. One of the meeting participants immediately objected that although Raymond's adopted son could indeed gain excessive power with the support of influential families, this would still not happen. Raymond thought that the boy was just lucky to win and was confident that he himself would have handled this task effortlessly. In response, others emphasized, the impostor has no support among influential families, so if a rebellion rises, he will easily suppress everyone who dares to oppose him. Rigor-sama said that he would resort to extreme measures only when there was no other choice left. One of the advisors immediately accused him of excessive carelessness. Finally, the eldest among those present addressed the future king, advising him to be cautious and not to forget his important mission. The boy mentally understood that the sword and spear have different reach lengths, so the opponent would most likely keep his distance. Suddenly, he lunged forward, quickly approaching and forcing the warrior with the shield to tense up and stop in surprise. Looking around, he was surprised to see that the boy had unexpectedly quickly appeared beside him. The boy delivered quick and sharp strikes around the shield, forcing the soldier to defend with all his might, desperately parrying blows in different directions. Despite the enemy having a weapon with a long shooting range, he confidently thought his trained body and honed skills would allow him to quickly close the distance. The fighter muttered a curse to himself in confusion, as the enemy had once again engaged in close combat, giving no chance to retreat. The young man said that he owed his victories to the principles of kendo. Thanks to extraordinary strength, he easily lifted his legs off the ground without much effort. From the powerful blow, the soldier could not hold on and groaned, trying at least a little to resist the strong pressure. The boy realized that he still needed to improve his strategy, but was confident that his strength was no less than that of the opponent. He reminded the king that a shield strike would help create the necessary distance between them. The soldier, leaning on his shield, promised himself that under no circumstances would he remain lying here. Raymond thought, if it has come to this, let the boy take the throne and become king. The king said that a person needs to have the desire to rule, otherwise they will not be able to govern the country. But he also warned that if the throne is given to someone who only thinks about their own power, it could lead the state to discord and civil war. Raymond agreed without hesitation, saying that he understood everything well. He immediately suggested sharing information about the coup and all the details with Almos. He inquired whether everything could be told frankly to Yuria-sama, and heard in response from the king that he acts according to her will. Raymond nodded to Yuria-sama, signaling that it was her time to go. Then he sat on the bed and gestured for her to enter. Raymond quietly entered the room and asked if she was still crying, trying to cheer her up after the engagement. Yuria-sama openly said that she did not want to marry Ricardo Belu because he was unpleasant to her. Her whole heart was devoted only to Omnis and Sano, and she dreamed of being together only with them. Raymond barely smiled and unexpectedly offered to fulfill her wish. This greatly surprised Yuria-sama, who sharply and surprisedly asked what exactly he meant. Suddenly her face lit up with joy, and a lively spark appeared in her eyes. Yuria lowered her head, smiled with relief, gently embraced the king, and sincerely thanked him. She openly admitted that she loved both him and her father. Raymond tells the princess that she only needs to win Almaz's heart. She feels strong and ready to take on this task. Determination and confidence filled the air. Everyone was set to act. Almaz gently addresses Earl, carefully asking if he is truly sure about his decision not to stay. Her voice shows care, as she gives him the opportunity to think and reconsider everything once more. He confidently declares his choice. The conversation turns to how to care for horses, and someone mentions that Rhea also stayed in the village. At the same time, it is emphasized that only Earl among all the refugees managed to reach Ash's holdings, which makes this story special. Saying goodbye, the Count thanks everyone from the bottom of his heart for their kindness and care. Those who remain are saddened by his departure, but promise to always remember his support and dedicate their entire lives to him. In this moving moment, sincere gratitude and warmth fill the air. Almaz sincerely admits that he is very glad that Earl is staying in the village. Now he can calmly entrust him with the leadership of the entire community. One of the residents tries to calm the other, assuring that there is no reason for alarm, and suggests staying in their village. His voice sounds sincere and kind, especially when he smiles and admits how glad he is to see Eru beside him. They say that most refugees decided to stay in the village of Almusa, although they could have returned home. Some notice that it is comfortable for them here and are somewhat surprised by this decision. The solemn promise sounded, Almus will make the desolate lands a blooming region. In these words, hope for a bright future and confidence in great changes. Almus says that this is his personal matter, but it concerns everyone who is now beside him. Since everyone has gathered together, it is time to move on to talking about truly important things. Rotolo Dono calmly explained that right now he is only an advisor, so Almaz can address him simply by his name, without any titles. Baretolo Dono explained that his main role as a landowner is to protect his land and maintain order, safeguarding people from all possible threats. He explained that he had to collect tribute for King Rossatz and change the taxes so that there was enough money for security, order, and protection from voodoo mages. Almaz felt a slight anxiety when he saw the long list of tasks, and he was especially wary of the item about accounting and profit distribution. Barozulu Dono calmed him down and explained that from now on Borisama would perform the duties of a judge and act according to the old laws. Now Almasu would no longer have to cope with all the difficulties alone. Elmas honestly admitted that he himself would monitor the order and would entrust the consideration of all court cases to Sami Barrows. This way it would be easier and more effective for him to use his strength. Tetruson suggested that their voodoo masters focus on protecting people from curses, driving out evil spirits, and excluding the guilty from the lists of those allowed to transmigrate souls. Almastana recalled that they still had a voodoo master invited by King Ferment. She proposed to turn to him to protect their country. He inquired whether he would be allowed to keep this mage under his supervision or occasionally hire him to use his skills. The advisor agreed with this proposal and said there was no need to delay. Now it was necessary to take on the next task, to restore the lands previously devastated by King Firm, since from this moment they belonged to Almas. Almastono thoughtfully said that the most important thing now is to return life to their native lands. Borasan anxiously thought that for Almas Dono such a great task might be too difficult, because he had not previously dealt with such responsibility. In response, Almistono reminded that he was the one who killed King Firm, so now he is obliged to restore these lands himself. He pondered that to restore the ruined lands, a lot of money would be needed. The only way to get it is to raise taxes, but if the tax burden is increased too much, restoring the country will become even harder. Rose Dono emphasized that to pay tribute to King Rossitz on time and maintain the country's security, enough taxes must be collected. But if taxes are too high, people will start to worry and dissatisfaction among the populace will only grow. Alma suggested first carefully counting all the inhabitants, as well as finding out how much property each of them has. Only after obtaining this data could fair new tax rates be established. He also noted that after the war, many discrepancies were found in the tax officials' property information, so now no one can say exactly what the real tax base is. At the same time, some people noticed that there is a risk. Some of those who collect money might keep part of the collected funds for themselves. That is why the census was very important, as it helped prevent such abuses. Advisors agreed that the census was an important matter, but were not sure whether its preliminary results alone would help stop income concealment and tax evasion. Finally, it was decided to first conduct a population census. This was supposed to help reduce tax evasion and collect the necessary amount for the restoration of the affected areas. Ron asked with fear what they should do next. Understanding almost nothing, he calmly explained that no one demands them to speak a language they do not know. He would only be displeased if they tried to express themselves with words foreign to them. Advisors emphasized that their leader is now part of a powerful family, so it is important to respect the high status of Rigger Dibbat. Someone among them emphasized that the difference between them and those who recently appeared is very important and must not be underestimated under any circumstances. Al-Mastano realized, if he does not show everyone that he is the true master of these lands, people will lose respect for him, and his rule will no longer be recognized. The advisors were surprised by his prolonged silence and asked why he had not revealed his plans earlier. Al-Mastano joyfully announced that during the census, they will use technologies from their native village. The advisors decided that it was not worth interfering with the way he expressed himself, and that it was better to speak to him in a simple language understandable to everyone. He said that in order to determine the gender, age, and property status of each person, all this data will be recorded on sheets of paper. One of the advisors pointed out that few of those present know the Kyrgyz language well. He added that this is important to consider when conducting the census. The advisors noted that only 2 of them knew how to keep records, the leader himself and Tetra. That's why it became clear why the population census had not been conducted yet. There was no one else who could take care of it. Almaz just shrugged because he also found no answer. He proposed introducing special forms in which only numbers would need to be written. In his opinion, even those who have difficulties with reading and writing would find it quite easy to record numbers. Almaz demonstrated a sample form with empty boxes for numbers and explained that this makes it easier to organize accounting and avoid misunderstandings. Not wanting to waste time on manually filling out endless papers, he immediately decided to make his life easier, to create a wooden template that would help quickly handle the task. Next, he explained in detail how the wooden stamp technology works. First, the desired image is carved on a wooden block, then it is carefully covered with paint and a sheet of paper is applied to the block. As a result, an imprint of the drawing appears on the paper. Advisors noted that if done exactly like that, filling out the forms would be quite easy. After that, one of them immediately changed the subject and asked how to set the tax rate. Most said that the former government collected taxes so diligently that the lands of Ash remained almost empty. Because of this, it was decided to set low taxes, and this was entirely justified. He announced that he is introducing a 10% tax on the harvested crop, maintaining mandatory labor and military service, and abolishing the tax on each person. He noted that the permanent land tax brings a stable income, but heavily burdens ordinary people. The main goal of this tax is to restore the lands that have fallen into decline, so he decided that those who have large land plots should pay additional fees to cover the losses, while obligations regarding labor and military service remained as before. As soon as the advisors became concerned about the high costs of managing the region, they were quickly explained that all the necessary money would come from export sales. Alestino shared his plans. He wants to provide the peasants with new tools for working in the fields, including toothed threshers. He hopes that, thanks to this, the peasants will work more easily and the harvest will increase. However, Alestino understands that the new threshers may replace the old rice ones, which will then become unnecessary. Advisors acknowledged that his arguments made sense and agreed. As soon as the new machines start working, soldiers and their families will take over all the work at the borders. At the same time, they noted that for those who lose their jobs, new employment opportunities must be found. Almaz explained that the use of new technologies will significantly reduce labor costs during paper production. Moreover, expanding the production chain will not only create new jobs, but also preserve profits from manufacturing forms. He proposed postponing the discussion about crop rotation and moving on to another topic, the establishment of distilled wine production. He emphasized that this project could become an additional source of income and help expand the range of agricultural products. I remember how a few years ago we made the first test batch of moonshine and offered Bartolo to try it. We convinced him that we had already perfected the technology and could now consistently produce a drink of the same taste. Having tried the drink, Bartolo was genuinely surprised by its strength and excellent taste. He called the drink a true divine creation and confidently stated that such a product would quickly gain popularity in the market. Then Almaz began to explain how distillation works. He said that wine is a mixture of alcohol and water, but when heated, the alcohol evaporates first. If these vapors are collected separately, pure alcohol can be obtained. He He explained that the main secret is that water and alcohol boil at different temperatures. If you skillfully control the fire and cooling, you can separate pure alcohol, leaving only water in the boiler. Ilmais explained that after collecting alcohol vapors, they are cooled, causing them to become liquid. This produces a concentrate, or pravats, which contains the highest amount of alcohol. So he concluded that the proposed method really allows easy separation of the alcohol fraction, stable production of strong drinks for sale, and filling the state treasury. Almas Deneau explained that distillation helps obtain pure alcohol by separating water from the barrel, but his sister reminded that usually more complex equipment is needed to get high-quality alcohol. He pointed to the drawing of a simple distillation apparatus made according to modern instructions and explained that they currently have only one such device, but soon the blacksmiths will have to make more parts so that more of these apparatuses can be produced. Bartolo noticed with anxiety that there were almost no blacksmiths left in the kingdom who were skilled in working with iron. It seemed he would have to persuade the craftsmen to start making the necessary equipment. The advisor admitted that Almas significantly exceeded expectations regarding the tax reform, but suggested postponing further discussions for now and first celebrating the victory with a good drink. By that time, he had almost finished discussing all the issues that were to be considered that day. Only military matters remained to be discussed. He emphasized that without creating an army, all previous efforts regarding security would remain unfinished. Berthelot frankly said that although he commanded troops while serving King Firm, the new position was still quite unusual for him, so he did not consider himself a great expert in war. Before starting work, Berthelot asked Almos for permission and first finished his wine. The garrison commander reminded that since Almas became the ruler of these lands, he was responsible for the security of the territory and the peace of all who live here. He noted that the most important thing now was to destroy the bandits and defend against enemy attacks. From this, it became clear that they definitely needed their own army. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accomplish such tasks. Everyone constantly emphasized that they did not yet have a real army. Apart from council members, there were only a few dozen local youths who knew how to use weapons. Therefore, he took on the task of compiling a list of candidates for officer and soldier positions for various combat missions. Elmistan said that most likely their enemy would be the large kingdom of Damagar, which is located near Russia. The Russian Tsar hopes that Damagar will help protect his country. Bartolo asked how many soldiers Damagar could gather. He estimated that under the command of Domerger, there were about 50,000 soldiers. Bartolo said that due to large distances and many enemies, Dimorger would hardly gather all its fighters. In his opinion, no more than 10-20,000 warriors would face them. Almas recalled that during the battle with King Firm, they also had only 3,000 warriors, but Bartolo reassured him, reminding that at that time the King of Ruse was seriously ill. It was a special situation. Therefore, now the army must be much larger. Almas promised that by the start of a possible battle, they would manage to gather enough fighters. He intends to train them himself, as the local residents already have war experience and know how to fight. He concluded that the most reliable thing was to create his own permanent army. Even in Firm, there was already a personal guard of 100 fighters out of 300, but Bartolo warned him. If a war suddenly started, such a force might not be enough. Bartolo advised recruiting into the army those soldiers who once served the old king and were left without any work after the war. He said that these people are now needed by no one, and if left to their own devices, they could become dangerous and crave revenge. Almas agreed with him, as it was not worth taking such a risk. Former warriors could still become a reliable support. Almas decided to try this plan and began looking among former warriors for those who could join the new army. He noted that the issue with weapons is better postponed until the necessary money appears, but it is already worth purchasing black powder as a reserve in case of unforeseen situations. Finally, he once again reminded everyone not to forget about their magic circles. After that, he asked if anyone had any objections before they proceeded further. To the last question, everyone immediately agreed and quietly said that they had nothing against it. After this, Almas proclaimed that from now on everyone could be free. He warmly smiled at Tetri and immediately noticed sincere support in her gaze. That night he pondered that now they live on exhausted land, but this is only the beginning of their new path. He remembered how he and Tetra moved to the palace. It was then that he first felt he had a real home. That same night they climbed onto the palace roof, held hands, and together admired the bright moon and twinkling stars overhead. Almas again remembered the moment when they sat side by side, their shoulders touching. A quiet night prevailed around, and stars twinkled above their heads. In that moment, Almas felt the tender warmth of their closeness. Tetra cautiously asked if they were now husband and wife. He almost confirmed it, promising that from now on he would take care of her and take responsibility. She confessed that she still doesn't quite believe in everything that happened and cannot fully comprehend her happiness, gently smiling at him. He almost said that he feels the same way, but she didn't need to hear it. She already saw how happy he was. Finally, Tetra barely audibly called his name, and they hugged tightly, silently promising each other to always be together. The heroes talk about the duties of the rulers of these lands. The main mission has already been completed, but there are still some matters that need to be finished. They confidently decide to see everything through to the end, proving their dedication and determination to fulfill all their promises. The list mentions geographical names: the Kingdom of Domred, the Land of Ash, Agrobia Almus, and several other territories. It is about a certain person who must complete an important task concerning all these lands. Since all this happened, several days have already passed. The heroes carefully examine the map and realize that they are now in the bustling trading city of Kazri. Life is thriving on the streets. There are so many people, even more than at home, in their native Rositsa, as they expected. Someone persistently pushes Tetra aside, assuring that today they intend to spend the whole day together with Almus. The crowd is already tight, and here someone is constantly trying to get closer. It turns out that they are performing the duties of guards. Someone makes an unsuccessful joke about flirting, but it is perceived as inappropriate and unserious. Everyone agrees that in such a matter one must remain a professional. There are only 4 of them, so the threat is almost non-existent, but the leader strictly reminds them not to mix work with personal matters, and yet one question remains troubling: why did they choose you? Ron and Roswood asked Almas why he chose the trading city, although he could have sold all the goods in his own kingdom. Almas replied that he had 2 important reasons for this. Firstly, Almas wants to find the first buyers. Secondly, he needs to raise money to revive the Ashen Land. For this, he plans to take a loan. The argument flared up over money. One believes that taking a large loan is better than starting with a small business. The other is nervous and afraid of not coping with the debts. However, there is a plan, and everything depends only on the first step. One of the group members suggested turning to King Rositsa or Raymond for money, or even trying to do it independently. However, the rest did not agree with this idea, since there were still financial difficulties in the kingdom, and it was unlikely that there would be wealthy buyers for their goods. But if the leader has already made his decision, then there is no reason to worry. The heroes are a little nervous before the upcoming meeting with a famous and influential merchant. Trying to ease the tension, they joke, "The main thing is that he doesn't decide to eat us from the first minutes." Everyone understands. The hardest trials are still ahead, because difficult negotiations lie ahead. It was this merchant to whom King Rositz entrusted a personal letter of recommendation. The heroes stand on the very edge of the abyss and do not believe what they see before them. For the first time in this world, the heroes found themselves before an endless sea that stretched all the way to the horizon. With surprise, he realizes that the salt here tastes the same as in his native world. The strong wind and salty sea air pleasantly refresh his skin. They enthusiastically examine the giant ships, marveling at the skill of the local shipbuilders. Some recalled vessels from their past world, but these ships seemed much larger and more powerful. It was obvious that the technologies of this place far exceeded everything they had known before. The group quickly looked around. They were impressed by the new achievements in shipbuilding, but no one stayed long. More important matters awaited them ahead, so there was no time to get acquainted with local inventions. When they approached the building, everyone understood. This was probably the Trade Guild of Inisama. One of the heroes politely apologized for disturbing others, as an important meeting awaited them ahead. The group hands over the letter of recommendation from King Rosita. After a brief official exchange of greetings, they are asked to wait a little. They agree and calmly complete all the necessary formalities. While the heroes wait for their turn, they carefully look around the room. It is small but gives the impression of being very sturdy and secure, much larger than their own bedroom, and this impresses them. The host warmly welcomes the guests and notes that they have come from afar. But suddenly, among the audience, his gaze stops on one person who instantly captures his interest. Ains politely greeted, stated his name, and clarified that although he is not an Alden, he speaks their language well. It was clear he wanted to keep the conversation going and maintain respect in the eyes of the honored guests. Almas suddenly spoke to Ains in a language he had never heard before, which greatly embarrassed and surprised him. Almas introduces everyone to his wife Tetra, as well as his 2 servants, Ron and Rosewood. Thanks to this brief presentation, it becomes clear who is part of their small group. Someone happily notes that they spoke the Kurushi language for the first time, and everything went wonderfully. Greetings during the epidemic passed successfully, so guests are urged to move on. In response to the question of how he knows this language, Almas shared that he mastered it thanks to his wife. Her mother was Kari Sheen, and it was through this that Almas learned the language, uncovering a small secret about his family. Tetra shares a special story from her life. Her mother Olna met a man during a trip through the countries of Eshu, who later became Tetra's father, and true feelings flared between them. Tetra considers this meeting the reason for the strong bond between two different cultures in her family. As soon as the name Helena was pronounced, someone quietly said it again, as if recalling something important. At that moment, a special nostalgia was felt in the air. The host invites the guest to sit down and immediately starts the conversation to the point. The room has a businesslike and tense atmosphere. The conversation turned to the most important matter. The hosts asked the guests what goods they had brought for sale and requested to see samples. Thus began the business negotiations. Guests show different types of paper, name each of them, and recall the corresponding PU. When they hear a short yes, it means the paper is really of good quality and everything is satisfactory. The owner asked about the price, emphasizing that paper is much more convenient than papyrus or parchment. He understands well how practical it is to make various notes on paper. During the inspection of the sample, the owner asks for permission to tear the paper a little and try to write something on it. This is how he professionally checks the quality of the product before making a deal decision. Everyone sits silently, and tension is felt in the air. A lively conversation continues about how profitable this new paper could become. The owner is considering starting mass production and plans to sell it at a price twice that of papyrus. He already imagines the profit he will get if he can squeeze papyrus out of the market. The business negotiations are nearing completion. The main character is convinced that this deal will bring him a considerable profit. So the short lines are what we agreed on and have already signed a preliminary contract on paper. Now it is time to discuss the next issue. Guests are served wine, and everyone immediately notices its rich, bright aroma. The drink seems quite strong, so among those tasting it, various thoughts and feelings arise. One of the guests tries this wine for the first time. He carefully tastes the drink and confidently says, "Such wine can be sold at 20 times the price of ordinary wine. It seems that the quality is truly exceptional." The host tried a little wine and thoughtfully murmured, carefully looking at its color and tasting the flavor. He immediately began to consider whether it would be good for sale. The business partners quickly found common ground. They easily agree while discussing the quality of the wine. One of those present insists the unique wine is worth a higher price. However, another disagrees. He looks suspiciously at the taster, who just admitted that he is trying this wine for the first time. An awkward pause falls in the room, but in a moment everyone gets involved in a lively dispute and begins to bargain even more fiercely. One of the guests boldly declares that he wants to get no less than 30 times the initial price for this product. But as soon as he said this, he immediately begins to doubt, is this demand too modest? It seems that because of the uniqueness of the item, such fierce disputes arise among people about its true value. The price was agreed upon surprisingly easily. Even those who observed the negotiations were impressed by such speed. No one expected everything to be resolved so simply. Suddenly someone notices a mysterious smile. "Oh, I've been caught," one of the traders exclaims humorously, trying to dispel the tension with a joke. The conversation shifts to the topic of a loan. One of the participants sighs and honestly admits, "I will not be able to beat this trader at his game," acknowledging his experience and skill in business. Tetra understood that King Rossitz had already mentioned their needs in his letter. Therefore, Ninnis asked directly, "So how much do you need?" He immediately got to the point, making the conversation practical. The guests without hesitation ask for 3 times the amount, emphasizing that this is exactly how much their lands yield per year. It is clear that they had calculated everything well in advance. At first, the merchant asks to see the documents, but when he sees them, he is noticeably surprised. Probably something in the amount or conditions was unexpected for him. After some hesitation, the merchant still agrees to give the money but sets his condition. The discount on the paper will remain until the entire debt is paid off. However, there is a hidden undertone in his voice. It seems this deal is not as simple as it appears at first glance. Finally, a joyful exclamation of approval was heard. They agreed. The deal was concluded, and both parties were satisfied after long and exhausting negotiations. The negotiations ended, and all financial matters were settled. This deal is beneficial for both sides, as the documents specify special conditions. Profit is guaranteed even if the debt is not paid. Since the main character became the ruler of the lands of Eshu, several weeks have passed. Now new challenges stand before him. He will have to govern this territory. Ron set off to the village to collect taxes from the local inhabitants. When it was time to deliver the tax from the village, people noticed something strange. The sacks of grain were too small for such a large field. Then everyone decided to check again how much grain was actually in those sacks. It turned out that instead of the 10 required sacks, much fewer were brought. Although the elder assured that the money was paid in full, he was still not believed. The elder swore that he had distributed all the grain, but the people did not believe him and suspected deceit. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, and the conflict relentlessly gained momentum, preparing for its decisive moment. Ordering a search of the elder's house, the commander spoke as if he was completely convinced any lie would be exposed. The guards forcibly made the deceiver kneel and did not allow him to get up, no matter how much he tried to justify his actions. Ron handed him the tax report. While the inspection was ongoing in the house, the first results appeared. During the search, a stash of wheat was found under the floor. From the documents, it became clear that a much larger tax was supposed to be paid. It became evident that the elder was hiding part of the harvest. If the village elder is caught stealing, he will be severely punished, 50 lashes. Soyan confirms, the punishment for theft is the same for everyone, regardless of position or rank. The village elder justifies himself by saying that collecting taxes is dangerous, so there should be an additional fee for it, but Ron Summa disagrees and considers such demands too harsh. The village elder, in despair, begs not to tell the Lord about this, and even offers part of the recently collected wheat as a bribe, but such an attempt to negotiate only complicates the situation further. If someone tries to give a bribe, the punishment becomes even harsher. 70 lashes await him. The elder, in despair, asks for forgiveness, pleads for mercy, but everything seems in vain. The law is the law, and no leniency should be expected. Some say that such violations happen here often. However, now they will have to turn to the lord of these lands themselves and beg for mercy. An order was given to immediately carry out the punishment. Other sacks are loaded onto the cart, concluding this unpleasant matter with the tax deception. Meanwhile, events were taking place in the Palace of Ash. The heroes hurried to the leader to inform him about the event, but on the way they suddenly met Ro. This chance encounter turned out to be just in time. Now they can discuss everything that happened directly with him. When everyone learned about Enro, they became curious about how he was doing. At that moment, someone remembered that only he could help with the new problem that had just appeared. Viral immediately learned about the bribery attempt that happened today. Feeling proud for being able to expose the deception, he, along with others, did not hide their joy. After all, they managed to protect the interests of Ashland. The peasants discussed that many evade paying taxes. Some say, if people did not hide their incomes, life would become easier. But for the 12th time in a row, people continue to conceal profits, which makes one wonder how habitual this phenomenon has become. One of the heroes enthusiastically talks about how diligently he prepared for the task. He admits that Ron Kun is a true example for him, and he sincerely wants to learn to be as experienced and responsible as his senior friend. The hero is sincerely convinced that everything happening now will eventually lead to better things. He believes the mayor's strictness is not in vain, because it is precisely thanks to such tough approaches that positive changes will surely come over time. The Almasami team has special significance. Its popularity among the residents of Ash largely rests on the dedication of assistants and close friends. The report ends with a message about an upcoming trip to a northern village. The heroes say warm goodbyes, expressing hope that they will meet again soon, and after all the affairs, they will finally have time to rest. Someone expresses gratitude for the work done. This short word shows that everyone worked together and treats each other with respect. They discuss the results of the tax revenue audit. It turns out that actual incomes differ significantly from expected ones, especially noticeable in the Amur region. This issue needs to be investigated more thoroughly. Thanks to the population census, it was possible to accurately determine tax rates, and everyone reports this with joy. People believe this became possible thanks to the wisdom of Almasami and his fair approach to taxes. They talk about achievements in agriculture. New tools are being mastered according to plan, and the production of thresholds has already started. With borrowed money, they managed to buy iron equipment that should make the work more efficient. So it can be said that events are developing as they should. Achievements in agriculture and the tax system show that the chosen approach to managing the lands of Wesh is truly correct. They talked about the legacy left after the reign of King Firm. There were many abandoned lands around. The heroes believed that if they took care of these neglected plots, over time, it would be possible to significantly improve the harvests. The order for land purchase has already been fully completed. However, it is noted that in the Aae region, finding horses is almost impossible. Because of this, there are great difficulties in the development of agriculture. Almi said that Sami is already aware of the plans. Horses are going to be used not only for farm work, but also for battle if danger arises. Moreover, the order to acquire specially trained war horses has already been given. The Harvest Festival is coming very soon. It is a very important event for the entire kingdom of Rossets. All noble families come to it. Everyone expects Belle to also take part in this celebration. Someone expresses hope that no conflicts will arise at the upcoming celebration, and at the same time, sincerely worries that everything will be fine with Rosewood and the rest of the team. They announced a recruitment of warriors, and this immediately alarmed everyone in the village. Summer, without stopping work on the farm, hesitantly asks if war is approaching. Announced new recruitment rules, accepting men from 15 to 30 years old. They assure that service will be voluntary only, and payment for work will be in wheat. For those interested, a detailed list of requirements was also presented. Future warriors were promised to be provided with weapons, and this will be financed by the Ash family. This is very important because most of the guys themselves would hardly be able to find all the necessary equipment. The new warriors are explained that their task is to protect their territory and fight bandits. Meanwhile, one of the characters sadly thinks about Ron and Rose, who are still absent, showing how much he cares about them. Despite all military preparations, the main goal is to maintain order, not to start real fights. All this is done so that the local residents remain calm. Attractive service conditions have been announced, a job for life except in special situations, and afterwards, a guaranteed pension. Recruits will be provided housing near the palace and will undergo daily training. Only 300 places are available for the reception. If there are more applicants, a selection stage will be organized. Applications can be submitted through elders, and this must be done within the next 2 weeks. The peasants actively share news among themselves. They say that a new opportunity has opened for landowners, but ordinary farmers will have to leave their fields. Everyone pays special attention to the fact that the recruitment of participants is only on a voluntary basis. One of those present asked if it was possible to join the service if he had previously served in the elite troops under the command of King Ephraim. They tell him that the main thing is your skills and sincere desire. It does not matter which family you come from, because the army will accept anyone who wants to become part of it. Selection is available to everyone. Here everyone has equal opportunities, and no one's origin or past affects the admission decision. Some people skeptically claim that such advantageous offers seem like a fairy tale. However, the results confirm everything is real. The organizers do not hide their surprise. The number of applicants turned out to be twice as many as they thought. This shows that a serious crisis has really arisen in rural areas. Finally, everything becomes clear. People are so worried because many farms were taken from them, and now the former owners are left with nothing. It turned out that most of King Firm's soldiers were actually simple peasants. One woman recalled how in her native village, she listened to stories about the hard fate of soldiers and all the trials they had to endure in military service. For a considerable number of peasants who did not have their own land, the recruitment became a real salvation, as if fate itself gave them a chance in a difficult period of life. One of the newcomers enthusiastically says that he wants to become a true hero. He emphasizes that they all came here not to work in the field, but to serve in the army. They worry about those who did not get into the army, because some of them may become robbers, but for many, service is a chance to start over and find their place. Therefore, they decide to gradually increase recruitment in the army when the economy begins to recover. The question arose about funding. Will there be enough money to support 300 warriors, especially after the recent tax reduction? This seriously worries the organizers. Some say that the mayor has started to act more responsibly and care more about the city's economy. This is really a good sign, but some still doubt how long such stability will last. They tell why during the reign of King Firma the economy was in decline. Although the situation is still far from ideal now, the current state is still better than it was before. The main difference is that now the economy does not depend solely on agriculture. The new economic strategy is based on 3 main sources of income. These are the sale of paper, alcohol trade, and sales taxes on goods. This approach allows diversifying the revenues to the state treasury and reducing possible risks. A profitable trade strategy is buying rare goods from the Kurishi, for example paper, with subsequent resale to delinear merchants. This approach yields good profit. In the town of Esh, they decided to organize a constant supply of quality goods from Kurishi. This idea is supposed to attract more traders and buyers to the town. A broad economic development plan was proposed. With its help, they plan to attract traders of rare goods, revive local trade, and introduce a fair tax system. Thanks to this, the Eastern Territory will be able to flourish. There is talk about an economic plan in which paper and alcohol become the main goods. They not only provide a good opportunity to earn, but also actively develop trade in Aishu. It is also mentioned that in Adeln, the local elite has long acted similarly. Finally, the heroes decide not to delay and get down to business. Ron is entrusted with preparing the army, and Rose receives her important tasks. Everyone realizes the moment to act has come. There are more than enough plans, time to move to decisive steps. Suddenly, someone interrupts the conversation, politely asking for a minute of attention. There is anxiety in his voice, and this immediately alarms everyone present. Soon a group of Ions is expected to arrive, bringing with them 100 horses and 50 German slaves. This news prompts reflection on how such reinforcements can be used to strengthen the army. Proposal is made to create a cavalry unit. It is explained that horsemen will be very important in upcoming battles. They are best suited for reconnaissance and carrying out important tasks. There is a discussion about how the cavalry and the kingdom of Razitz currently look. Now they are simply wealthy people on horses who are actually not prepared for battle at all. However, with the appearance of the new unit, this situation may change. Ron expressed a desire to become the commander of the cavalry. He emphasized that he is good at riding horses and also promised to take care of the slaves from whom they plan to form the new unit. Ron is surprised by such a proposal. He thinks that Borisama would have handled this role better. Moreover, Ron himself lacks experience in commanding cavalry, so he is not confident. They try to convince him by giving various arguments. They say that among all acquaintances he writes the best, has the same rights as everyone else, and maintains good relations with Ria, a girl from Germany. Borisama has never commanded cavalry, but he has his own strengths. However, Ron still remains the best candidate for this position. Finally, it was decided, Rosewood will command the cavalry, even if he still hesitates. Others manage to convince him, after all, only he somewhat understands the language of the servants and can communicate with them, even if he does not speak it perfectly. Graham will oversee the archers, and Ron was entrusted with the infantry. Due to this division, they will not be able to act as one unit. Rosewood, having made the decision, confidently states that he will do everything possible to cope with the new responsibilities. His enthusiasm indicates that he understands and accepts his responsibility well. After a few days, the long-awaited squad of horsemen arrives. Almaz, who personally arranged to purchase these horses, cannot hide his excitement when hundreds of powerful war horses appear before him. Ainz proudly shows the horses, emphasizing that this is a great honor for everyone. Tetra and Almaz themselves start counting the horses, ordering each row to carefully recount the animals to ensure accuracy. It turned out that the horses were gathered from all over the district. 30 were taken from warehouses, another 50 were bought from Kurish traders, and 20 were purchased from nomads from Adalny. Ainz told how difficult it was to gather them all. At this time, slaves arrive. Ainz admits that he would have preferred to buy horses from nomads from the Adelne Peninsula because they are cheaper there, but now he chooses the best horses from those available here. A column of slaves moves past the heroes. Around them, only rhythmic heavy steps and the clinking of iron are heard as the shackles painfully clang against their legs. Almaz stands before the newly arrived slaves and announces himself as their new master. He says he wants to meet each of them personally. Then Almaz asks Ria to translate his words so that everyone correctly understands what he wants to say. Ria Obliges solemnly announces Alamis as the new lord and conveys his words of greeting. She clearly states his name, emphasizing that this is an official message from the ruler of these lands so that everyone understands each other without misunderstandings. One of the slaves asked to be given something to eat. Ria aloud repeats his request, paraphrasing his words for others. Almaz immediately takes control. He promises not only to feed everyone, but also to provide an opportunity to swim and dress in clean clothes. Almaz wants to see how Rosa handles the slaves who remained. He asks Ria to translate his words, showing his calm and organized manner of leading the new squad. Rose tries to say something in German and turns to Ria to find out if he pronounced the phrase correctly. His effort is commendable, although the sentence he said sounds a bit strange. In German, he addresses those who have already changed clothes and asks them to listen carefully to him. He told the slaves that he is a representative of authority in these lands. New service rules announced. Slaves were promised they would receive decent wages, and for diligent work they could earn freedom. Their main task is to become riders in combat units. Some slaves treat promises with suspicion, considering them empty words. This shows that they still do not trust the new masters after all they had to endure in captivity. Hearing the slave's words, Rose flared up with anger and approached him with a determined step. Rosa hears how the slave says his name. He says his name is Verger. Verger mocks Rose and teases her, and she turns to the servant, trying to convince him to listen and believe her. Rhea joins the conversation. She presents herself as an example for all slaves, since she herself was once a slave but managed to win her freedom. Rose wondered if her slave would listen to her, but he only replied with a smile that he never listens to those weaker than him. They agreed on a duel. If Rose wins, Verger must obey all his orders. If Vasca kills, he is promised freedom, but only if he wins. Rose agreed to these terms, and after that they each went their separate ways. Ryer told Almaz everything that happened, and she advised her to return to Rose. I was almost about to ask Enz about the Germans. He said that their main occupations are hunting and farming. Moreover, they are excellent horse riders because they learned this from neighboring nomadic tribes. The main character noticed that Germans are not naturally skilled at horseback riding. Verger approaches the horse and notices the stirrup attached to the saddle. He became curious about what this thing was. Rose explains that these stirrups are needed to hold on more easily in the saddle and not fall off while riding a horse. She also notes that it would be unfair if only he used the stirrups while Verger remained without them. The slave sincerely thanked for the trust shown, but still asked to remove these devices from him. Almaz noticed this request and agreed, saying that without extra things it would be easier to fight. This was indeed a wise decision. Both warriors were slowly preparing for battle, putting on massive armor. They were given sticks wrapped in cloth to replace real spears. I must announce the rules and ask everyone to be careful. Even these sticks can become deadly dangerous. He noted that the sticks and horses were the same for everyone, so everything was fair. After that, he asked the participants of the fight to stand at equal distances from each other. I must give the signal for the battle to begin. Both riders are wildly rushing towards each other. Verker says that although the rules are the same for everyone, he will be the first to strike because he has more strength. Almo explains that wielding a spear on the ground and on a horse is very different. In each case, you need to know your tricks and special techniques. Rosa, holding in the saddle, confidently deflects the slave's attack, then easily strikes him back right in the chest. Verger suddenly falls off the horse. Almas stops the fight. Everyone around rejoices at Rosa's victory, although some still did not understand what exactly happened. Inz was on the verge of revealing Rosa's secret technique, her strong defense and lightning-fast reaction. He is already beginning to notice in people the same skills he possesses himself. He perfectly understood exactly what skills Rose needed to perform such a trick. However, aloud he only said that Rose was capable of defeating a bear, having only a spear with him. At that moment, Rose himself approached Verger and extended his hand to help him get up. The slave admits his defeat and says that now he will obey Rose and considers him his master. However, Rose is embarrassed and asks not to be called that anymore. Rhea quickly ran up to Rose and hugged him tightly, sincerely congratulating him on the victory. He thanked her because it was thanks to her lessons that he learned to ride so well. In the palace, Ash Almaz meets with Soyan. Almaz reports that all matters with the army are resolved, so now they only have to wait for the harvest festival. But suddenly, he is informed that some stranger with a girl is requesting a meeting with him. Almaz anxiously notes that strangers without documents can be dangerous. As the new ruler, he understands that from now on he is responsible for the peace and protection of Ashu's lands. The conversation shifts to two people, an architect and a researcher from the Crimson Empire. Someone notices that their experience is especially valuable now, as professionals are very scarce and their skills could be very useful. The girl says that she is the chief architect, and the boy shares his big dreams. He wants to explore the entire continent and someday see the ocean. Their ambitious statements evoke various feelings among those nearby. At first, he was a bit doubtful, but for the sake of science, he still decided to give them a chance. He ordered the guests to be taken to the archive hall, as their stories truly interested him. As a ruler, he allowed curiosity to prevail over caution. Almer admits that he is not very knowledgeable about this world yet, but he really wants to learn more. Although he does not fully understand everything yet, he already sees that these masters could become a real treasure for his land. An official introduction takes place. The strangers introduce themselves as Ismi and Saim. Their names and titles sound strange to the locals, once again emphasizing that they are outsiders. At first, Almost warmly welcomes the guests and invites them to sit down. Over time, his attitude becomes friendlier. He opens up, moves away from reserve, and begins to sincerely show professional interest. Guests gladly agree to this idea and together take their seats at the table. Almaz already understood that this couple wishes to work for him, so he suggested they tell a little about themselves. The girl decided to start first. She shares with him that she works as an architect and can come up with projects for any buildings she can imagine. the girl shows him her old drawings and sketches. Maya surprises everyone with her remarkable talent. She can not only erect buildings and lay roads, but also create real war machines, for example, trebuchets and ballistae. Her skill is far from ordinary architectural abilities. Almaz examines her drawings and sincerely marvels at how high quality they are. Although he does not understand architecture, he still sees that before him is the work of a true master. He even wonders why such a talented person decided to turn to him specifically, rather than seek a better fate in some famous country. At first, Ismia tries to please him, convincing that she truly believes in Almaz as the son of Griffin and a true hero. But suddenly Simia interrupts her quite sharply, demanding honesty. As it turned out, she has serious reasons for seeking work here. In fact, no kingdom accepted her, and she already realized this. The lady sees that in this matter women are not recognized. The most famous architects at court have always been men. Another problem is that Ismi turns specifically to Karash, and because of this, misunderstanding arises between them. Simia explains that in Adelni there are still prejudices against women architects. They pondered the strange situation. Although King Rossitz was progressive and could well have hired her, he was now seriously ill. Ismi feared that the new ruler, if the power changed, would immediately deprive her of her position. Therefore, she decided to make a choice in favor of the young and talented Almaz. Almaz is well versed in his calculations and dreams of gaining recognition in another country where her talents will be valued, not condemned just because she is a girl. However, she always remains cautious. Lord Esh finds a reasonable solution, first to test her abilities in action, and then officially hire her. Thus, he chooses a golden mean between readiness to give a chance to new talent and his prudence. This situation shows us the social problems of the world, biased attitudes toward people because of their gender and complicated bureaucratic rules that hinder talented people from revealing themselves. Ismia is an example of a new specialist who is not afraid to break outdated stereotypes. May got a chance to prove herself, to show how valuable she is. And the lands of Esh now had the opportunity to acquire a master who was underestimated elsewhere, although in reality he was a top-level specialist. Almaz proposed to Ismia to undergo a probationary period. If she restores the border wall well, she will receive a place to live and an official position. This way they could see how skilled she is in her work. Ismia enthusiastically agreed to the challenge, promising not to let the team down. Her loudly spoken words in her native language sounded like a promise, and everyone understood. She was determined to prove that she was truly important. When Almaz came closer, he asked to share his story. The researcher introduced himself and said he came from the Red Empire, also known as the Silk Land. This land is located far to the west. Sime talks about his recent experience. A month ago, he finally reached the edge of the world and saw the ocean for the first time in his life. Now he dreams of writing a book about all his adventures, but for that he needs good ash-colored paper. He says that paper from the Esh territory is much higher quality than papyrus and leather, so it is perfect for his plans. But since this material is very expensive, he had to offer his help in order to be able to get it. K-May compares himself to the authors of classic works, for example, those who created the Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms. He dreams of writing a book that will be no less important. His goal is not only to become famous, but also to preserve the knowledge of his era for future people. Almaz sincerely became interested in this project because he understood how important it was for culture. He carefully monitors so that the book is not used for profit, thus expressing his respect for others' work and knowledge. The lands of Esh are becoming a true center of attraction for talented people from different corners of the world. A unique invention appeared here, paper, which interested not only merchants, but also a sage named Simai. All Simai desires is to get the paper. Ismia and Simai are true professionals, each responsible for their own direction. One develops infrastructure and the other culture. Together with Almaz, they have gone through many trials, and now their experience can help Esh open new horizons. Almaz combines practicality with care for important matters, showing himself as a wise ruler who cares both about material things and the development of knowledge. Almaz asks to write a book that will describe all the adventures that happened to the author. He promised the boy shelter, food, and as much ink and paper as he wanted. In exchange for help, he asks only one thing, that he be the first to read this book. The heroes reach the kingdom of Rosette, full of determination and ready to experience new adventures. The heroes arrived at the scene and were surprised. So many people had gathered for the harvest festival that it was impossible to take them all in at once. Almaz's father comes out to meet them, and together with Tetra, they respectfully bow to the king's brother. Almaz brought wine as a gift. The father had already heard about this wine. News spreads very quickly here. Almas holds no grudge against Ron for helping carry the barrels to the table. Almas warns his father that the wine is very strong. Meanwhile, Raymond invites the main hero and his wife to join a meeting where the most influential families have already gathered. They approach the place where all their friends and acquaintances have gathered, and among the guests, they notice many who came to congratulate them on their wedding. He has already greeted almost everyone, carefully avoiding unnecessary attention from Rigar. Diabella also came, as her estates are located near Ash's lands. Tetra walks down the street, looking carefully around and sees a mother with a small child. At the same time, her mind is occupied with important thoughts. During the Harvest Festival, an unusual conversation suddenly starts among those present. Tetra unexpectedly asks, "Who would you want to have first, a boy or a girl?" Her words cause almost real confusion and embarrassment. Suddenly the conversation turns playful. Almes, a little embarrassed, says he wouldn't mind having a daughter. Someday, maybe, he will have a son-in-law. But he adds, if a boy is born, it will help avoid dynastic quarrels. At first you suggested a boy, then a girl, and he immediately smiled sincerely. Tetra wondered whether it was worth having more children later, and Asmuse, smiling, joked, asking if she really dreamed of a whole bunch of kids. Suddenly the conversation shifts to another topic. The guests are curious how Almas managed to defeat King Firm. Almas just laughs cheerfully, then suggests everyone raise their glasses and enjoy a treat together. But under the pressure of circumstances, memories begin to return to him step by step. He recalled that farm. He also remembered the king's last words, "Make this girl happy." He admits he cannot forget this command. His heart is still burdened by these words. One girl suddenly interrupts the main character's thoughts and extends her hand to him, inviting him to shake it. The guests are restless and ask Almash to tell a story. One of the women addresses him with a request to share adventures. Her daughter really wants to hear something interesting. Others present join these requests, and Almash herself also smiles and admits she too wants to listen to the story. Tetra froze in place, looking with surprise as a group of girls gathered around Almas. Each of them strives to stand out and interest him. At that moment, Almas realizes that his star time has come. One of the women, with a sly smile, reminded him that he only has one wife so far, and jokingly advised him to think about another family. Almas understood that these people wanted to take the place of his second wife and gain power in the Ash family. When he was delicately hinted that there was no rush and he could stay longer, as if inviting him to learn more about the newspaper, he realized they would not let him go just like that. Almas noticed that all the girls around belonged to the Debelli family, so he decided to quietly leave so as not to attract attention. However, Pietetra suddenly took his hand and hurriedly led him out of the room. She suggested trying an unusual dish together that was impossible to find in their city. He did not hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed. She allowed him to walk beside her, although others looked at it disapprovingly. He thanked her and quietly asked her to be a little kinder to him. She told him that their family did not have great wealth, so they so wanted to become his wife. But he just smiled and replied that above all, he dreamed of seeing Tetris's smile more often. The girl promised that she would warn the hero in advance. She also said that if he wanted to take a concubine, she would not object. But she asked him to make sure that this decision would not ruin their family. The boy replied that he completely understood her and agreed. She was right, as always. At that moment, he wondered if he would have to marry someone who would only be a second wife. But living with a person for whom there are no feelings seemed strange. He smiled awkwardly and looked away. A man was walking towards him, followed by stern guards. The hero noticed that the situation looked like a real theatrical performance, so many companions and spectators around. The shadow behind, called Almas, hinted to him. The man walking ahead is Rigard Diabel. At that moment, the hero realized he was facing Rigard Diabella himself. They stood face to face. The subordinate explained who was now before them. The man smiled and remarked that, of course, it could only be Almas and Tetranen. The boys looked at each other in surprise. The man extended his hands to them, greeted them, and sincerely said that he was glad to meet them and once again congratulated them on the wedding. The hero thought that this man was not really as bad as people said about him. He sincerely thanked Rigar. Rigar apologized for not being able to attend their wedding. He was sincerely sorry. The hero reassured him, saying there was no need to say that, since that day he had been talking to sick, so Rigar was not to blame. The man explained that although he almost never gets sick, this time he really felt bad. At that moment, the hero felt his hand being firmly squeezed. Two men grabbed each other's hands as if competing to see who was stronger. The hero initially looked angry but suddenly smiled and said he was sorry to hear that. Then he advised his opponent to take better care of himself. He squeezed the man's hands so hard that he couldn't stand it and hissed in pain. Rigger instantly pulled his hand back and shouted at the hero that he looked like a wild beast. He angrily turned to the hero and asked how this miserable freak dared to do such a thing. The hero understood. A more difficult acquaintance could not be imagined, because from the very beginning they were strangers to each other. Despite everything, the hero did not give up. Everyone around was watching them closely. Rigger turned around and walked away, shouting to the people watching the events why they were staring so much, and ordered them to disperse immediately. Tetra informed Almaz that Rigger had already left. At that moment, a boy appeared behind and anxiously asked if the hero was okay. Almaz recognized Ron in him with surprise. Idmas said that he was fine, they had only greeted each other, and Ron had nothing to worry about. However, another boy began to get angry and swear, saying that someone was picking on his brother. Moreover, this kid immediately called his friends, and now a whole group had gathered around. All of them looked at Idma and Ron suspiciously. Ron shouted, indignantly asking what exactly had just been said, and assured that he would not let it go like that. He suggested approaching and giving them a thrashing. Alma did not agree to this. Then the man standing behind noted that only Ron did not notice the hostile looks around, while the rest felt it perfectly. The hero urged everyone to stay calm and advised simply to leave without reacting to any provocations. It is important to control oneself here, because one might accidentally scare the people around, and it is better to avoid that. Everyone understood him and agreed, but suddenly, quick footsteps sounded behind, and the hero asked cautiously what had happened. Yuria was slowly walking down the street, and the people around were shouting excitedly, turning their gazes specifically to her. Tetra noticed how beautiful this girl was. The hero added that today she would read a prayer at the harvest festival. Today she was the center of attention. Their eyes met for a moment. She warmly greeted Almaz and Tetra, and the boys smiled in response, bowed, and also wished her a good day. She asked in surprise why the boys did not call her simply Yuri, without formalities. She was told that it was impossible now. Everyone was watching them closely, and there was another reason as well. In the direction the man pointed, Yuri saw her fiancé, Rigard. He was laughing and talking with some woman, looking very cheerful. Jurius smiled. The hero thought that after the orphaned children from the Griffin shelter, he had probably spent the most time in this world with Jurius. If he could, he would stay by her side, walk with her through life, and rejoice in her happiness, just like when he sees the smiles of Tetraran and other children. He sincerely loves her, but he is already married, and Yuri also has a fiancé. But what upset the main character the most was that he had even imagined Ryger as her fiancé. At that moment he realized he needed to stop, because he was accusing people of bad things without reason. Moreover, involuntarily he was already suspecting Ron of something. The hero thought, could it be that he is really so jealous of her now? And he also felt sorry that he already had a wife. Yuri confidently took his hand. She bowed her head, showing that she trusted him and could now calmly move on. Rigger appeared ahead and asked Yuri to stay for a moment. He couldn't resist praising her, saying that today she looked beautiful, as always. Since they were already engaged, they had something to talk about. The girl apologized and explained that she is currently preparing for prayer, so she cannot talk. She asked to postpone the conversation, and as she walked away, reminded once again that she is counting on him. Rigger sharply turned to the hero, and it seemed that a fight was about to start between them. Tetra sharply grabbed the boy by the hair and said harshly, "Stop, look around, it's not worth losing self-control." He noticed that everyone around was looking only at them. The girl advised him to stop, and the boy listened to her, thanking her for the advice. When they celebrated the harvest festival, during the next full moon, the hero found himself somewhere in the kingdom of Rossitz. Taking off his hood, he said thoughtfully that he had not been in these parts for a long time. When Yuri took his hand, she almost imperceptibly handed him a small piece of paper. On it was written a request, to come on the night of the full moon to the place where they first met. The hero, carefully opening the door, thought that if he was not mistaken, he had just entered that very same shop. Entering inside, he quietly uttered an apology. Yuri was indeed already inside and waiting for him. The hero smiled when he saw the girl. She noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time and sincerely thanked him for coming. To this, the hero replied that he came at her invitation and asked if everything was all right and why they met in this particular place. The girl smiled and said that the shop owner had given her permission. The hero immediately had warm memories of this person. Unexpectedly, the girl asked if he remembered their first meeting. The hero smiled confidently and said he clearly remembered this place, recalling how caramel grass grew here. The girl agreed with him. She was about to ask if he really remembered everything when suddenly he handed her that very plant. She was surprised. He said it was a souvenir made from a special caramel herb. When she invited him here, to the place where they first met, pleasant memories awakened in him. So even before the meeting, he went into the forest and gathered some of this herb. The girl thanked the boy and sincerely admitted how important he was to her. Tears appeared in her eyes as she spoke to him. Yuri confessed her feelings to him. The boy blushed and said somewhat confusedly that he had suspected it for a long time. She approached him and asked if he loved her. The boy smiled and confidently replied, "It is obvious without words." Their lips met in a tender kiss. He turned back toward Yuri. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Yuri noticed that now he kisses much better. Probably, this is thanks to Tetra. The hero himself did not quite understand why he was doing so well. The girl noticed that they had married quite recently. She asked if it was not too early for Almas to already think about a new concubine. To this, the hero remarked that she had no reason to blame him, since it was she who called him here. Then she addressed him by name. The girl directly asked the boy if he wanted to become her husband. He froze for a moment in surprise and fell silent. She could not figure out why he was behaving that way, so she directly asked if he felt any hostility towards her. The boy immediately denied it and sincerely admitted that he was in love with Yuria, although he understood that it might seem rude, but his feelings for Yuria were as strong as for Tetra. Then the girl wondered why he had fallen silent. Maybe he felt embarrassed in front of Tetra. He confessed that this was only one of the reasons, but not the most important. Then she asked again, "And what is the real reason?" She exclaimed that when they got married, he would be able to do whatever he wished with her, and then she definitely would not lose him to Tetra. She said that he would also gain the right to become the heir to King Rasitsa, but the boy replied that this was the main problem if he decided to marry her. He asked if she really thought that Rigor Diable would just stand aside. In his opinion, Rigor would never agree to this, and it would inevitably cause a civil war. Then he thought that King Firm attacked them without any reason, and they only had to defend themselves. But now he had the opportunity to choose. He could refuse to marry Yuria and thus avoid a civil war. Moreover, he did not feel true determination within himself. The hero had never even thought about becoming the heir to King Rasitsa. It seemed to him that this responsibility was too great, and none of his previous trials compared to it. However, this did not mean that he did not want to be king. On the contrary, more than anything, he dreamed of being close to Yuria and had no intention of giving her up to Bel. He just needed to muster courage and make a decision. He was well aware of what he had to do to gather determination within himself. Therefore, he asked Yuri to allow him a little time to think. The girl nodded, said she understood everything, but would wait only 2 days, and it was during this time that he had to make a decision. She confessed if he does not accept her, she will have no choice but to marry Ryger. Where is Bella? Late at night, the hero was riding home on a horse. Tetra ran out to meet him, rejoiced at his appearance, and immediately asked where he had disappeared to for so long. The man told his wife that he met Yuri. She asked distrustfully, since he had never hidden anything like that before. He only smiled and said there was no reason to hide anything from Tetra. She was smart and would understand everything herself. He lowered himself close to the ground, asking her forgiveness and confessing that he had betrayed her. She quietly asked if it was true and wanted to hear exactly what he had done. She sat down next to him and asked who kisses better, her or Yuri. The boy answered without hesitation that, of course, it was her. She asked him whom he loved more, her or Yuri. The boy immediately, without hesitation, said that she was the dearest to him. She smiled and said that now everything was fine. He asked if Tetra was angry with him, and she replied by asking if he really wanted that. She said that if it was easier for him, she could be offended by him, but he immediately assured her that it was unnecessary, everything was fine, and began to apologize to her. In response, she said that the main thing was for him to understand everything correctly, then everything would really be all right. Tetra explained that now nothing can be changed because everything has happened. She added that simply ignoring it is also not an option. The boy agreed and promised he would not do it again. However, Tetra meant something completely different. She sat directly opposite him, settling right on the ground. She reminded him that they are husband and wife, and therefore she must obey her husband, who is the head of their family. The wife cannot object to his final decision. The boy addressed Tetra, asking her to honestly tell about her true emotions. He said he did not want her to follow him if it contradicted her desire. Tetra said that what she values most in him is decisiveness. She likes how he is always able to find a way out of any situation, regardless of circumstances or time. She is attracted by his confidence and the fact that he always makes decisions without hesitation. She told him that doubts are natural and anyone can stop to think, but he should not impose his views on others. She no longer wants to deal with that. She explained that there was simply a misunderstanding between him and Yuri, but she truly loves him and has already decided. She wants to build a family with him. Now everything depends only on him, whether he can accept her feelings or reject them. She told him not to worry about her. Even if he loves Yuri more, it will not change her. She will still love him. Even when there are no feelings in return, her love for him will remain unchanged. She gently took his hand and sincerely said that she would love him even if he ever hated her. Even if his choice leads to trouble, whatever difficulties may come their way, her feelings for him will remain unchanged. She always dreamed of being by his side. Hearing this, the boy said he understood everything but wanted to discuss one important thing with her. He asked if something bad might happen, and she only silently nodded in agreement. After some time deep in the Romalian forest, the hero finally saw one of his old acquaintances. He rejoiced and sighed with relief. After a long separation, they had the chance to meet again. He sincerely thanked God for this unexpected meeting. Before the hero was a griffin who had just awakened and immediately recognized him. The hero honestly confessed his feelings to the griffin, and he immediately guessed, the boy wants to get closer to Yuri, the girl with lavender hair. However, the words the hero chose did not please the griffin very much. The griffin suddenly realizes one important thing. Yuri is the daughter of the pack leader. If he gets close to her, he will have to become the leader himself. But he only recently joined the pack, and many do not want to see him as the chief. Because of this, a real war may begin. The griffin asked the hero if he really did not know what to do. The hero reluctantly admitted that it was true, but asked the griffin to be more careful with his words. After all, it was about a wedding, not something unimportant. Then Griffin asked the hero if he would really obey if he gave some advice. The hero replied that he probably would not listen, because he did not come for instructions, but just to talk and get advice. Griffin understood this, and asked again what plans the hero had regarding Yuri. The hero confirmed that he is telling the truth. Griffin advised not to delay, as otherwise great troubles might arise. The hero emphasized once again that this could all be the beginning of a war. Some of the main characters' friends, like Ron, may die. There is a danger that not everyone will survive. The griffin said that everything was in their hands. Whether to help him or not, they decide themselves. No need to worry about it. He sincerely could not understand why the hero was so anxious about the pack possibly quarreling. The only options left were to fight to the end or accept defeat. The hero said that he does not doubt his victory. But doubts did not leave him. He remembered how Griffin once said, "A real person cannot kill someone without feeling guilt." Now these words constantly spun in his thoughts. People are creatures for whom living together in a group is important. Therefore, if someone is capable of killing without remorse, they become a threat to the entire community. Such behavior destroys unity, and neither the pack can protect them, nor can they survive among others. However, the hero is completely different. He is not like such people. The griffin proclaimed him ruler, and for the hero this became a sign. He must lead others like a true leader. He is no longer just part of the pack, but the one who determines its path. He does not obey common rules, and it is not even that important whether they consider him one of their own. Or maybe it is for the better, because this way he can protect his pack. The griffin noted, if the hero became the leader, it means he now has great responsibility for the pack. He should realize that minor losses should not trouble him, because from now on he is responsible for each of his own. The griffin said that if the hero does not think about what will happen next, perhaps he does not care that others may suffer. After all, to him they are just strangers whom he does not pity. Moreover, Griffin noted that the hero has already taken many lives. Does he really think about this only because of the children or for his own benefit? The hero said he was not ready to ask for anything if it meant putting other people in danger. The griffin just laughed and remarked that in any case, he would have to kill someone anyway. He understood one thing: if something is impossible to achieve in this world, he will not even try to do it. But if he desires it, he will do it without hesitation. When lions become the head of a new pride, they destroy the cubs of their predecessor. Even among fish, it often happens that they eat their newborns immediately after birth. They can do whatever they want. They are allowed either to stand against injustice or choose peace and live under someone else's pressure, because this world exists to be used. Whether the hero tries to find happiness or, on the contrary, destroys the surrounding world, only he himself decides. He emphasized that only a true hero can independently determine his own fate, and if a hero begins to hesitate, no matter what he decides, he will inevitably regret his choice over time. The worst thing is not to choose at all or to let someone else decide for you. It is better to make a decision once, either agree or refuse, than to constantly doubt and not know what to do next. The hero realized that whatever path he chose, he would have to regret it in any case. Both options seemed unsuccessful, so there was almost no choice. The hero almost expressed gratitude to Griffin and admitted that he understood everything correctly. Griffin asked if the hero had already made up his mind, and he nodded confidently. The time to act had come. No more delays were allowed. The griffin looked warmly at the hero. He liked his devotion, and he sincerely wished that the boy could fulfill his destiny. The hero stood before the king, who asked the young man if he had already made his choice. The hero first thanked them for giving him time to think everything over carefully. After that, he frankly stated that he had an even bolder request. He asked to be given both the kingdom and Yuri. "I have to ask Uriah if she is ready to become his wife." The girl ran to meet him with joy and immediately agreed. The irritated king inquired whether it was possible to postpone this matter until later. The man beside him noted that the hero had handled everything much faster than they expected, as they actually thought it might take a whole week. He was already about to approach the hero and tell him that if he thought it over a little more, it would only get better. But the hero replied with surprise. "Uriah said that I only have 3 days. The king said that even he would not dare to make such an important decision in just 3 days. He was prepared to wait a whole month and was confident that he would definitely survive that time. Uriah, whom everyone considered a heroine, began to justify herself. She said she only wanted him to decide faster if there was little time left. The king suggested leaving his daughter's thoughtless act in the past. He was truly grateful to those who helped the hero make the right decision. Meanwhile, the hero continued to think about Griffin's words, which seemed to contain a simple truth. The king decided to ask the hero if he planned something big when he got the throne. The hero replied that his dream was to unite the entire Adelna Peninsula. Everyone sincerely did not expect this and was very surprised. He laughed and said it was just a joke. Most people were skeptical about King Firm's dream, considering it absurd. However, the king himself stood his ground and noted that now they needed to decide when to announce the engagement, when to celebrate the wedding, and then when the coronation would take place. After that, the king asked the hero if he had any personal wishes regarding these events. The hero said it was better to finish everything as soon as possible, in about 2 days. The king realized that if they managed in such a short time, the enemy would not have the chance to gather an army. So as soon as the ceremony ends, the hero will gather his army and deal with all the nobles who arrive at the event. The hero told the king that, to be honest, he wants to gather an army before the ceremony takes place. To this, the king asked if he plans to do it soon, as the king himself has long dreamed of passing the throne to him and wants to peacefully live out his last days without worries. Crow inquired whether the hero truly had no doubts about his decision. The hero replied that he had thought it through well and decided to act while the king was still alive. However, he noted one problem. He had no great achievements, so carrying out the plan would not be easy. The king admitted that he was also concerned about this issue. Since the hero took over the lands of Esha, very little time has passed, so he has not yet had the chance to prove himself with great deeds. However, only outstanding achievements will give him the right to the throne. At that moment, the king had an idea. He announced that the kingdom of Domorger would soon attack them, so he entrusted him with commanding the entire army to stop the enemy. The hero asked the king when exactly it was supposed to happen, but he could not give an exact date. Meanwhile, Domorger concluded a peace treaty with the kingdom of Gilbert, and it seems these two states plan to expand their lands to the south. The king is convinced that the enemies will attack again in less than 3 years. The hero asks if he will live to see that moment. The king calmly assures that he will manage. However, even the voodoo expert does not stop worrying about his health. He said he would reveal all the details later. Now the main hero must tell the truth to his wife, as well as to Bartolo and Burroughs. Besides his loyal people, the hero must share this secret with 10 more trustworthy people. But there is one important warning. The more people find out, the greater the chance that the secret will become known to others. The hero listened to the king's order and was about to set off, but the girl stopped him, asking him to stay. She decided that she herself would tell Titro everything better, and the hero agreed with her and suggested going to Titro together. The girl could not contain her admiration. 2 women who became the wives of one man met and got acquainted for the first time. The hero sincerely explained to Teatri the reason why he chose Yuria as his wife. The girl rejoiced at these words, and Yuria confessed that at this moment she feels strong anger. Yuri deeply bowed, apologizing from the bottom of his heart, and asked Titro what exactly she had done wrong. Yuri asked for forgiveness for dreaming of marrying Almaz and becoming his main wife. The hero realized that if he married Yuri, he would someday become king himself, and Yuri would be his main wife. In that case, Titro could only be a concubine. Titro said she was not offended and did not care about this situation. The only thing that hurt her was that Yuri did not discuss anything with her. If Titro had known earlier, she would have pushed Almaz more herself. And if Yuri really felt guilty, she should have said everything at the very beginning. Yuri agreed with the girl and sincerely apologized to her. Tetro accepted the apology. The main hero rejoiced because their friendship remained unchanged. Yuri asked the girl if she was sure about her choice, since now she had to become the main wife. Tetro sincerely replied that she had no doubts because she had almost become his first wife. She firmly added that, regardless of how their life turned out, Yuri would never forget the face of the one who almost became his first wife. She assured that the position was not important to her, that love was the main thing for her. However, it seemed that the girl was actually more concerned about her own status. Yuri sharply asked why she acted that way. She felt that Tetro was hinting that Yuri was doing everything just to become the main wife. The hero realized that the situation was becoming dangerous, and something had to be urgently thought up to settle everything. He tried to address the girls and asked them to calm down at least for his sake. However, he did not finish speaking when Tetro suddenly jumped up and hit him with a stick. The hero asked her to stop and noticed with surprise that the sound of the blow did not correspond at all to the pain he felt. He thought, maybe the girl hid an iron rod in her sleeve. But Tetro only smiled mysteriously and explained, it was not what you thought. Actually, there was a hidden blade. The hero admitted that it was really impressive, but asked not to be hit anymore because it could end badly for him. Then Yuri asked to have the same done to her. The hero decided that this was probably the end. He was glad that calm and mutual understanding still remained between them. Soon Ron called the leader and said that everyone was staying where they were. The hero ordered to bring everyone into the room and lock the door well. Tetro noted that their whole company had not gathered together for a long time because everyone had many of their own affairs. One of the guys pointed out that he had not seen Ray today. To this, the hero replied that what they were going to talk about did not concern Ray. The man smiled and admitted that he did not expect to see such a company here, even himself and Barton. It seemed that something truly important was about to be said today. The hero politely invited everyone to sit down. The girl asked Yuri why she was here. Ron quickly asked not to make up that Yuri came to find herself a husband. Barton added that even Ron understands, it doesn't seem true. The hero confidently said that he wants to marry Yura. Ron asked if this means that Almas will become the new king. The hero nodded and confirmed that it was indeed so. Everyone around sighed with relief. The girl confessed that since she heard about the wedding of Yuri and Riga, she could not find peace because of worry for her friend. But now that it became known that Yuri chose Almas, she sincerely rejoices for her. That guy called his brother. Maybe it's a sign that he decided to start a war with Rigard and Hero, using his brother. It seems he wants to create even more problems for them, and the reason for all this is his love for Yuria. The hero sincerely regretted involving his friends in this difficult story. He felt guilty, but knew he could not manage without their help. The boys realized that it was now too late to regret their involvement in this adventure, and admitted that they did not like Debel. Meanwhile, the man greeted Almas and decided to talk to him. Burrose asked what will happen to Tetra now. The hero said that Tetra remains his wife, even if she will not be the head of the family. He assured that he will never leave her. The hero promised that even when he becomes king, he will still remain the head of the Ash clan. Burrose apologized for his question and explained that he was just worried about this situation. Burrose was convinced that the long-awaited moment for Princess Yuria would soon come. She would be able to marry her ideal prince. He believed in this because he had spent so much time near her and now had the honor of accompanying her in the royal procession. The young man explained that not only the Dibble family, but also other influential aristocrats are preparing to oppose the hero. The hero nodded in response to the count, although he was already thinking over his plan inside. He suspected that the Demorger kingdom would soon start a war. If that happens, the king will want to make him a commander so that he can achieve victories and glory. This way, he intends to weaken the power of other families that have not yet joined Rhaegar. The hero and his comrades decided to carefully monitor their opponents. They waited for the right moment to immediately start a political offensive upon noticing a weakness. Now everyone knows what is happening. The hero bowed politely and sincerely thanked them, saying that he hopes for their support from now on. At the border between the lands of Esha and Diable, a soldier named Gilbert reported that he had already gathered all the peasants and collected grain tax from them. The man looked at the bag and asked how he could have dared to deceive him. The man decisively replied no, then looked at Gilbert and asked why the full amount of taxes was not handed over. Gilbert explained that this was the entire collection they managed to get this time and asked for time until next year. That man promised to pay all expenses, but Gilbert disdainfully pushed him away and responded with rude words, mocking poverty. They decided to inspect the barn and began digging up the floor to find out what was hidden inside. They found 4 barrels filled with seeds. Then the man exclaimed that if they took all this, they would have nothing to sow the fields with. He gently nudged the old man, promising to lend the seeds, and then they would return everything with interest. After that, he ordered the servants to load the seeds. He asked the soldiers if everyone was already in place, and when he heard confirmation, he addressed the townspeople. "How could you humiliate me like this after everything I have done for you?" Gilbert said that he immediately notices from people's faces when something is being hidden from him. Seeing an unfamiliar girl, he immediately asked who she was, since she definitely was not local. She said that she came from a neighboring village. Learning that she was not local, he inquired whether she had informed anyone about her move and noticed that she had not. Then he asked, "Why exactly did you move here?" "Perhaps you got married." She sincerely asked him for forgiveness, and he replied that not all was lost yet, but now she would have to atone for the guilt of what she had done to their marriage and for that first night. The man who was beside her was kneeling, begging not to punish them and swearing that they would repay all debts next month. He understood that this was her husband and insisted on immediate payment, but then he added, "If she fulfills one condition, taxes could be disregarded in the report." He promised that after the first night they would be safe, no one would touch them, and they would not have to worry about taxes or paperwork. Gilbert recounted that in ancient times the lord who owned these lands had the right to spend the first night with the bride, regardless of her origin, but this still meant that she would lose her honor. Moreover, her husband's guilt would be forgiven, and their family would be exempt from paying taxes. The girl agreed to his proposal, said goodbye to her husband, and asked him to wait a little. The man lost hope. Somewhere far away, the girl asked the hero if this was really the same fort. The hero agreed with Ismi's words and asked the girl what she thought, whether this fort differed from the one that stood in Kishiria. Ismi said that the fortress was built almost the same way as 200 years ago, using ancient proven methods. The building is no longer new, but its thick stone walls immediately show that a true master created this structure. The girl looks at all this and thinks, this was not the work of an ordinary builder, but a true architect. For example, when you approach the edge and look down, you can notice many areas well hidden from view. At first glance, it becomes clear that this fortress has many places not visible from defensive positions. If an attack begins, defending it will not be easy. Inside, there are also many confusing corridors and intersections. The hero asked if it was about those roads that people usually walk on. She confirmed with a nod and said that it was exactly those paths, because it is here that one can most often meet and cross paths with others. Maya frankly said that the entire fort really needs renovation, but it is difficult to find quality stone in the lands of Esh. The hero asked Tetra if she knew a place where the necessary material could be purchased. Tetra recalled that, if she was not mistaken, the best stone in the entire kingdom is produced in the holdings of Dibble. The hero did not want to leave debts even after death, Bill. Tetra said that this is not the only place where something can be bought. She noted that they could also purchase it in Reseda. This significantly simplified the task for Almaz, so he decided to buy these lands from the king. Then Almaz asked Ismia to take on the development of the plan for the future fortress. The girl was on cloud 9. In just one day she became the chief designer of the fort. With confidence, she said that she was ready to complete the project right now. Only a little adjustment to her fresh sketch remained. The boy asked how much time would be needed for this matter. Maya said that if all the necessary materials were taken into account, she would finish in a week. Hearing this, the hero decided to trust her. The Ash Palace. Ron approached the leader, greeted him, and inquired if anything had happened during his absence. Ron reported that something important had happened, but did not want to talk about it outdoors. It was better for Burroughs, who was waiting inside, to tell everything. The hero entered the building and immediately asked Burroughs what had happened. The man reported that refugees from Debble had come to them. The hero asked how many people had arrived, whether they had received any news from their home Debble, and if they had been told to return the refugees back. He was informed that about 200 people had already gathered on site, but no news from Dable House had yet arrived. The hero wondered how it was even possible to ignore the disappearance of 200 people. This would not go unnoticed. He asked who knew about the existence of the refugees. Burroughs replied that only they here in the room, Ron, and a few of their warriors knew about it. Ismia added that Ron had accidentally found out about the refugees, so they decided to keep it a secret. Almaz realized that if he behaved carefully, he could try to resolve everything peacefully and avoid major troubles. Therefore, he called the woman who represented the refugees. She said that she would prefer to meet with him in person to talk. The girl begged Almaz to give them shelter. The hero inquired why they had to look for a new shelter. The woman replied that the reason was the excessively high taxes they could no longer pay. From the entire harvest, 30% is immediately taken as land tax. But that is not all, they also pay separately for clothing, fruits, forced labor, and military service. Even to get married, they have to give money. Ron explained that this custom means the following. The gift must be brought not to the family you marry into, but to the ruler of the country. Besides this, there was also a special letter known as the death text. She spoke about the funeral tax and the ancient custom of the rite of the first night. Besides this, the relatives of the Babel family do whatever they want, and no one can stop them. Forcing others, robbing, this is usual for them. Sometimes they are even capable of killing a person just for fun. The hero finally realized everything and told the representative that she could return to her people, and he asked Roya and Soyani to take care of the people. The hero addressed the count with a request to find out as much as possible about the Babel family, and asked if the count could understand how truthful the woman's story was. The earl replied that, as far as he knew, all these taxes really exist, and people are indeed forced to pay to the last penny. Moreover, he heard that sometimes families even have to sell their own children. Then Burroughs was asked for his opinion on this matter, and he said that he too had heard a lot of bad things about the Dibble family. Even during the rule of the Legos, many people fled the Dibble land seeking refuge. Even when King Firm ruled here, the inhabitants of those lands turned to him for help. Elma said that these places became desolate back in the time of King Firm, but people still chose them instead of leaving. Tetra spoke with the inhabitants, and when she returned, the hero asked how everything went. She shared that each of them has their own past, and perhaps all these terrible stories about conspiracies and murders are just fabrications. But that does not change the fact that the Debel family really does evil, and people on their lands openly dislike this family. Tetra asked what their plan was. The hero sincerely replied that above all, he wants to protect everyone. He was sure that this time Debel would not forgive those who fled from his lands because it undermines his authority. Therefore, the hero turned to Burroughs and asked if they could pretend that they knew nothing about this situation. Burroughs also agreed with Almash's words, but reminded that for travel between different lands, the consent of both rulers is required. If they allow it, they will violate their own law. But if that happens, he will be able to protect them. He understands that the law was broken, and even if the case goes to court, King Rossick, who presides over the court, will still side with him. Therefore, even if Dibble finds out about it, there will be no great trouble. Despite this, they still try to hide the truth. Then the hero suggested sending everyone to a village hidden among the forests of Ramalia. He was sure that no one would find them there. Maya said it was a good opportunity because, as Ria explained, the village lacks people and only needs to take care of food for everyone. Burroughs understood everything and decided to secretly lead everyone to the village under the cover of night. Several days passed. One day in Esha's palace, a girl approached the hero and said that Debel had already arrived. The hero asked how many people came with him. He arrived a little earlier than Ilmise had planned. Since the hero did not know how much he was informed about the refugees' affairs, he decided to first just greet him and then act according to the situation. The hero asked Soyeon to meet the guest with respect and prepare a treat for him. The hero was convinced that if Dibble ate well, he would become calmer. Now the most important thing for him was to make Dibble stop being so attentive. When Almaz was left alone with the man, he said that he had prepared several simple dishes for him and invited them to taste. Debo thanked him, and for a moment silence reigned in the room. The hero suddenly realized that he was strangely calm and began to wonder whether it was thanks to the food or if the matter was something else. He decided to ask about it a little later, after finishing eating. When all the dishes were already eaten, the hero addressed his interlocutor and asked what the real reason for his appearance here was. Rigar explained that several people had escaped from his possessions. He suspects that some of the fugitives might be hiding right here, so he asked the hero if he had heard anything about it. The hero, of course, understood everything but did not want to tell Rigar about it, and Almaz only apologized, assured that he had heard nothing about such a thing, and promised to deal with this situation as soon as possible. The hero thought that even if his assumptions were wrong, he still took care of a reliable shelter for all the refugees, and without any evidence, no one would be able to find their hiding place. They carefully removed all traces and concealed the smells so that even dogs could not track them down. Regard told the hero that according to the kingdom's rules, permission from both rulers is required to move to other lands. Then he asked if the hero knew about this. The hero confidently replied that he knew about such a requirement and asked, "So what?" Irritated Rugger warned that next time the hero must be more cautious if they meet travelers again, but the hero cut him off mid-sentence. The hero replied that he did not understand what exactly was being discussed, but promised, if they meet refugees, they will definitely report it. This is the least he can do to repay the respect. At this moment, we stay to the left. Tetra asked how everything happened, and the hero said that Rigard suspected him from the very beginning. At first, the hero thought these refugees were a trap, but it seems he was wrong. Now all that remains is to wait and watch what he will do next. Over time, Rigger became even angrier. He threw things around, scattered the furniture, and shouted loudly that the boy was only pretending to be innocent. He loudly addressed the girls, asking what exactly they were looking at so attentively, and asked to call Bernard along with Gilbert. Then he asked them what they thought about it. Gilbert was convinced that the refugees were heading to Ash's domain, as they came from a neighboring village. He noted that they had almost no other choice. Of course, they could have gone towards Damerger, but that journey would have taken several days, and the enemies could have easily spotted them. The second man said that they have no evidence yet, so they cannot take the case to court. It seems Alma's hid all the evidence very well. Then Gilbert asked if that means he can do nothing more but surrender. Bernard said that the main thing is they at least warned them. Next time they have a quarrel, they will use it to limit their freedom and be cautious. Ryger angrily insisted that Almas wait for exactly this moment. A week later, all this became the beginning of a great event. People from Dipple began to flee en masse and rush towards the territory of Esh, forming a stream of refugees. The boy politely asked why Almos was addressing him so late and inquired what had happened. They received an important message from the shamans who monitor the borders of the Debel territories. It became known that nearly 1,000 refugees were moving in their direction, and moreover, the Debel warriors had already noticed this movement. Burroughs said that Dibble had already sent almost 1,000 warriors to block their path. Almas noticed that they could not simply ignore the fact that 1,000 warriors had gathered near their border. The hero instructed Bartolo to gather 700 of their soldiers, add another 300 from the reserve, and head to the border with these people. He asked if Bartolo could organize everything quickly. Bartolo calmly replied not to worry, he would manage. Bartolo always had 1,000 warriors ready to depart at any moment. Theatro asked her husband if he really wanted to attack the lands of Debel. He reassured her, saying that these were only precautionary measures, in case the Debel warriors themselves invaded. Then another man nearby added that if that happened, it would be a good opportunity. Why not take advantage of it and destroy Rey Gara? Almas replied that you don't often hear that from him, but it was unlikely that Ryger would come there. The hero thought that if he started an argument without reason now, the Ryger family would become suspicious of him, which would only complicate the future marriage and the path to the throne. So he decided not to rush and first observe the situation on site. The hero looked ahead intently and said that the lands beyond the horizon were already under the rule of Rhaegar. On the other side of the river, Rhaegar's warriors were already on alert, lying in wait for the newcomers. A young man approached Almas and said that Bernard had come, the most devoted assistant. According to the boy, Bernard truly had many abilities. He asked the hero if someone should be sent to meet him, but the hero insisted that he wanted to talk himself and ordered to let him in. Then Bernard asked if he would find out why the hero had brought his warriors with him. The hero replied to the man that their side was the first to bring soldiers to the border, and Almas had no intention of starting a war. If they did not attack or try to cross the border, then they had nothing to fear. The man believed the hero and was about to leave, but suddenly the hero stopped him and asked if he commanded the army. Bernard replied that the army was led by Rigger's relative named Gilbert, and then asked why the hero needed this information. The hero shrugged indifferently in response and said it was nothing special, he just wanted to meet the commander later. Almas heard that the refugees had already reached the barricade, and it seemed they managed to break through to the other side. It seemed that just a little more, and they would completely break the defense. Everyone was sure that this was simply impossible. The Dibble soldiers blocked the way, and behind the barricade the cavalry was already waiting. Although there were 1,000 people gathered there, many were women and elderly, and this army was hardly enough to cross the river. The hero said that it was supposed to happen this way, and now he just hoped that nothing bad would happen. The soldiers began grabbing the refugees. People begged for rescue and asked for help with hope. Suddenly panic arose among the people. Everyone began to fuss and push. The barricade was destroyed, and they broke through it. The refugees managed to break the barricade, and this is a real trouble. Now everyone who cannot be stopped by words will be tried to be stopped by force. What he saw struck the hero so much that he could not hold back and said, "This is not a battle, this is a real one-sided massacre." Ron addressed the leader and insisted that these innocent children must be saved. The hero thought the same, but no matter how much he wanted it, interference was strictly forbidden. People continued to die, so the hero turned to his comrades and urged them to gather their spirits. One of the refugees made it to the river and began calling for help. A few days ago, in a small village located near the border, an event occurred. That day, a man lost his dear wife. He apologized to the neighbors because Gilbert had taken the woman from their village again. An old woman stood nearby and encouraged him, saying that if his wife did not resist, maybe she would at least stay alive. A few days later, Gilbert's cart again approached the village, and this time his wife finally came out of the house. He held her tightly to himself and could not hold back tears. The next day he came to his wife, brought her some food, and asked how she was feeling. However, his wife had already died. Only later did he learn that she had fought for her life until the very end. Hearing this news, Gilbert became angry and allowed his warriors to insult her. After his wife's death, his heart was completely broken. Several days passed, and people quietly began discussing among themselves how they could escape from Deebel. The man emphasized that he was not forcing anyone to go with him and suggested they move together to the lands of Esh. The villagers had already begun gathering, preparing to leave their village. However, the man was already calm. A hand was extended to him, inviting him to join and move together. The man realized that he should not bring up this topic, since because of him that person had lost his wife. However, he sincerely did not want that person to lose the meaning of life just because of Gilbert's actions. At that time, those around began to condemn the Dibble family. Someone recalled a rumor. They say that during the battle with King Firm, this guard supposedly fled the battlefield. However, he was clearly hinted to keep silent if he did not want to say goodbye to his life. The man was told that the very next day they would have to leave this place, so he had only one night to think everything over. Joyful memories of life with his wife suddenly became heavy and painful for him. Feeling emptiness and fatigue, the man realized he could no longer stay in this village and said goodbye to his beloved. The people standing on the barricades said that Esh's warriors were on the other side of the river. If they managed to cross the water, they would be safe. At the same time, they noticed that the Dibblies had already brought their archers, and they seemed to be preparing to attack them. Gilbert stood in line next to the archers. The man became very angry because he was sure that Gilbert was the cause of his wife's death. Meanwhile, the refugees had already begun to smash the barricade. The man had no goal. He simply followed the crowd and started running with the others. Compared to this man, the one who was executed by the soldiers looked too pitiful. He begged for mercy and hoped to save himself somehow. Next to him was a woman with a child in her arms. However, the one who no longer values his own life continues to live, while those who cling tightly to life often die. More and more people lose their dearest, such as, for example, his wife, and this seems completely wrong. He realized that, first of all, he had to call someone for help. The man noticed that everyone around remained indifferent because they considered it not their business, so no one even thought of intervening. He realized that he needed to find some way to involve them in the matter. Then he remembered how one man had told him rumors about the Dibblies. The man shouted, calling Rigard a vile coward. One of the men shouted that their leader Rigard was so scared during the battle that he couldn't hold himself and wet his pants. He was well aware that if Gilbert let the one who revealed this escape, his own life would be in danger. The archers had already drawn their bows and prepared their arrows to shoot. Now their attention was caught by this very man, and soon the Esh family might be drawn into this adventure. 2 arrows flew and hit him right in the back. The ceilings began to rapidly fall with a noise directly onto the hero. The man rejoiced, for one of his arrows had indeed hit Esh. After all, he managed to take revenge. In the last moments of life, the man suddenly saw before him the image of his long-deceased wife. He smiled gently and with peace in his heart said goodbye to the world. The hero swiftly caught the arrow still in flight. He called Baltoro and asked if the arrow had accidentally hit him. Baltoro confidently said it was an intentional attack. Then the hero made a call to Burroughs. He inquired whether this could be considered an attack and was told in response that it was hardly a sign of goodwill since the arrow had landed on their lands. The hero did not know the man's name, but understood what he wanted and could now be calm. The meaning of what had happened became clear to him. The hero gathered warriors around himself and shared with them the news about the attack that happened recently. This meant that the threat had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Bartolo saw that from this very spot it was possible to stealthily bypass and strike the enemy from the side. Such a move was the best for them. The hero raised his hand and gave the signal to start the offensive. The warriors of Dibble tried to stop him, asking him not to go further and explaining that there had been some misunderstanding, but the hero paid them no attention and confidently marched forward, determined to find Gilbert. Bernard scolded Gilbert for releasing the arrow and immediately ordered his soldiers to retreat. At that moment, the hero broke through to the very center of the enemy army to find Gilbert. Gilbert exclaimed that even if he destroyed Almas, he would manage to fix everything. He He saw his chance in this. Turning to Ron, the hero asked if he had heard him. Ron silently nodded. Almaz asked if the man realized that his words could be evidence of an attempt to kill the hero. Hearing this, Gilbert shouted irritably, ordered Almaz to be silent and to move on to the battle. The man was caught so quickly that he did not even have time to blink. The hero's hand trembled slightly. He was very nervous. The man asked what they should wish for, perhaps to follow the soldiers, but the hero just waved his hand and said that would be too much. First, he took care of the refugees' safety and decided to get them out of here as quickly as possible. In the kingdom of King Rossitz, the ruler was upset by Almash's behavior, and his advisor noted with surprise that he had always considered this hero a calm person. But when the ruler abandoned his people, they decided to support the hero, so this can even be considered a plus. The old man reminded that the king should not make decisions under the influence of emotions. He also accused Raman of the hero becoming too soft. This time everything ended well, but the old man warned. Something similar could happen again. If it happens again, the king will cancel the engagement. Despite this, the hero was glad to have saved the people, and although he was a little ashamed before the king, he did not regret his action. The hero asked what this test consisted of. The king replied that the first witnesses of the attack from Debol's side were the heroes themselves and warriors from the Ash family, as well as refugees and some Debol warriors who remained grateful for the mercy shown to them. In short, Debol's officers refused to admit guilt. Although there was plenty of evidence, it still wasn't enough for a final verdict. The hero understood that expecting these people to testify against themselves, especially when it came to Debol's people, was pointless. Raymond explained that the words of one influential person carry the same weight as 100 testimonies from ordinary people. The hero believed that even if the case went to court, victory would be on his side, but it could ruin his reputation. Reflecting on the consequences, he realized that the court would harm everyone and decided that the main thing was that no one should suffer, but suddenly the king stopped him, saying there was something else important not to forget. As it turned out, Regal proposed to settle the dispute through a duel of quotes. For the main character, this was a real surprise. He had no idea what such a duel meant. Raymond explained that when the parties cannot reach an agreement, they hold a duel to decide who is right. If neither can prove their point of view, the court cannot make a decision and suggests resolving everything with an honest fight. However, a duel requires the consent of both participants. Both warriors stand before God and swear to defend their truth. In front of the high priestess Yuria, they engage in a duel. If either of them is truly right, God will surely be on their side. Raymond was embarrassed by this tradition, and the hero already had enough reasons to refuse the duel. Moreover, the king noted, Almaz may not participate, but then his honor will suffer. People will begin to consider him a coward or a liar. The king believes in his plan and orders Bernard to restore his reputation after the defeat. The hero firmly believed he would win, but Raymond warned him, Rhaegar is the most powerful man in this kingdom. The king always said he was the strongest of all, and so Bernard sincerely believed in his victory. Now the hero remembered that moment at the celebration when they shook hands. It was then that luck was on his side. Roger was about the same strength as he was. The hero asked Regal if he had a blessing. Yuria, who was standing behind, immediately decided to tell everything. The girl heard that Almaz had won the victory, but now it created new difficulties for him. After that, he asked how powerful Dival's influence was. She somehow saw that Rhaegar also received the same blessing as the true hero. The hero was surprised when he learned that Rhaegar had received the same blessing as he did. He could not understand whether it was good at all when two people received the king's blessing at once, especially one that did not add confidence at all. The king said that if the hero was truly confident in his victory, he was ready to accept the challenge and fight him. The man insisted that it was Almaz who would win this duel, and that victory would be real. It would strike not only at Debol's power, but immediately strengthen the hero's status as the heir to the throne. The king ordered Yuri to explain the rules of the duel. She said that the fight would be one-on-one, and she herself would be the judge. The winner would be the one who could kill the opponent. If someone simply lost consciousness, the judge had the right to declare the other the winner. This was a fight to the death. If something went wrong, one could surrender, but this was considered even worse than death. The participant in the duel could choose any weapon, but traditions did not allow the use of poison, firearms, or treacherous weapons. This was a sign of weakness. If the victory was won dishonestly, others would despise him. The hero understood that killing was allowed in this place, and therefore informed the king of his agreement to accept the challenge to the duel. The old man said that the fight was scheduled for the next week. In the forests of Ramalia, located in Geras, Vehiro shared all the news with Griffin and added that he had come here searching for a sword. Griffin suddenly realized that these swords were needed not for trade, but for him to use himself. Meanwhile, the hero asked for a lot of steel for war and inquired if he could take all the swords. Griffin just calmly shrugged, implying that he did not need these swords, so the hero could take as many as he wanted. Griffin led him to a cave. The hero immediately noticed. Everywhere lay the swords of those who had already tried to defeat Griffin, and all these blades impressed with their quality. Griffin almost remembered another sword. Already flying away, he looked back and asked to wait a little. He promised to bring it later. This sword had too sharp a smell, so he hid it away from the cave. But this sword was the only one that could cause him pain. The hero could not believe his eyes. He knew that even gunpowder only tickled the griffin, but this sword still managed to wound the beast. After all, the blade was made from genuine dragon Damascus steel. Later, the hero asked Enzo about this unusual metal. Enzo explained that dragon steel from Damascus is a unique alloy from the East, considered the strongest in the world. This steel combines the features of Damascus steel and the heart of a dragon. The griffin allowed the hero to take this weapon but set a condition. The hero must never bring the stinking sword back again. The hero thanked the griffin for the help. Then he took the sword to the blacksmith to forge a handle and make new sheaths. Now his sword was finally ready for battle. Elsewhere, Bernard admitted that he doubted the hero would agree to fight. Rigar only smiled in response and confidently said he would simply win this duel. He asked Bernard if he distrusted him, and Bernard confidently replied that he fully trusted him. Everyone knew that Rigar was truly the strongest among them, but even that was no reason to relax. Rigar himself only laughed at those who worried, and Gilbert, as always, threw sharp words into the conversation, further heating the situation. Bernard believed that Gilbert not only accepted a challenge in a battle that was impossible to win, but also was captured. Because of this, the hero gained an advantage in negotiations. They had to spend a lot of money to ransom Gilbert, and the refugees became an even bigger problem. However, Rigar was glad because now he had the opportunity to get rid of the hero forever. Rigar solemnly declared that the time of the Ash family had passed. As soon as he took the throne, all their lands would pass to him. He intended to make the hero's wives his servants and Yuri his princess. Today was the day of the sacred duel. Yuri announced that today Rigar and Almas would face each other in combat. The one who is defeated in this fight must admit their guilt and, according to the agreement, give all their lands and property to the winner. Yuri reminded that this was the final test meant to prove their innocence. She asked if they were ready to promise to fight honestly and accept any result with honor. The boys took the oath, and then she asked everyone to take their places. The hero thought that this would be his first real fight with an opponent who also had a blessing, and moreover, it was exactly the same blessing as his. An ordinary sword cannot withstand the power of the royal blessing, but for this blade, it is not a problem. There is one more important thing before the fight. The weapons of the opponents are completely different. At this moment, Yuria prepared to start the duel. However, Rigar did not allow him to finish. He instantly rushed forward and attacked. The hero wondered if there was deception here, since it was still too early to start the duel now. However, he was already convinced. This sword would withstand even a clash with an opponent blessed by the king himself. He noticed that Rigar's sword also looked good. It seemed their swords were equally good. During the battle, the hero noticed that Dibble was just swinging his sword without thinking, relying only on his special power. Although he understands fencing, his movements are often too hasty. However, this is more than enough to defeat a simple opponent. Therefore, it is not surprising that everyone around considers him the strongest. But if that is all he can show, then Rigar will have no chance to defeat King Firm. Debble was ready to receive guests. Frowning, he asked if the hero was laughing at him. Rigar powerfully pushed everyone back. People said that Ash would not be able to defeat such a strong opponent. The hero realized that from the outside it seemed like all the initiative was now in Rigar's hands. However, in reality, Rigar had almost completely lost his strength in this duel. The hero felt that it was time to act decisively. He turned to Yuria, asking her not to take her eyes off what would happen next. Skillfully dodges the blow. Finally, the hero dared to make his first strike. Ryger loudly declared that he would no longer fight and surrenders. The girl loudly announced that Almas Esh won the victory. The hero thought that if he killed Debble right now, all his troubles would simply disappear. And suddenly, with surprise, he realized that he had even wet his pants out of fear. The king informed everyone that the winner of the duel was Almas, so now everything previously agreed upon must be fulfilled. The Dabble family had to give their property and land to the Esh family, and Rigard had to publicly apologize to the entire Esh family. Rigar apologized, but the king said that this was not the end yet. He did not like at all that this man behaved like a true despot, this was the main problem. Therefore, when he returns, it will be necessary to make him think about his actions and change his attitude. The hero could not even imagine that the king would start reproaching him for his family problems. Even those who always supported the Devil House were ashamed. The next day the king thanked the hero for a job well done. However, the hero remained sad because he still could not defeat Ryger. The king replied that for him it would even be better to die at the hero's hand, because there will always be those who are dissatisfied and offended by him. However, he added that even after his death, the Bibli family will not disappear, their lineage will continue to live on. However, after he lost the duel, everyone will start considering him a coward who stained his own honor. Families that were on his side will turn away from him, and even the best friends will gradually find reasons to distance themselves. Yuria said that refusing to fight during a sacred duel is a serious disgrace for an aristocrat, because they are not only noble persons but also warriors. When they accept a challenge and go out to duel, they have only two paths left: to win or to die, especially for the one who issues the challenge, as Riga did. Raymond said that people want to see not only a smart person in a ruler, but also a strong one. Everyone knows that Rigar is not the best ruler, but in battle almost no one can match him. But he lost, and everyone understood. He no longer had the right to the throne, so the noble families began to avoid him. The king announced that there was now no reason to support the engagement of Yuri and Rager, and decided to use the outcome of the duel to break this agreement. But the man explained to Almaz, this does not at all mean that he has already accepted him. At the same time, the king could not allow the throne to remain without a ruler and heir. He suggested announcing the wedding as soon as possible, but difficulties arose over time. Raven advised waiting until the hero proves himself in an important matter. Almaz proposed starting preparations after King Damager attempts to stage an attack. The king said that right now the kingdom did not need great heroic deeds. He wanted to strengthen the state first, and only then think about war with Damager. To achieve this, it was necessary to eliminate the influence of the Debal faction, so the best solution would be the hero's wedding with Yuria. Raymond supported Bernard and emphasized that the boy needed to be forced to leave his faction or forced to admit defeat. The hero had already heard about this person's abilities, but was still amazed by his skill. Most of Rigor's allies were relatives. They stuck together only because of family ties and, to be honest, often behaved foolishly. But Bernard was completely different. Moreover, Bernard independently chooses the Debel family's assistants and servants of middle and lower ranks. All of them perform their work excellently. The nobility fully trusts him, so it can be said that the entire Debel family rests on Bernard. The king noted that if this man had died, everything would have been resolved easily and quickly, but now that was no longer so important. The main thing was different. Now they had to focus on removing him from office. The hero pondered whether it made sense to take on a new task. He understood that it was unlikely to bring him the approval of the king or courtiers. Meanwhile, people eagerly awaited the decision the authorities would make and whether war would begin. However, the hero remembered the story about the little kingdom that Enzo had told him and realized that if this story was used correctly, it could earn true respect and recognition. The hero spoke with interest about diplomacy. He admitted that one of the kingdoms intrigued him, so he decided to establish warm and friendly relations with it. He sought to negotiate an alliance with them because he sincerely believed that such partners would bring great strength. The king asked which kingdom he meant. The hero began to tell about the kingdom of Alva, which is located east of Reseda. The king immediately recalled that these are the same people who live beyond the Alva mountain range. Recently, the Ash family organized a cavalry unit, into which they also invited several Germans. It was then that the hero first learned about the nomadic people from Ainsu. Dumberger is an enemy they will sooner or later have to face in battle. He is much stronger than the entire kingdom. If they risk going against him openly, winning is almost impossible. Therefore, they will most likely be forced to defend themselves and wage a defensive war. In such a situation, cavalry plays a decisive role. The local residents of Adelni do not attach special importance to this, so if they do not gather their army of horsemen, gaining the advantage will not be difficult. Stirrups give them an advantage in battle, but they are most worried about the lack of war horses, so trade with Alva is extremely important to them. The heroes said they dream of getting war horses or mercenaries of the level of Alva, or even better. That is why they wanted to form an alliance, but the king explained that their country does not have close trade ties with those peoples because language and cultural differences hinder them. The king was going to invite a hero named Enz, who had previously worked with them and made agreements. Enzo said that the ancestors of Alva were once horsemen who ruled these lands. Later, they lost their power and most of them returned home. However, some decided to stay, settled among the locals, and over time came to be called the people of Alva. The king was amazed at how quickly these people adapted to the changes. Enzo explained that the lands of Alva had always been arid, so the local inhabitants were accustomed to harsh conditions from childhood and mostly engaged in livestock farming. This is what helped them settle easily in the new place. The mountains surrounding this place on all sides isolated it even more from the outside world. There have always been few people here. Now there are about 1,000 left. Over the years, their families have intertwined, so now the residents closely resemble the inhabitants of Adelna. They followed a strange tradition, pressing stone slabs to their children's noses to make the babies' faces frightening to enemies. Enzo replied that they no longer do that now. The hero asked if he spoke the Adelnian language, and Enzo confirmed, but noted that they have their own dialect and the culture is completely different. Finally, the king did not object and turned to Raymond to learn his opinion. But Raymond did not give a direct answer. Instead, he passed the question to Burroughs and Bartolo. The man said that sometimes they exchanged goods with those people, and thanks to the village being far away, wars bypassed them. He believed that if they reached out to these people, they could receive a friendly attitude in return. The second said that it would be good if the Alva riders were nearby now, and he liked this idea. The hero did not understand at all what was happening around, so it was explained to him. The people of Alva consist of 3 large tribes. In these lands there are 3 tribes, Existi, Arici, and Lupusi. Arici have now lost their power and obey the Lupusi. Therefore, the main struggle for power now takes place between the Existi and the Lupusi. The hero asked which of these tribes he should befriend. Enzo advised paying attention to Exis. While Lupus avoid communication with strangers, Exis, on the contrary, tries to find common ground even with those who are not from their circle at all. He even engages in farming. Jaya can cultivate the land even in places where it almost never rains if a river flows nearby. It is clear that agriculture brings more harvest than a nomadic life. So it is not surprising that they decide to settle and engage in farming, although such a decision is always difficult. The hero realized that those who were once enemies think differently now and can become allies. Therefore, he turned to the king and asked for permission to start negotiations with them. The king agreed, and then the hero turned to his assistants, asking for support during the upcoming negotiations. Enzo himself asked for permission to participate, so they decided to send a special envoy to the lands of Alva. Although they had already sent a messenger, the hero still had no particular worries. From the Ash family arrived an ambassador named Rosewood. At first, according to the initial agreement, they brought grain, rock salt, and wine. The tribe sold them wool and horses. Although this deal was quite small, it was beneficial for both sides because each received what they lacked. Therefore, this agreement immediately pleased everyone. As the main character predicted, the tribe was also looking for a trading partner. After the introduction, trade revived and business improved. Everyone made a good profit. When everyone united and started working together, events progressed even faster. Raymond reported that he received news from his spy in Domorgar. According to the information received, the enemies have already begun transferring part of their troops, and if the spy is to be believed, everything is supposed to start in 6 months. Along with the invasion, the enemy plans to cut off food supplies. The hero promised that all preparatory work would be completed by the 5th month. The hero decided to independently set out for Exis to personally strengthen the alliance with this country. Alva Mountain Ridge, there was very little left to the finish, and the hero, not hiding his joy, galloped forward on his horse. Yuria also joined their journey. They took her with them because the whole tribe wanted to see Yuria, the voodoo master known to everyone around. It was then the girl noticed someone sneaking up on the group. They were residents of K's. Yuri immediately got along with the inhabitants of Ix. They found a common language literally from the first minute. In front of them stood a man named Mutsuo, the second son of the chief. He immediately recognized each of the Misnuri. The boys also named their names, just as others did. The guys easily switched to informal address because Muhyo was very easygoing and friendly. They all went their separate ways, each set off on their own path. When Mushio noticed how skillfully the boys were riding, he became interested and asked what those unusual devices attached to their horses' saddles were for. The hero pondered the stirrup, which he immediately liked. He asked to be shown how to make it. The hero promised to send them some more wool with the next messenger because he wanted to befriend these people. Yuri was talking with the chief under the bright sun, discussing the wool they had already received. The man also praised the wheat they sent and inquired about the secret of their cultivation. Yuria shifted the conversation to the topic of diamonds. The hero began to explain how to make agriculture more successful. he mentioned three main things needed for a good harvest. He explained that plants need water, sunlight, and nutrients from the soil. If any of these are lacking, there will be no harvest. However, the most important factor is the weather, and water can always be drawn from the river. On the other hand, they are able to control soil fertility, which is very important for a good harvest. At first, the soil is always full of nutrients, so everything grows well. But over time, the land loses its strength. Now Matsuyo finally realized why their harvest was getting smaller every year. The hero advised first to let the land rest, to leave it without sowing for a whole year. The hero also advised not to leave the fields empty, but to sprinkle the soil with ash or add some forest soil rich in nutrients to nourish the ground. He said he would share information about other methods only after signing an agreement. Now Museo had even more arguments to convince his father. The hero realized Museo belongs to the progressive faction and wants unification. Yuri asked if the leader opposes such a union. Matsuo shared that his father belongs to the strict conservatives who do not accept agriculture. He also disapproves of trade because he believes it can destroy the usual order of their life and traditions. He also considered it foolish to expose his people to danger for the sake of others' conflicts. The hero understood that the strongest man opposes the alliance, but does not seem stubborn or relentless. Although farming is not to his liking, he does not object and agrees to the proposal. It seems important for him to gain profit, so the hero understands. If offered a good income, he can be convinced. After resting a little, they began to set up camp. The hero carefully examined the yurts, then shared his thoughts with Matsuo. Suddenly, a rider approached them and reported that an angry dragon was spotted on the horizon heading straight towards them. The hero felt genuine surprise at this news. Although he had heard about these strange creatures, he had never seen any with his own eyes, except for a griffin. Matsuo had warned him in advance. If this monster suddenly becomes enraged, it will be almost impossible to restrain it. The boy apologized to everyone and asked the guests to leave the room as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Mutizio turned to the hero, asking for his help. The hero shared that he carries a sword forged from dragon steel. In response, Museo slyly winked and invited him on a joint hunt. But the hero immediately noted that it is not worth winking so carelessly trying to involve him, because he already guessed who Museo really is, a powerful figure from a neighboring kingdom. Matsu explained that the fierce dragon is not just a monster, but a large bipedal predator. Its scales are so hard they resemble steel, so the dragon can only be struck by aiming at the gaps between the plates. After that, Matsu asked the hero if he is truly ready for such a challenge. The hero asked to be given this item, confident that he could cut it easily, like a knife through butter. Then they decided to use Muchio and Almas as bait. The hero inquired whether they could outrun the enemy if they lured him to themselves. The boy replied that he was not as fast as a horse and could barely see anything in the dark. Therefore, if they tried to flee at full speed, most likely they would not manage to break away from the pursuer. Only two options remained: either try to fight back against the enemy or run only after the rest were safe. The boys decided to attract the monster to themselves. The dragon opened its jaws wide and chased after them. Everything happened exactly as they planned. They managed to lure the monster into a trap. The hero noticed that the dragon looked very much like a tyrannosaurus. Museo drew his bow, aimed, and to slightly irritate the monster, released an arrow. The dragon roared loudly, and the hero's horse stopped abruptly, rearing up. Almas fell to the ground and, cursing angrily, glanced at the horse. Moisio said there was no point in running further on one horse. The dragon would catch them anyway. The only chance was to defeat the monster here and now. The hero sincerely apologized for all the inconveniences caused, but the boy only lightly waved his hand, indicating there was no need to worry. He promised that later he would personally take him to a really good horse. The hero bravely confronted the monster, quickly drew his sword, and began delivering powerful blows without hesitation for a moment. Matsuya realized that attacking the enraged dragon directly was true madness. If this was not stopped, everything could end in a great tragedy, so he quickly released the reins and rushed to help the hero. He took out a bow and shot an arrow directly at the monster. The hero was surprised. Could this small bow pierce the scales that even his sword could not damage? The hero noticed how the wind caught the arrow and carried it in the right direction. Shouting loudly, he expressed hope that Museo would support him in this situation. He moved forward again, sowing chaos around with his strikes. He swung hard and shouted, "Fall now, monster." The dragon fell to the ground, and the hero instantly took advantage of this chance. He jumped up to deliver the final, decisive blow. Finally, they managed to defeat it. Museo was delighted because the hero had almost single-handedly defeated the enraged dragon. It seemed as if an incredible power was hidden within this boy. Museo hoped that one day the hero would share his secret with him. They agreed to retrieve the body later, and in the meantime, the hero asked them to give him a ride. They returned to their people. Yuria immediately noticed that the boy was covered in blood and became worried, but the hero hurried to reassure her. It was only the monster's blood, he himself was fine. The girl looked intently at him when Enzo approached and asked what had happened to the dragon. Almaz replied that he had already gotten rid of the creature and said he would take its body in the morning. The residents of Exes helped, and all the yurts were already standing one after another. Museo invited the hero to spend the night at his place, but the hero joked that Museo should choose his words more carefully. Matsuo took on the cooking, while the hero took care of the wine. They filled their cups with the alcoholic drink. Mateo asked to hear about his extraordinary power. The hero agreed to share his story, but set a condition. First, Museo must reveal to him the secret of how he can direct the wind when shooting a bow. The young man decided exactly that, and Almaz immediately sensed it. He explained that it became possible thanks to his blessing. It allows controlling the wind. Here, this special power is called the gift of the wind spirit. Now the hero learned that along with him, 3 other people had received the blessing. Matsuo thought with surprise about how much his physical strength stood out. After all, anyone else would have long since become the dragon's prey, but this boy managed to dodge at the last moment. His reaction speed was truly impressive. The hero explained that this power is a hunter's blessing that makes him stronger. He did not want to reveal his main advantage yet, but he did not lie either. It really gave him might. The hero expressed his intention to unite with the Ixis tribe and asked Matsuo if he could support him in this matter. The boy did not argue. He did not care that the hero offered them work as riders, since they lived in poverty and would gladly agree to any opportunity to earn money. Some of them were even forced to sell their last goats just to avoid starving to death. However, it seemed his father hoped to get slightly better conditions for himself and others. The hero assured that in case of danger they would always support each other, as their alliance was genuine and mutually beneficial. Therefore, Matsuo saw no reason to refuse, since he, like everyone else, was also threatened by danger from the Lupus tribe. In the opinion of those present, the kingdom of Razitz has enough strength and will become a reliable ally for them. However, they asked the hero if he really agreed to such a deal. Almost confidently agreed, and then the king entrusted him with handling all negotiations. Matsuo inquired whether the king was healthy and if the next ruler would also support this alliance. The hero said that the next candidate for the throne also agrees to this alliance, but he could not name his name yet. Now it remained only to decide how to pay and whom to take with them. Matsuo asked to lead the squad, emphasizing that he leads the progressive faction. He also asked the hero if it was permissible to engage in looting during the war. The hero immediately understood. For this writer, war was no different from robbery. The hero allowed everything that did not interfere with the battle against the kingdom of King Damor, and the further development of events now depended on Princess Yurio. Now only she could save her stepmother Matsuo from illness. The chief of Ix had 3 wives, whom he simply called the first queen, the second queen, and the third queen. Matsu is the son of the second queen. However, the heir to the throne became Prince Middle, who was born to the third queen. The third prince is the son of the first queen. It turns out that the youngest brother among them holds the most important position in the line to the throne. Yuria was just taking care of the third queen, and she asked hopefully if she could cure her. Yuria truly believed in this and said she would perform the ritual right now. She asked everyone to leave the room because everything had to remain a secret. When almost everyone had already left the room, Yuria suddenly confessed that her weakness was not due to illness at all. The third queen asked again, and the girl answered. A curse was placed on her, very cunning and insidious. It does not kill immediately, but slowly takes away strength every day, gradually exhausting her body. Yuria recalled that there are people in their tribe capable of such things and asked the queen if she had any suspicions. The queen only shook her head in denial, as if to say she had no idea who could have done such a thing. Then Yuria suggested that perhaps the cause of the illness was related to something that appeared near the queen about 2 to 3 months before this, and likely this thing was still somewhere nearby. The woman could not remember anything. Then Yuria asked her if she had received any gifts from the first or second queen. In response, the woman showed a pendant. It was given to her by the second queen at the New Year's celebration. However, that was not the end of it. She pulled out the pillow that the first queen had given her. Here you understood. This is exactly the place that was mentioned, and without hesitation, destroyed everything. Inside sat a small insect. Yuria explained that this is goo poison. She promised that the curse would return to the one who created it. Usually, the poison returns to the sorcerer who cast it, so the first queen always remained safe. Yuria got down to business. When it was all over, she advised the queen to dress, gave her medicine that cleansed from corruption, and ordered her to always carry it with her. And now the queen herself had to decide the future of the curse. She revealed the whole truth to the hero, and then he understood. The struggle for power is always and everywhere. The girl honestly admitted that even in Rositsa there is a serious problem. The country still has no heir. The hero asked, isn't it customary to remove the first son if he does not intend to fight for the throne, especially when he is still very young? Usually, it is easy to do. But the girl replied that he is carefully protected, and also in their tribe, women have the greatest influence and importance. Yuria is convinced that this was the most important thing, and now the hero wants to know how Muchio feels about it. Suddenly, Yuria remembers the night they spent together. It turned out that he promised the hero to give him a horse the next day and discuss a possible alliance. The hero confirmed this, saying that first he needed to deal with the dragon's body, so it was time to set off. The girl suggested spending the night together with her. He called me silly, quickly kissed me, and immediately left. The very next day the hero approached Muchio and asked if he would agree to split everything in half 50% each. He agreed, but the biggest problem was how to divide the shinkin and hecarin, since these materials cannot be cut in half. Shinkin is a rare metal located at the very core, and hecarin is the one and only unique scale on the entire body. Matsuo was supposed to prepare for the wedding, so he asked to return the gekyur to him, as this item was a precious decoration for him. The main character agreed and took the shinkin for himself. He wondered whether to give it to Enzo for sale or perhaps turn the shinkin into a new sword. The hero finally remembered the horse, and as soon as he did, Matsuo assured him that he would definitely find him a good stallion. The boy asked the hero what kind of horse he imagines for himself. The hero replied that he has long dreamed of a red horse, brave and obedient. He decided to first thoroughly examine everything, and if he did not find what he needed, he would keep looking. Finally, they reached the place they were heading to. The hero noticed many beautiful horses. The hero hesitated to look once more at the horses in the neighboring stables, but the boy stopped him and said that the mares there were even worse than those the hero had already seen. They almost missed the moment when one of the horses noticed that all this looked too lavish. Then he turned to Matsuo and asked if they could make some noise, and he allowed it. He threw firecrackers, inside which was black powder. All the horses except one got scared and started running around. Matsuo heard a strange noise, was surprised, and asked the hero if he had already made his choice. The hero chose the one who did not know what fear was. Museo warned him, this horse bears a black mark, and according to legend, such a mark attracts evil spirits. Moreover, the mother of this little horse died during childbirth, and later the grandmother also passed away. Additionally, during a fire, everyone died, leaving only this little horse. Then the hero asked, why was she the one saved? Mitsuo said that this mare not only has a wonderful mother, but is also noted for her strength and endurance. That is why she was kept for breeding, the boy thought. If the hero is the son of Griffin, this special mare suits him perfectly. The boy advised the hero to try it himself and make a decision. The hero, sitting on her back, noticed that she did not resist at all when he mounted her and prepared to move on. He was just thinking about what name to give her when suddenly wolves appeared right in front of them. He was amazed that they dared to come during the day and got so close to the tribal village. All this was a consequence of his first unsuccessful attempt to tame that horse. He threw firecrackers at them, then quickly jumped on the horse and galloped away. He had already decided in his mind he would keep this horse for himself. In the very heart of the Excess tribe lies its majestic capital. The girl accompanying Harry respectfully says that it is a great honor for her to meet King Exes. She explains that she came here on behalf of King Rossitz. After that, she introduces herself. Her name is Yuri Rossitz. The boy who stood nearby politely bowed and introduced himself as Almos Esh. He added that he is a companion of Uriah. The man who stood before them warmly greeted the guests and said he was glad to see them. After that, he introduced himself as the chief of the Exis tribe. The elder man explains that according to their traditions, he is the king of all the Ix. Addressing Princess Yuria, he first asked for permission to thank her for her help. He emphasized that thanks to her, he received great support. He extended his hand to the girl, and she sincerely smiled in response, warmly shaking his hand in hers. Now Yuri is not just the trusted person of King Rizidza, he was also entrusted with responsibility for all the details of the negotiations. He barely managed to realize that this is a great new role. He is well aware that King Exist also perfectly understands this situation, so now everything that happens in the negotiations depends only on him. The king immediately gets to the point and suggests to Almas not to waste time on formalities. His plan regarding the alliance seems generous, but Almas still notices several drawbacks in that proposal. The king's tribe is not known for its strength, so food supplies from their kingdom would be useful, but this reward is still too small for the king to ask someone to risk themselves for it. Moreover, if these two forces unite, the king's tribe will also start a war with the kingdom of Demorgar. He noted that there are already many concerns. The Lupus tribe, the main enemy, after being defeated by Oven, has begun gradually reclaiming lost lands. The king said that if they unite with the kingdom of Dormorgar, it will make them dangerous to others. After that, he asked what the attendees thought about this. Almas pondered. The king expresses almost the same arguments against the union as Museo. The boy suddenly agrees with the king and says that everything is happening exactly as he described. He sincerely believes that they need to make an alliance that will satisfy both parties. At first, the king did not quite realize what a bilateral alliance meant. Then the boy confidently explained, if Damorgar suddenly decides to attack, the Exuse tribe will come to their defense. And likewise, if the Lupuses attack the king, they will immediately come to his aid. The king notes that this idea really caught his attention, but now the advantages and disadvantages are equal. He explains that he can agree only if the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Almas pondered, realizing that the king was right. If agreeing to the alliance, the pros must outweigh all dangers. Then he asks a question, does this mean that Metal will now become the main heir, and asks to confirm this opinion. The king nodded, acknowledging that this is indeed so, and calmly asked, so what follows from this? Almas asks what would happen if the king himself were appointed heir of the union, and wants to know how the king himself feels about such an idea. It turns out that King Rossicht recognizes Metal as the future ruler, but he does not interfere with how power is transferred in this tribe. The king himself says nothing on this matter. Almas explains that Museo is called the second prince, and Ladoza the third. He insists that the names of both must also be included in this treaty. The boy explained that in such a situation Metal will gain even more power as the hereditary prince. The king asserts that everything is going as well as possible, but he still has one question left. He says that considering the weak health of the king of the Rosettes, he raised the question, how will the future heir regard their union? Almas says that there is no reason for alarm. His heir also supports this alliance, although he cannot yet name the new king. The king bows his head and asks that his heir prove this with action, not just words. However, he firmly believes that it is Almas, who is the one he has been searching for so long. Usually after these words, the boy simply falls silent immediately. The king saw his arrow hit right in the center of the target. He noted that they already have enough information about the leaders, as it is necessary to know well those with whom you want to make an alliance. He also expected that they would at least appear as intermediaries for negotiations. The boys were very surprised. The king noted that good relations had developed between them, and they understood each other effortlessly. He smiled and said that some of these riddles are really easy to solve. Exist explains that this boy is the heir, so there is nothing wrong with hiding his true identity from prying eyes. Isle was already opening his mouth to mention the mouse, but the box suddenly interrupted him. Don't worry, I won't bother those who helped me. In the end, Uriah really helped him understand the situation with the third queen. The king promises that he will not tell anyone this secret and will keep it safe. Almas realizes, in fact, the king hints that they too will need to keep the secret about the curse. This way he shows that he is ready to support them, but immediately he asks himself, maybe this is too bold since he is just the leader of an important tribe. Almas bows low and says that this poses no threat to him at all. He asks to accept his sincere thanks and explains that he has already been promised the place of the next king. If he makes this alliance, the current ruler will immediately understand what is happening. The man makes a proposal for an alliance. The other raises his head and looks back with a smile. They shook hands and Almas thanked the king, as a strong and important alliance was formed between them. Thus their alliance was concluded. Thanks to this agreement, the boy gained the right to become the future king. He confessed his feelings to Uriah, and they decided to marry. Loud shouts came from the Debel family palace. There they were quarreling, insulting, and humiliating each other. The boy hit his head on the floor and wondered, why exactly should Almas become the next king? Loudly addressing the mustached man, he asks, doesn't this seem strange to you? The man, with excitement in his voice, asks Reg to remain calm. He hit Gilbert hard in the stomach and strictly ordered him to be silent. A sharp, burning pain flashed across the face of the mustached man. Regar grabs a stick and starts raging, hitting everything around and loudly shouting rude words and curses. He grabbed his head with his hands and began swearing to himself, not understanding at all how to deal with this mess now. He crouched down, covered his head with his hands, and pleaded Bernard to help him. But this time Bernard disappeared. He was nowhere to be seen. Shortly before this, several residents from Debella gathered together in a small hut. One of the Count's subordinates asked him, "What does this mean?" The boy said that it was a detailed list of all the inhabitants of the Dibella house, as well as a description of their weight and importance in this house. The man behind the counter asked if the Earl himself had collected all this information. The Earl replied that he used to be a traveling merchant and still maintains contact with people from fertile lands. The boy further explained that in the Dibella family everything is clear and simple. Their house is divided into two parts. One is inhabited by the Dibella family, and the other is intended for guests or people who are not family members. He said that Gilbert managed the first group and Bernard the second. Earl noted that all important positions in the Dibella family are occupied only by its members, but if official matters need to be handled, the family turns to experienced specialists who are not part of the main branch of the family. The man said that this is a very bad system. True power and influence have simply passed to other people. Now the strong and influential seem to have switched places. The boy standing behind the counter asked in surprise why people did not fight but simply submitted to Dable. The Count explained that the reason lies in the very history of the kingdom. The young man continued his story. He explained that when the House of Ash was destroyed, two great powers united into one. Later, people began to say that King Rossik's health had deteriorated. This gave rise to rumors that the Dibble family would soon take power. The smartest people in the kingdom began to approach the Dibble family because they saw great potential in it. However, Dibble himself was unaware of this and treated them poorly. The man who met them and greeted them after giving them work was Bernard. The girl standing behind the counter asked if it was really Bernard who saved them and if they now owed him something. Earl nodded in agreement and added, "If Bernard can win the battle for the family's power, it will even benefit them." The boy believes that this is why those without blood ties still submit to the House of Dibble. The boy also said he would try to use this chance to convince them to side with him. They have all the necessary skills, yet they are still dissatisfied with how things are going. Sometimes they wonder if it is time to switch to the other side. Earl is interested in whether they can help find the people from this list. The couple gladly agrees to help the boy in his search. The boy rejoiced, praised this idea, and suggested meeting here again tomorrow. The next morning, the seller behind the counter smiled and told Earl that he had brought good news for him. He added that now only 3 people remained whom he could truly trust, or he would simply say that he accepted and understood everything. The man said that with them was Joseph, who led a squad of 100 people, Dora, a talented dog trainer, and also America, a specialist in the Cretan language. The man asks if it would be all right if the Ash family agreed to accept them. The Count replies that it would indeed be wonderful. The boy answers that he first wants to understand everything himself. He says he will talk to each of them under the guise of a trader. After that, he asks the couple to continue working on the list, and they gladly agree. Next, the Count says that after a personal meeting, he will decide whether to accept them into the Dable faction. With a smile on his face, he announces that he is already setting off. Soon his path leads to a small town. Nearby, someone among the men was training persistently. Watching this, he wondered, was this really Joseph, the commander of the 100, the very one who once led his squad and could endure the same trials as King Fermat himself during the last war? Climbing the stairs, he mentally decided he must definitely greet politely and leave a good impression about himself. He greeted loudly so that the worker would notice him, and the man immediately turned to him. The man loudly asked who this boy was and why he had appeared here. The man's name is Earl. He says he is engaged in selling vegetables and asks if the interlocutor minds if he keeps him for a few minutes. The man put his training sword aside and looked suspiciously at the stranger. He thoughtfully asked if the latter traded vegetables at the market, since he had never met this boy before. Earl smiled awkwardly and said that he had traveled to distant places, but eventually got lost near his own house and unexpectedly found himself here again. The man inquired once more about distant lands, then said that the boy should not stay here. He assured that he wanted nothing from him, so he simply advised him to leave. Earl noticed that this man was behaving too cautiously, so he asked him not to speak to him in such a tone. He pulled out a bottle of water and handed it to Joseph, inviting him to taste it. The man looked at the case with distrust, as if he already suspected that something important was hidden inside. Lately, a Delimia often visited the house, whose walls were covered with soot. Joseph woke up and asked in surprise how this boy got such an item. Earl explained that it was an extremely rare object, only very few people could obtain it, and it was precisely thanks to his acquaintances that he managed to get it. The young man admitted that the desire to try this wine was one of the reasons for his return here. Earl wanted to celebrate their acquaintance. He unexpectedly suggested to Joseph to raise a glass, which greatly surprised him. They sat down on the ground and began unpacking the box with wine. Having tried this dish, the man broke into a smile and said joyfully that it was incredibly tasty. Earl seriously added, "It doesn't matter what kind of alcohol it is, everyone who tastes it for the first time is always surprised. But with Joseph, it was different. He showed no surprise." The man said that this was already his second attempt, and he himself was surprised by it. But Joseph did not stop and reminded him that last time he asked him to share the harvest leftovers during the harvest festival. Earl apologized and said that he had no idea about such an important position of his interlocutor if he had the opportunity to try such a rare wine at the harvest celebration. After that, he politely asked for his name. The man ignored the polite words and simply introduced himself as Joseph. He also said that he holds the position of commander of a squad of 100 warriors. Earl opened his eyes wide and said with admiration that before him sat an extraordinary person who skillfully wields both spear and sword. The guys quickly understood everything and immediately noted that now it was clear to them why he had such an athletic figure. Joseph smiled and said that merchants really know how to persuade people, but he did not believe that this man would have anything interesting for him. Nevertheless, Joseph still asked to show what the guest was selling. Earl says that it is worth starting with the turnip. Joseph was stunned. The rutabaga lay as if no one had ever touched it. Earl only smiled gently and said that this was his best harvest. The man was upset and said that he was really sorry, but he had no money at all, so he could not buy this beautiful thing. Earl really got angry, but Joseph calmly explained that despite his important position, he actually earns much less than everyone thinks. The man added that he considers moderation a virtue, so he always chooses what remains at the end. Earl bowed his head and said that people value Joseph for a reason. Even having a squad of 100 warriors, known all over the world, they lived modestly and simply. This sincerely impressed Earl. Joseph was surprised by what he heard and asked if people like him could really get much better pay elsewhere. Earl nodded affirmatively and clarified, "Don't these rules also apply to men?" The man was surprised and said that the boy was talking nonsense. He likes to be paid in grain, but he understands that now money might be needed for various matters, and exchanging grain for money is now unprofitable. Earl nodded and remarked that this man obviously should talk about this with his supervisor. The boy confidently said that he does not believe the kingdom could treat someone like Joseph so harshly, especially those who are respected here and not wanted to be let go. Joseph was just lost in his thoughts when suddenly a loud shout was heard nearby. Someone was loudly calling for Dad. Hearing Joseph's shout, 3 children immediately ran to him. Loudly calling Dad, they ran up to the man. Seeing his beloved children, the man sincerely smiled, filled with genuine joy. Earl asked if these children were really his. In response, he heard confirmation. Joseph admitted that sometimes it is difficult for him to get along with the children, but when it comes to their happiness, he always finds the right way. Earl thought for a moment, but was quickly interrupted by the eldest of the children, who asked, "Are we going to eat something?" Joseph explained that someone is visiting them now, so he asked the child to wait a little. However, the little one replied that he was very hungry. The man realized that it was difficult for him to remain calm during this conversation. Therefore, he apologized and decided to leave, even if someone might have wanted him to stay. The boy carefully placed a bunch of fresh vegetables in front of him and asked him to accept this modest gift. Joseph began to doubt and asked the boy once more if he was really sure about his choice. The boy replied that everything was fine, although he admitted that the quality was a bit worse than that turnips, but he sincerely hoped that over time they would manage to understand each other better. The young man said that if they had nothing against it, he could bring even more goods and sell them at a very good price. The man was so surprised and delighted that he jumped up and exclaimed he would be very glad about it. The boy set off from Yusuf's house, warmly saying goodbye to Yusuf and his sons, waving his hand to them. A new idea suddenly flashed in his thoughts, and now he plans to visit 2 more people on the lands of Dibble, in the quiet and hidden hideout of the Count. When the guy reviewed everyone offered to him from the list, his friends asked how it went. He said the meetings were good, but he liked these 3 the most. He said that Yosip values his skills and strives to provide food for his children, so he can be trusted. Dora is worried when her husband suggests using her idea because she values her work highly. However, if her developments help someone else, there is no need to fear betrayal. After meeting with Amerigo, the guy immediately took out a loan. He understands finance well, so he can be much more useful to the Ash household than those two. Besides, he himself has no money, so this debt will help him escape poverty. When the Count finished talking about himself, he asked how life was going for his friends. The girl said that now they needed to be even more careful. Compared to those three, these people could not be trusted so much, they were less reliable, and their sincerity was doubtful. Despite this, it was still possible to make a list of several dozen such people. Earl quickly understood everything and suggested dividing the list into two parts. The girl immediately became interested in this idea. The boy explained that all people should be divided into two parts. The first are those who now need help, and the second are those who can go on reconnaissance. The man behind the counter stood confused and did not know what to do next. Earl looked around and said that he would personally go on reconnaissance, so they decided to postpone this matter until the next day. Upon parting, he advised everyone to work hard, hearing a resolute confirmation from those present in response. Almost a month had passed. Hello, is this the house of Sif? It was hard on the soul in this family. One of the children was seriously ill, and there was not enough money for treatment. All the relatives gathered nearby to support the sick child and not leave him alone. The young man lay in bed, his body burning with fever, and his breathing was becoming heavier. A damp towel lay on his forehead, which had almost completely lost its cold freshness. Two children stood near the man, loudly saying that their brother was unwell. Yosef immediately understood what was going on. He lowers his head and sadly admits that he is ashamed because he cannot find money for medicine for his son. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. The man turned and asked, "Who is there?" It was Earl. He politely greeted the man, and the man sincerely rejoiced upon seeing him. The boy kept his word and brought vegetables to Joseph. Joseph sincerely thanked him for this kindness. The man scratched the back of his head and said that the boy should already go and apologize. Earl was surprised by what he heard, opened his eyes wide, and asked what had happened. The man honestly replied that his son had fallen ill. The boy raised his eyebrows sympathetically and said that it was indeed very frightening. Earl unexpectedly asked for permission to enter the house to see the boy. Perhaps he could help somehow. Joseph could only hope that the boy would take pity on him and let him into the house. Earl was already beside the boy's bed. He alternately touched his own forehead and the child's brow, trying to determine how serious the illness was. He carefully left the boy's room, trying not to disturb the child's sleep. Earl hesitated for a moment, but he noticed that the boy looked exhausted and hungry, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time. So Earl decided to ask if this man had already turned to the Bible family for help. Joseph said he didn't mind, but the shaman from the Debel family would never agree to meet a stranger like him. The man unexpectedly took 10 steps forward and said that he was often mocked as well. When he was asked to review the working conditions, he admitted he could no longer ask anything from the Debel family, even if it was about helping a suffering child. Rural fell silent and immersed himself in his deep thoughts. The young man suggested to the man to join the Ashen House. Joseph was so surprised by this proposal that he almost popped his eyes out. Earl says that from now on he will have the position of commander of a squad of 100 fighters, and his salary was increased tenfold. He also mentioned that a spacious estate is already being prepared for them, and if all goes well, a promotion might even be possible. However, the man nervously scratched the back of his head and said that the offer was really wonderful, but there was one but. The man suddenly fell silent when he realized what promise his interlocutor had given him, and in surprise, he opened his mouth wide. Earl apologized for not telling the truth earlier. In fact, he had always served the Almas house. Joseph frowned displeased, realizing that he had been deceived. The boy openly expressed his feelings and hopefully asked if the man would accept his confession. Joseph recalls that he still owes Bernard. Earl did not believe him and immediately said that because of this man, he now has huge debts and is barely surviving. He explained that Regar himself broke off his engagement, which caused him to lose the right to inheritance, and Bernard was decided to be removed from politics and left without any power. The man warned that if he tries to help, he will fall into the same trap and will also be powerless to change anything. Joseph fell silent and for a moment gazed into the distance, immersed in his thoughts. The Count said that Almost is still very young. He always lacks reliable people nearby, and he has no family of his own, so everyone has the opportunity to rise to a better position. The boy continued, "You have your own future, just like I do, so why do you still cling to the Debel house?" He appeals to Joseph to think everything over once again, remember his children, and accept the offer for their future. The man sighed deeply, feeling tired. He put his hand on his head, smiled slyly, and noted that the boy had managed to catch him after all. Hope flashed in Earl's eyes. Joseph told the boy to wait a little, 3 days, after which he promised to agree to his proposal. The girls smiled, nodded in agreement, and promised to wait for the man at the estate located on the lands of Ash. The boy left the house and waved goodbye to the man with a smile. Earl pulled up his hood, realizing that he still had to convince 2 more people. Thus, all 3 found themselves under the protection of the House of Ash, and this news quickly reached Ryger and Dibella. House of the Demon. Ryger tore up the papers he was holding in his hands and thought with surprise, what nonsense is written here? In his hands were resignation letters and transfer requests signed by Yosef, Dola, and Amerigo. The boy exploded with indignation, declaring that he knew perfectly well what documents he was holding. He couldn't help but loudly ask why they were even going to the Ashlands. The man nearby said that people would obey the House of Ash in any case. To these words, Ryger angrily objected that this would never happen. The man explained that if everyone paid a tax for entry, everything would be fair and legal. However, he added, this still required the consent of both chambers. If Ryger simply refused ordinary people, everyone would consider his master a villain. Ryger did not like this at all, so he sternly asked his subordinate why he thought so. Hearing this, the man immediately apologized for his harshness. The boy said that everyone was going to the House of Esh and ordered to prepare the horses. His subordinate thought with surprise about what he really intended. Ryger said that he was already very tired of all this, and now he wanted to speak himself and express all his complaints. The man asked the gentleman to stop, because otherwise everything would remain as it is. Ryger sternly ordered him to be silent and sharply asked whose side he was on. Vernon said without hesitation that, of course, he stood on his master's side. To this, the boy threw at him. If so, then keep your tongue behind your teeth. Ryger walked forward, and Albernand quietly and unnoticed followed him, watching carefully. Suddenly someone called the man by name. Then he realized that he had failed to stop the boy, rather the opposite, everything went not as he had hoped. He was asked how it would be with their crossing, but the man interrupted the conversation and immediately said that everything here was clear anyway. Bernard realizes that the prerequisites for this arose long ago. After the cancellation of the engagement, the vassals no longer trust him, and now they need to act as quickly as possible. And next time, 10 people set out for the lands of El. Ryger loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. He was convinced that it was from this house, along with the newcomers, that spies were expelled. Gilbert barely smiled and politely turned to Rygara. The boy looked up and asked why his interlocutor had spoken so sharply. The man began to tell. He said that people are whispering. Bernard secretly made a deal with the king of the Rosets without informing others about it. Hearing this news, a displeased grimace appeared on Grisney's face. He exclaimed sharply that it was simply impossible. Bernard was not capable of that. Gilbert remembered that if you think carefully, it was he who insisted on starting this holy battle. Bernard does not rush decisions. He is fully aware of how powerful Almasesh is becoming. Ryger frowned and wondered if this man had done it on purpose. Gilbert slightly tilted his head and confidently confirmed that everything was exactly so. There were no doubts. The boy heard this and could not believe his ears. Ryger began to fuss around the room, overwhelmed by a wave of panic. The boy pondered, noticing that the people Bernard had brought seemed strange. She emphasized once again, now it was not worth trusting anyone. Ryger loudly ordered Gilbert to carefully watch over the richest vassals who still remained. Then he fell silent and asked if everything was clear to him. Gilbert politely bowed and assured that he understood everything. In his opinion, that was more than enough. The man behind the counter told Earl that everything went smoothly, without any problems. The boy smiled broadly and said that they had already gathered 13 people. This number was quite enough to trouble the Debel family. Earl notices that their plan is finally starting to bear fruit. The man with a smile says that it is wonderful and adds, they are already being talked about, so it seems they did their job well. Earl explained that now there was no choice left. Those who still remained in the thickets of evil would no longer be able to keep the house afloat and meet all its needs. The 3 of them fell silent for a moment, finding themselves in peaceful silence. The girl asked uncertainly what they should do next. Earl said that their next target would be Bernard, the last of the Debel family. The boy explained that if they couldn't take him somewhere far away, their plan wouldn't work. A quiet, tense silence fell between them for a moment. He asked them if everything was okay. The couple began to hesitate whether they needed to do this. The boy was surprised by such a question. The man asked uncertainly if it was really worth risking for such a plan. The boy could not understand why they thought that way. The man emphasized that everyone already sees the Diable family is almost on the brink of extinction. If nothing changes, they simply won't be able to resist the enemy. He asked, "Isn't that true?" Earl scratched the back of his head in confusion and explained that actually everything is different, especially when it comes to Bernard. The boy asked again if what they say is true, because if so, then Bernard really has a reason to be afraid. He began to tell how the king gave the throne to Almas. Regard did not believe in his victory at all. The de Bal house found itself in a very difficult situation. Then Bernard proposed to conquer the throne by force. Of course, they themselves lacked the strength for such a plan, so they decide to negotiate with the powerful kingdom of Demargel. Having entwined the king's neck, he will become a vassal of Domargel. The earl recalled the battle with firm. Then Rigard did not go out onto the battlefield, but stayed home and did not intervene. The man added that he would not have had the courage for that. To dare to betray on one's own is an incredibly difficult decision. The count noticed that now he has enough courage to switch to the side of another country. However, he is well aware no one will support him in this choice, so he will never dare to take such a step. The boy explained that it is Bernard who now stands on Rigard's side. The earl decided that the most important thing now is to deal with Bernard himself. He sees that this pair is already tired of the prolonged game of hide and seek. The earl reported that only the final step remains ahead and suggested that we all try to accomplish it together. They gently smiled at each other, feeling warmth in their hearts. The man confidently clenched his fist and said that Bernard is their last enemy. The girl gently supported him and said that together they will definitely win. The city plunged into silence. The streets are empty. Calm prevails around. Gilbert returned to his master. Regard got angry and sharply asked what had happened. The man politely bowed and said he hoped that this time he would be believed, as the boy was truly sincerely interested. Gilbert reported that recently someone suspicious had been seen near Bernard's estate late at night. Rig noticed that we have too little verified data. He insisted that we speak more clearly and specifically. The man agreed and explained that he was carrying out his master's order. He was watching the wealthy vassals. In the darkness, he saw a mysterious figure and decided to follow it. That is how he ended up in the lands of Ash. Regard felt that it was not enough for him. He wanted even more. Gilbert admitted that he did not want to talk about it, but it seemed Bernard was in conspiracy with Almas. The boy was so surprised that he opened his eyes wide. On his face, both indignation and astonishment flashed simultaneously. Regard did not want to believe until the very end that Bernard had betrayed him. He did not care about others, so he ordered to watch only Bernard. Several people were assigned to watch only him. The boy warned, if no evidence appears within a week, everyone will have to admit that he is not guilty. The guys rejoiced again, as everything ended in the best possible way. The girl said that according to her reports, rumors about them had already reached the Regard's ears. She also added that he began to watch Bernard more closely. The man exclaimed with delight that everything worked out and asked if they could finish the work already. But Earl replied that it was still a bit early, only the final touches needed to be made. The boy suddenly threw off the blanket and decisively said that now their last time would come. The couple could not believe what they saw. Before their eyes opened a scene that truly impressed them to the depths of their souls. 3 days passed. Bernard's mansion stood quiet and cozy. Bernard sat attentively at the table and diligently painted something with a brush on paper. He carefully rolled the sheet into a tube and tied it with a string. The man handed the letter to the servant and ordered him to immediately deliver it to Domargel. Bernard assured that this letter could be the last hope for the Debel family. The subordinate asked if something was bothering him and if this was really Ash's house. Bernard nodded in agreement and added that Gilbert could very well take advantage of this opportunity. He knew well, one must always be on guard, regardless of the circumstances. Suddenly he heard a strange noise overhead and wondered what could have happened there. He sharply turned to the sorceress and demanded to know what was going on. The girl calmly explained that envoys had arrived. Bernard's eyes suddenly opened wide. He finally understood what was happening here. He suddenly rushed to the girl, grabbed her by the shoulders, and anxiously asked who these envoys were. The girl explained confusedly that they had come from the Ash household. The man could not believe it and hastily asked again if it was true that they had been let in. The girl, whose hands trembled slightly, said that the envoys already knew about Bernard. That was why they had come here. The men loudly and sharply immediately asked what exactly they had done. Bernard loudly began to urge the girl with gestures and words to turn them back as soon as possible, constantly emphasizing that the man did not even have the right to greet them. He extended it forward, and Earl was already behind, politely greeting the man with a warm smile. Bernard sharply turned around, and as soon as he recognized the person standing before him, he was stunned and opened his eyes wide. The surprise was impossible to hide. Earl bowed politely, clearly stated his name, and informed that he represented Mr. Almos as his envoy. She began to explain that there was currently tension between the Dybell family and the Ash clan. The boy said he understood why he did not want to see them, but they had come today themselves to explain everything and put the finishing touches. Bernard politely bowed in response and apologized for his sharpness. He said that he very much hopes all misunderstandings between their families can be resolved. He raised his eyes and said hopefully that if that is so, they would not object if Rigard stayed and listened to their conversation. The Count smiled and said he did not object, but first asked to be given their small gifts. He turned to his friend and asked him to show something. The man held 2 chests filled to the brim with gold. Bernard opened his eyes wide in surprise when he saw this. The Earl smiled, thanked Mr. Almas for such a good deed, and politely asked him to accept the gift. What he heard so impressed Bernard that he opened his eyes wide in amazement. It seemed to him that it was the opposite, not an act of good intentions at all. The man fell, but rejecting this display of kindness, politely asked to remove the gift and leave him alone. The Earl jumped up, surprised by the unexpectedness, and immediately loudly apologized to Bernard if he had somehow offended him. The boy politely bowed, apologized, and explained that it was a usual friendly gesture. He did not object and immediately said they would leave. The city was suddenly attacked by Aquia and the Dark Knight. Bernard asked the servant if the guests had already left and received confirmation. Besides this, the servant added that the boy had left gifts, and this news greatly surprised Bernard. Trembling with fear, he tried to justify himself, claiming that it was all just a game. The man sharply ordered to immediately return it to its place, and the servant respectfully bowed nearby and promised to carry out the order as soon as possible. Bernard became alert as soon as he heard a suspicious rustling behind his back. He turned around and pondered. It seems it's already too late to fix anything. There was a commotion in the streets. People were shouting, not believing what they had just learned. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, could this really be true? What if the one who said it was mistaken? Gilbert raised his hands and admitted that he still found it hard to believe what he had heard, but was nevertheless convinced. Bernard accepted the ambassador's gifts without any hesitation. Riga pushed the man away from herself and turned to the servants nearby, asking what they thought about it. There was no answer. They silently bowed. Gilbert thought that everyone present was just waiting for the moment when Bernard would finally leave. The man rejoiced because he understood that none of his vassals could betray him anymore. After that, he said goodbye to Bernard. They politely addressed Bernard, trying to get his attention. The man says that if Gilbert has already made a decision, it is impossible to make him change his mind. He realizes that in such a situation, he has no chance of survival. The girl apologized, but Bernard assured her that there was no need to worry about such trifles. He emphasized that it was Ural who used all sorts of dishonest tricks. Bernard knew well. Even if they refused, Ural would definitely find another cunning way to act. The man realizes that the moment has come when something must be done. After some time, he finally reached Rigger and said that they should talk about something important. The man looked sternly at Bernard and asked if something strange had happened. The man said that he was already quite old. He bowed low and said that he would probably retire soon. Rigger was genuinely surprised by what he heard, and Bernard explained that he was going to hand over all his affairs to Gilbert. The boy got angry, sharply hit the table with his fist, and angrily asked if he really thought they would allow him to leave. In response, the man only quietly apologized. Bernard looked around, pointed at Yan, and Rigger shouted and tried to intervene, but it was of no use. The stranger did not even react. Finally, Rigard loudly called the man's name, hoping he would pay attention, but it was all in vain. The man did not even turn around. Bernard was awakened by the sunny morning. Getting out of bed, he realized, from now on, it would not be possible to just wake up as before. The girl who was nearby covered her face with her palms, seeing how the appearance of this man suddenly sharply changed. This is what happens when you lose the blessing of the great king. The man smiled faintly. Bernard realized that he had taken on too many tasks and now really needed to rest. After that, his illness suddenly worsened, and soon Bernard died. When he was 82 years old, he probably passed away with relief because his family managed to avoid involvement in the Civil War. They almost managed to make an alliance with the Exis tribe. The Earl still managed to bring his plan to completion. After 6 months of waiting, the kingdom of Domergal finally launched its offensive on the lands of Ash. The man loudly announced that everyone had probably already heard. The kingdom of Demorgal sent its army to their territory. Then he confidently said that with the help of Almas, Esh their kingdom would be able to defend against this attack. After that, he called Almas to come to him. The boy decisively stepped forward and loudly said that he would definitely defeat Domorgala. People smiled kindly at him and cautiously whispered to each other. The girl approached Almas from behind and spoke to him. She smiled sincerely and offered that if she could not go with him, at least she would see him home. The boy thanked Yura for her care. The girl added that the family with the double surname did not even come to the ceremony, and he barely restrained himself from saying that they themselves refused the invitation. It seemed to him that they found out about the general's appointment and therefore did not appear. Smiling, the boy asked the girl to take care of the capital while he would be absent. The Jewish woman smiled in response and confidently assured that she could be trusted. They addressed the general sharply, raising their voice. I turned to Ron and asked what had happened. He inquired whether I had managed to find out how many enemies were waiting for us. The boy said that the total was approximately 25,000. Hearing this, the man was shocked. He almost let slip that the enemy had 10,000 infantrymen and 1,000 horsemen, and 2,000 horsemen from the Exis tribe had also joined them, so together they had about 13,000 warriors, the boy calculated. The enemy's army was almost twice as large as theirs. Ron grabbed his head and said that they urgently needed to gather more people. He asked in surprise whether the rich clans had really sent so few warriors. Almas explained that they simply had no other choice. Even if he gathered warriors, the head of the Diable house would still remain Rhaegar. That's why their army was so small, the boy added. Moreover, other clans also allocated them very few fighters. He noted that during a fierce battle this soldier could betray them and side with Domergal. Therefore, they did not need such unreliable people in their army. Almas calmed Ron and told him not to worry. He reminded him that the United States had declared their neutrality. At the end, Almas encouraged his friend, saying that not everything was as bad as it seemed, and advised him just to remember this. The soldier returned to the general and said that they would soon cross the hill. They finally reached Terry evilly. Ron noticed that from this spot there was a good view of everything around, especially the fortress. I was about to say that although it is old, it looks as if it had been recently restored. The young man praised Ismi, saying that her plan was truly wonderful. Building outer walls to strengthen defense was very wise on her part. Ron sharply turned to his general and firmly said that he himself would explain everything to the recruits, and the general should just leave him alone. He almost apologized and promised that he would also rest and ask his friends to find time for a break. The boy entered the room, and Tetra was already sitting there waiting for him. The girl suddenly asked how many soldiers the enemy had. The boy replied that there were 25,000 of them. Tetra immediately inquired whether they had a chance to defeat such an army. Usually I would not respond like this during a flight, but he explained everything in detail. If they want to win, they must fulfill two main conditions. First, to maintain such a large army, it is necessary to continuously replenish supplies. That is why they promised their people to break through to the enemy's warehouses and get everything needed for the troops. Secondly, Damargal has complicated relations with neighboring countries. If this situation is used, new allies can be found. Almas smiled and confidently said that everything would work out for them. Then he asked the girl if she was not worried. Tetra replied that no, she was sure that this guy would not be defeated. Ron swiftly opens the door and shouts loudly, almost exclaiming, "What happened?" The man saw enemies on the horizon and told about it. He turned to the general with a request to go with him. The boy no longer hurried to stand up abruptly, preparing to run. Meanwhile, everyone else quickly rushed to the exit, eager to understand what had happened. They rushed out onto the street and froze in place, watching as the enemy army approached them step by step. The boy asked the army of Marigalas, could there really be as many as 25,000 soldiers there? Tetra replied that the time had come for Almas to take everything into his own hands and lead himself. After all, the rank of general is more than just a word. The boy gladly nodded and assured that he could truly be relied upon. It was exactly like this that Almas, together with his army, began the battle that would later become known in history as the 7-Day War. Once long ago, the army of Demorgoth set out on a great campaign. The boy turns to Tenayino and asks, "What do you think? What are our chances of winning?" The man smiled and said that they were unlikely to win, but promised he would definitely achieve victory for everyone. The boy calmly said that he always trusts him in everything. Tonino confidently smiles, knowing that victory is already in his hands. He leads the army of Demerga Latino as its commander-in-chief. In front of him, sitting on a chair, was the commander-in-chief of the army and the first prince of Dormorgel, Carlo Dormorgel. The man realizes that his words may sound harsh, but he considers the boy unremarkable and ordinary. Meanwhile, the boy sits next to him and constantly complains about how bored he is. However, he still respects this boy. Why exactly? Because he can easily shift all responsibility onto others as if it were a normal matter. He simply directs the work further down the chain to subordinates who ultimately carry out everything themselves. This scheme works, everyone calmly passes problems along, and no one seems to worry about difficulties. The man understood that he was being used, but he was promised that for this he would become a great general. Tonino is convinced. Together they can conquer all of Adelnia. Princes almost never asked why the general suddenly started laughing. The general suddenly came to his senses, apologized, and explained that he felt embarrassed. The man told Carlo that now the main thing for them is to obtain the lands that belong to Esh. He assured that after this, peace would come, but the prince frowned and asked why not destroy the entire kingdom of Rosette at once. Carlo noted that there is no point in fighting small states if you can immediately capture everything. The general said it is better to wait a little. When great wars begin in neighboring countries, then the opportunity will come to take them under control. As an example, he recalled the story with rigor. A soldier ran up and loudly shouted that he was bringing important news for Tonino and Carlo. The soldier was allowed to speak out, and he reported that the fortress of Teria was already visible in the distance, and there was very little way left to the battlefield. The prince said with a smile that he fully relies on the general and trusts him with everything. First day at the camp, suddenly the 7-day war breaks out. Tony focused and seriously asks to look carefully at something. He pointed to the map and explained that the fortress Teria is divided into 3 sectors according to the plan, with gates in the north and south. Moreover, he noted, about 8,000 soldiers will most likely defend the fortress during the siege. The man said that now all their forces are concentrated on defending the northern gate. Then he emphasized that a detachment needs to be gathered for the siege and asked if anyone had questions. The prince fell into thought, and the general began to worry whether something bad had happened to Carlo. Meanwhile, the boy addressed this man with a request to tell him something. The boy warned that his question might sound strange and asked, why didn't he just bypass this fortress? All the men around looked at each other in surprise at such a frank statement, and Tonino just smiled, watching their reaction. The man told Carlo that the food and water supplies would last only 3 days. If they cannot quickly establish good supply lines, their army will not survive. He explained that not all enemies are gathered in the fortress, so it is best to gradually weaken their strength. He wants to prevent their advantage, but if they suddenly have to retreat, a backup escape route will be very important. Carlos rubbed his chin and confidently said that everything was clear to him. All the warriors finally sighed with relief. The princes smiled and turned to Tonino with a request to continue. They asked what they should do next. The man explained that first of all they needed to conduct reconnaissance by combat. He also said that they would send warrior slaves. On the western tower of the Teria fortress, a guard stands and reports that a new wave of enemies is approaching. Ran immediately noticed that they all wore collars and had no weapons. It was hard not to notice. Ordinary slaves stood before him. He turned to Grema and asked what he was holding in his hands. The boy explained that they were dragging logs from different types of wood, and as it seemed to him, their goal was to fill the moat with these wooden beams. He quickly raised his hand and firmly ordered everyone to stop immediately before trouble happened, and to the archer to prepare and keep the bow ready. Order to act carefully to avoid unnecessary injuries and help reduce the burden they carry. The order to open fire was given, and the archers instantly drew their bowstrings. In one moment they released arrows that flew into the sky and formed a cloud above their heads, covering the world. The crowd of exhausted slaves hurried to carry out the newly received order. Suddenly, a terrible cloud of arrows appeared in the sky, which whistled and flew straight at the people trying to escape. Several arrows got stuck in the burdens they carried on their shoulders, and some hit the people directly. Other arrows flew past and caused no harm. Graham was simply amazed by this news. He realized that it hardly affected them, and shouted fearfully that they were not stopping and continued moving forward. Ron smiled half-jokingly and noted that perhaps his team could benefit from training more often. Graham immediately disagreed, replying that this was not quite so. However, he admitted, their cargo from the outside seemed too vulnerable. But in reality, the construction was very strong. He realized that their cargo not only helped to cross the moat, but also became a reliable protection for them. He noticed that walking became much easier since they were not carrying anything heavy, and therefore moved faster than usual. Ron thought and asked again, were they really sent forward without armor, only with shields in their hands? But at that moment, Grem unexpectedly revised his plan and sternly ordered to open fire on the people as soon as they approached the moat. The unfortunate slaves rushed to flee to the fortress, hoping to find salvation there. The archers relentlessly continued shooting and tried to hit the target directly. Arrows rained down right on the people. Ron realized that if they did not run away now, they would be easy prey for the enemy. People began jumping into the moat one by one. Ron could not believe his eyes. He turned to his friend and asked if they really were not just throwing the cargo into the moat, but also jumping in after it. He clarified, saying, were they completely disappointed in life? To this, Grem shook his head in denial. No, it was not like that. He explained that they were proud of their shields because thanks to them they could stay afloat. Moreover, he added one more interesting detail. People were pulling the logs together. The young man watched all this and could not believe that they were really going to build a bridge. People built the ladder themselves and quickly ran to help their friends. Rona could not believe her eyes. People somehow managed to place a ladder right on the shaky bridge. Grem skillfully stopped those who wanted to climb over the wall with a precise shot from his bow. One by one people began to fall down the stairs. The boy realized that these people were not capable of more. They are completely defenseless, they have no weapons at all. So they have no other choice but to just sit idly by. People looked around fearfully and hurried to retreat backward. Ron opened his eyes wide in surprise, not understanding why they suddenly started moving backward. The archer prepared to release the arrow, giving the enemies no chance to respond. However, Grem stopped him, saying that shooting now made no sense at all. The guy reacted indignantly to the order, saying that if they retreat now, they will be able to return with reinforcements. He asked if this was not the best option. Earlier, he had already asked to withdraw everyone, but Graham said that the enemies were unlikely to attack a second time. He realized that everything was already decided, and they would not be able to change their fate. The main headquarters of Domergal's army. A soldier came to Tunyal with news that the slaves had already escaped, but Tunyal remained calm and said that he had known about it for a long time. He said that he hoped at least someone among them would be able to get to the wall, but it turned out to be too difficult for them. He nodded his head and beckoned the soldier to come to him with his hand. The man ordered to kill all the slaves who were returning to learn their names, and also commanded to destroy their families. The female soldier confidently said that she would carry out the order. He called the archers to himself, told them his plan, and they, without hesitation, began to neutralize the servants one by one. Tonino began to say that those slaves whose names were still unknown had already shown themselves to be true brave warriors. As he had promised earlier, he ordered to send a letter with a falcon to inform about the liberation of their families. One of the soldiers heard the order and immediately carried it out. Then he added that people had built a bridge over the moat, so he ordered to begin the siege. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered right before their eyes. Tonino, along with the other soldiers, was so stunned by this that they could not utter a word. The soldier hurried to report that the bridge over the ditch was destroyed, but the man only nodded. He had noticed it well himself. The man noted that they all used the same firearms. Carlo approached with a sly smile on his face and asked if that was all they were capable of in their strategy. The prince spread his arms wide and said that they had returned to where their story began. After that, he asked the man what he intended to do next. Tadino bowed low and assured that they were conducting only a routine reconnaissance. The man continued speaking and told what they had found out. The enemy has a mysterious fire elixir. He noted that they managed to use the time wisely and prepare well for the next step. Hearing this, the prince could not contain his curiosity and immediately asked what awaited them next. Tonino was upset only after learning that the siege had begun. In the very heart of the fortress Teria, in a large tower, Ron notices that the enemies who were here as slaves have already fled. He almost goes to Tetra to ask if there is any news about damage to the towers. The girl said that she has no complaints and believes that they are doing their job excellently. The boy noted that for a start it was quite good, but warned the real trials are still ahead. The main forces of the enemy have not even entered the battle yet. Tetra agreed with him and suddenly sharply asked what exactly she had seen. Both looked ahead attentively, trying to understand what exactly they saw before them. The boy quickly realized that siege towers were in front of him and immediately noticed how swiftly the enemies had managed to build them. Everyone was mistaken, but he squinted and instantly understood the enemy's plan to capture the fortress. The soldiers hurriedly retreated, taking with them everything necessary for the upcoming siege of the tower. They were already approaching the moat, planning to block it to get closer to the tower. Wooden barricades were erected before them. This greatly surprised Almos, and he began to carefully examine his opponents. They instantly drew their weapons and began shooting at those standing on the top of the tower. In Esh's house, unfortunate incidents with people began to happen one after another. The wounded called out to Almas, warning that the enemy was attacking them with lightly armed infantry. Tetra said that their task was to distract the enemy so that the siege towers could approach the fortress walls. The boy noted that the enemies still did not know how strong their fireball was. He understood well. Everything was happening now as it was supposed to. He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to remain calm, ignore the siege towers, and concentrate all fire on the enemy's light infantry. Soldiers with effort transported massive siege towers to the fortress walls, preparing to start the assault. Armed archers relentlessly advanced, their arrows flew one after another, and people fell, struck by them like cut blades of grass. He suddenly turned around to see another wounded warrior. Hearing the girl's cry about archers on the tower, the boy instantly commanded everyone to lie down on the ground. Enemy archers intensified the attack even more. A hail of arrows flew towards the defenders, trying to knock them out of their positions and take the fortress. The girl pressed herself to the ground, covering her head with her hands, and exclaimed anxiously that the shooting was too strong. She did not know what to do next and asked the boy about it. Seeing her fear, he tried to distract her and switch her to another thought. Almas reported that the siege towers had already come so close that they were under catapult fire. The girl became interested in this weapon, and the king expressed his opinion and asked if it fired stones. Almas refused and added that their armor would become even stronger. He explained that their catapults had a short firing range. Because of this, it was necessary to allow the enemy to come a little closer, and only then. Suddenly, he gave the order to start shooting. His warriors instantly obeyed the command, loudly shouting in support of their leader. The catapult launched a stone, and it flew into the sky. He approached one of the towers. The projectile hit the tower directly and severely damaged it. Tetra saw how the projectile hit the target and exploded loudly. She asked if the entire supply of fire elixir had already been used. Almas calmly explained that the towers were built of wood, so it was enough to blow up one, and they would all collapse. The girl noticed that the tower withstood the blow and was not even damaged. The boy looked at the tower in surprise. There was not a single scratch on it. This seemed very strange to him, and he wondered, could her dress have gotten wet? Almas dismissed this thought because he realized the enemies could have destroyed the tower anyway. Then he understood that the opponents acted completely differently. Our Gauls turned out to be surprisingly not very skillful. The prince looked closely at what he held in his hand and wondered if these mages really managed to make their towers stronger. The man nodded, confirming what he heard. He said that the tower was covered outside with raw animal hide, and beneath it were iron sheets. The magic of the sorcerers gave their towers protection, and even the fire elixir could not harm these structures. He noted that the enemies rely too much on the power of the fire elixir, so they will allow the siege towers to approach the necessary distance. He realized that their defeat had greatly weakened the enemy's morale. The soldier bowed and told Tonino that the towers were already at the required distance. Tonino responded with a nod, indicating that everything was fine. He looked at the footprints and said it was time to move on to the next stage. Teria Fortress, Western Tower. Grem looked grimly and reported that the fire elixir had no effect. He said that the siege towers still could not be stopped, so they only had left to shoot at the enemies with bows and arrows. Ron shouted loudly, asking if everyone heard him, then ordered to protect the archers at all costs, even if it meant paying with their own lives. Graham understands that now they are facing not slaves, but real soldiers in strong iron armor. He notices that these are experienced warriors protected by reliable armor. He realizes that more than 70% of their archers shoot bronze arrows. It is almost impossible to pierce enemy armor with such arrows. He noticed a man standing in the middle of the camp. It was obvious that he was the one in charge, giving orders. The boy suddenly grabbed his hands and sharply pointed at the man who was shouting loudly, saying that he was their commander. His strike hit the target exactly. Grem stands above the crowd and understands that these people lack unity. He was silent and watched carefully everyone who still remained nearby. The boy swore irritably, realizing that their attempt had failed. With such an army, they could only hope to at least gather together. Suddenly, he noticed something that caught his attention. He looked at the towers that had already come very close to him. Ron pushed his friend away and shouted for him to be careful because a decisive moment awaited them. Seeing the siege towers open their gates, the soldiers burst out with loud cries. The fortress was burning, and the enemies ran out of the tower in panic, their eyes still burned with the passion for battle. The enemies quickly rushed to the fortress, eager to capture it first. Ron firmly grabbed his sword and confidently defended against the attackers. He fearlessly met the enemies and confidently overcame everyone who stood in his way. The soldier rushed forward, but the boy showed his agility. He jumped aside in time. He quickly wounded a soldier and immediately removed him from his path. Soldiers fell from the bridge like dry leaves torn off by the wind. The boy with an indifferent look threw the sword over his shoulder and looked with contempt at the fallen soldier. He raised his hand and loudly ordered not to allow the enemies to approach the fortress walls. The soldiers behind shouted to the commander that the enemy had opened fire with bows and asked him to be alert. Enemy soldiers almost came up close and tried to attack Ron. He squinted his eyes with a slight smile and asked, "Tell me, do archers shoot from the very front?" The man knocked down one of the opponents and loudly shouted to General Ron to stay vigilant. The boy was amazed when he suddenly saw Joseph next to him. The man smiled broadly and said that now the captain owed him. In his thoughts, he gladly noted how useful he was. Ron looked at him in surprise and remarked that he was confusing his duties with his desires. Suddenly, soldiers appeared among the boys, and everyone was extremely surprised by this. Ron sharply asked why that man was still hesitating and ordered Joseph to immediately get to work. The man immediately understood the order and, without wasting time, rushed forward, attacking the enemies. Grem silently watched everything that was happening, remaining aside in tense silence. He looked at the photograph with disappointment, realizing that nothing else could be expected from the enemy soldiers. The boy remembered that Ron and Joseph were the strongest swordsmen among the ashes. They both quickly cut their hair in the same style to look alike and always stood side by side in battle, like inseparable brothers. Ram hopes that it will become calmer further in the tower. Teria Fortress, Eastern Tower. A fierce battle erupted on the battlefield. Two enemy countries met in a deadly clash. One of the soldiers shouted, "What are you saying? Do they really intend to hand over our fortress to the enemy?" He skillfully jumped aside himself, avoiding the soldier's strike. He immediately responded with a blow and wounded his opponent. The boy looked back at his friends and loudly asked why they were delaying. After that, he confidently ordered to prepare the shields, and the warriors began to act with zeal. Both sides began to advance with renewed strength. That experienced warrior noticed that the passage here was too narrow and said that right now was a great opportunity to set an ambush for the archers. Unexpectedly, they raised their weapons, aiming them at the enemy, and immediately the command was heard, "Shoot." The two sides met in a fierce battle. Each of them dreamed of victory and sought to get their own, but over time, the opponents began to retreat. One guy loudly announced that they had managed to push the enemy back a little, but he was immediately stopped by others, reminding him that their position was still very dangerous. Burroughs suddenly turned sharply and asked what had happened. He was quickly answered, "The enemy is rising from below." The guy ran to the edge, carefully leaned over, and tried to see what was happening down below. He looked at the boats in which many people were sitting. They were building a bridge so that their comrades could sail closer to the fortress walls. Burroughs loudly shouted about the spoons, from which they, together with friends, were making bridges. He began to argue and loudly ask if they really wanted to leave these ladders to try to maintain balance when the boat sways on the waves. The guy called Bartolo, hoping to find out where he had disappeared to. Nearby stood a man who was slowly drinking his drink, when suddenly the guy quickly turned to him. Angry Voro shouted that now was not the time for drinking at all. That scene greatly upset him. To this, the man calmly asked what exactly it was about. Bartolo noticed that it became obvious. The enemy directed their troops to occupy the East Tower. This meant that the opponent understood what they truly aimed for. The man suddenly threw the bottle he had just been drinking from straight at the opponent's head. The enemy immediately fell, and the man smiled with satisfaction, feeling his victory. Bartolo chuckled said that their commander was worthless. He did not care about the young and hot-headed commanders in the West. He explained that their commander only dreams of conquering the East, but it is there that the real battles are taking place, where experienced warriors fight. Burroughs spoke, barely restraining his anger. He was unsettled by why this man, understanding everything perfectly, remained indifferent. He reminded him that if they lost, carrying out the order would no longer be possible. However, the man only calmly nodded in response. Soldiers approached them and informed that all preparations were complete. The boy only nodded and gestured to start. Burroughs looked at the man standing nearby with doubt and addressed him. In response, Bartola only sighed heavily and said they had no other choice. He had almost decided to use the weapon that Almas gave them. The news about the new weapon caught Burroughs by surprise. He definitely did not expect such an unexpected turn. Bartolo did not stop and express the idea. If they really want to scare the enemy, they need to open fire with all weapons simultaneously. He aimed the sight and was already ready. And then I took a sip of the drink. The weapon thundered so loudly that its shot could be heard from afar. Burroughs stepped back, deftly avoiding a strong blow. All the cannons fired simultaneously. A thunderous roar echoed in the ears, and the ground trembled beneath the feet from the force. Thick smoke rose above the fortress, mixed with the roar of cannon fire. Enemy warriors lifted their heads and began looking around, trying to determine where the loud noise was coming from. When the shot rang out, a large cloud of smoke rose into the air, and the soldiers immediately realized that nothing could be seen from above through this veil. Bartolo ordered to aim all the cannons at one spot and commanded to prepare for firing. He clenched his teeth and firmly said that the enemy siege machines must be destroyed, no matter what. The man gave a new order: start shooting. The enemies were again forced to retreat under heavy fire. The enemy towers were slowly but inevitably engulfed by flames. The boards were torn off one by one, and the rest of the structure was already crumbling to the ground. Burroughs smiled and asked if they had achieved their goal. He watched as the tower, which initially could not be set on fire by the fiery potion, finally burst into bright flames. Bartolo realized that even a tower protected from the fire elixir could not withstand the new weapon. Burroughs could not believe what had happened and asked in surprise if this incredible weapon was really made by Isma. At that moment, Tetra suddenly appeared behind and jokingly thanked him for such a good review. The boy looked back and was surprised when he noticed the girl. He thought, could some girl really appear in the central tower? The girl shared that the leadership had almost decided to send reinforcements from the central tower, and she was supposed to be part of that group. Bartolo asked if it was not too dangerous for the girl. He reminded that she was a witch, and it was better for her not to be on the front line. The girl suddenly ordered the boy to duck. The boy suddenly vanished into thin air, and Tetra definitely hit the enemy. The boys looked at the girl, and true fear was visible in their eyes. Tetra placed her hands on her waist and decisively said that she was not a witch, but a true sorceress. The boy apologized for being mistaken, and the girl calmly said that it was nothing serious. Burroughs became interested and decided to find out what kind of weapon was in front of him. Tetra calmly said that there was nothing complicated here. She explained, this weapon is called a flamethrower. She explained that inside they pour a mixture of olive oil and black powder. Then this mixture is blown by air magic, and then ignited right near the opening using fire magic. The girl explained that when working with this weapon, it is important to immediately turn off the fire, otherwise the device can explode. We were very surprised at how dangerous this weapon could be. Tetra further explained that the fuel runs out very quickly, so this weapon can only be used once. Bartolo noted that this weapon is not as versatile as the fire elixir, and is unlikely to be useful if used outside of large-scale battles. Burroughs pointed out that this weapon actually has extraordinary power. Everyone sighed with relief because they almost lost the tower. Fortunately, they managed to hold off the enemies and maintain their positions. Burroughs clenched his fists, smiled, and said that their troops suffered almost no losses and morale remains high. He was confident that the first day of the siege would pass without serious losses for them. Bartolo agreed with him. The man urged everyone to pay attention to his words. He reminded that there was very little time left until sunset and asked for patience for a few more minutes. And so the first day of the siege ended. Everything passed quietly, without any significant battles. Camp of the besieging forces of Dumorgu. It is evening outside, and the first day of the 7-day war is passing. Tinino asked seriously what losses they had to endure. The soldiers standing behind simply bowed silently, not uttering a single word. The man sharply asked him if he really did not intend to say anything. Tinino noticed that during the fire in the tower, probably several hundred people died. He asked if this was really true. The soldier said that everything happened exactly like that. He added that a few people managed to escape. They jumped straight into the moat, but even there they received serious injuries, so they will no longer be able to return to battle. They peeked into the room where wounded soldiers were resting on the beds. The man said with sorrow that these were very heavy losses for them. The soldier nearby quietly nodded, agreeing with him. Tonino got angry and stated that this firearm was a real disaster. The boy nearby picked up the conversation, adding that even whole and uninjured soldiers feared this weapon, so their fighting spirit finally collapsed. The prince suddenly came closer, smiling and joking that the man had received a good scolding. Tonino looked at him with surprise and greeted Carlo with a nod. The boy asked the general what his further plans were. The general, bowing, confidently said that he would not abandon his decision and would continue with the plan. Tonino noted that it might seem as if they had accepted this uneven situation, but he firmly denied it. The man said that the fortress was taken in a ring and surrounded from all sides. He added that maybe they could still get reinforcements or ammunition, but the enemy would gain nothing more. Therefore, he summarized that the enemy now had almost no strength or supplies left. Tonino remarked that if the enemy was very strong, they should not worry about time, they could spend as much as needed. The man smiled and added that they could simply drive him to complete despair. In the central tower of the Teria fortress, a soldier handed Almas a list of the wounded and dead. The boy smiled and sincerely thanked Barreau and Bartolo. Reviewing the list, he realized that despite the fierce battle, their losses were not as great as he had expected. Almas smiles and acknowledges that everything is going as he expected. In such a battle, they are gradually gaining the upper hand. Moreover, it seems the enemy has already lost more fighters than their army. The young man shares his thoughts to lift the spirits of the warriors and treat them to drinks. Oral confidently said that he agreed with this idea, because for him, the most important thing is not to lose the fighting spirit. Bartolo, scratching the back of his head, also agreed, adding that he could not imagine a day without drinking. Tetra came closer and asked why the man decided to drink. Bartolo replied that today the lady had done an excellent job with her task and admitted that he was impressed by her abilities. With a sense of pride, he noted that his fighters had also done well, and then asked Graham and Ron if they wanted to rest a little. Ron noted that this was quite possible, but emphasized that they needed to be especially careful and vigilant at night. Graham nodded attentively and supported his friend. If the enemy tried to attack at night and they were unprepared, they would not be able to defend themselves properly. Almas suggested, "Let's do this. Those who get drunk quickly or lose in the draw will stay on watch, and the rest can rest and drink." The young man wished everyone a peaceful night and a pleasant rest. Next to them, Tetra barely kept her eyes open. She was very tired and almost falling asleep on the spot. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room and loudly shouted that they were under attack again. Tetra stood up, rubbing the sleep from her tired eyes. She almost frowned in surprise at the night attack, but was immediately ready to defend. The boy realized that he had not listened to the men's advice in vain and set guards. Now he asked how many enemies were approaching them. The knight said that he noticed a few people walking in their direction, but there were very few of them. Almas is straining to look into the darkness, hoping to see at least someone, but it is so dark around that he cannot make out anything. Tetra promised to lay a bright road so that everyone could see those who are waiting ahead. She created several glowing spheres, and they instantly illuminated the night darkness with bright light. The boy understands that the warriors set out on the road, without torches to hide in the darkness of the night, and remain unnoticed. Alma noticed that they still lacked people for the night attack, and asked Bartolo how they would proceed further. The man shared his thoughts. He is convinced that the enemies act at night so that no one notices how many of them there really are, and to suddenly attack us. Bartolo noted that all this could have been just a show for the public before the real attack, or the enemies were simply testing the situation. However, he understood that moving forward at night, especially for them, was very difficult. The man noted that this trial would not be the hardest for them. The boy agreed with this, as the man was right. Suddenly they were ambushed. At that moment the command hit the ground, almost sounded. All the knights immediately fell to the ground, trying to save themselves from the arrows flying from the enemy side. Bartolo was very surprised and wondered where these shots were coming from. Bartolo almost exclaimed in surprise. Everything happened right under their feet, among the debris. At first, he did not understand what had happened and anxiously began to look around, searching for the enemy. Enemies ran out of their hideout with sneers, laughing at each other. Noticing the escape, Tetris immediately informed everyone about it. To this, Bertogo called out loudly, checking if no one was hurt and everyone was intact. Almas nodded and asked the man what had happened. He inquired what exactly their last attack meant and what they truly sought, but the man did not believe the answer he heard. Behind them, a loud noise sounded. The heroes turned around and saw that another wave of enemy soldiers was rapidly approaching them. They shouted at the top of their lungs and beat the drums, announcing to everyone around that they wanted to destroy everything. Tetra covered her ears with her palms. it was unbearable for her to hear the enemies shouting at the top of their lungs. It was enough just to look, and everything immediately became clear. The boy thought that they were deliberately trying to exhaust them to the point of collapse, so he turned to Bartolo with the question of whether it was true. The man agreed, adding that the enemy would probably try to scare them while they stood on guard. If they showed weakness, the enemy would attack, but if they themselves decisively advanced, the enemy would retreat. In his opinion, such a confrontation would last until morning. Elmas quickly realized that the enemies deliberately would not let them sleep. He understood that the tactic of continuous tension is the most effective way to take a fortress during a siege. The man noted that action must be taken immediately, because if nothing is done, the enemies might soon try to climb over the walls. Thomas said that he would send part of the fighters to solve this problem, and the rest could rest. The boy realized that this task turned out to be not easy, and the night promises to be hard for them. The enemies again rushed in a large crowd to storm the fortress. The siege camp of Domergal. The night instantly parted as if calling everyone to wake up and announced the arrival of a new day along with the sun. Tonino smiled and said that their fighters had rested well and were now fully ready for battle. For him, this morning was simply perfect. He confidently raised his head and loudly said that tonight their enemies would definitely not have a peaceful sleep. Carlo approached closer and noted that this man really inspires fear. Tonino greeted him in response. The prince smiled and asked the man how long he thought it would take to capture this fortress. The man bowed low and said that if they continued to try so hard, they could finish everything in a week, or at most in 2. Tonino smiled and said that the small kingdom nearby would soon fall. He knew perfectly well that holding a siege without supplies was unwise. Tonino suggested not wasting another week in vain, but forcing the enemies to capitulate today. Tonino solemnly announced that the rising star, Alma's Esh, would very soon be defeated by their army, the warriors of the kingdom of Domergal. Immediately after this, he ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Thus began the second day of the 7-day war. The second day of the siege began. In the western tower of the fortress Teria, an anxious silence prevailed. Ranyan loudly complains that he is very sleepy. Grem harshly tells the boy to pull himself together, but in response hears that simple words won't change anything anyway. Ron said that because of the terrible noise, all the soldiers could not sleep, although they successfully defended the fortress from attacks. Suddenly, a stranger rushed at the boy, trying to harm him. The boy did not lose composure and immediately responded to the attack of the enemy soldier. He swore loudly, muttering to himself that these soldiers annoyed him greatly, until one of them fell from the tower. The archers prepared to draw the bowstring, but they were overcome by strong fatigue and sleep began to seem irresistible. Grem notices that the archers started shooting much worse. He understands, if this continues, even Ron's warriors will lose their strength. He decisively gave the order to use weapons. At the same time, he ordered immediate preparation for action. The soldiers straightened up and quickly became ready. Ram asked the boy to wait a little longer. It was already too late. The weapons suddenly fired, and everything around immediately got lost in thick flames and dense smoke. Ron raised his fist in joy. They managed to destroy the siege tower, but Grem discontentedly muttered that it was still too early to celebrate and pointed to look down. Ron looked up and saw several soldiers enthusiastically trying to climb the tower. This surprised him greatly. The boy fearlessly burst into battle, easily dealing with enemies and not allowing them to gain the advantage. Grem watched this and only sighed heavily, as it was clear to him that everything would go exactly like this. The boy grabbed a bow and quickly drew the string. While preparing to shoot, he remembered that cannons cannot fire continuously. He wondered if the enemy had really prepared for this and anticipated his next move. The warriors annoyed him so much that he barely restrained himself from swearing out loud. Ron shouted and decisively rushed forward, promising to prove to everyone around what he was capable of. To the east of the fortress Teria rose a mighty tower, vigilantly guarding the approaches to the city. Burrows plunged into thought. It seemed unusual to him. Just yesterday, the enemies persistently attacked the tower, not retreating for a moment, but now everything was different. Bartola said that gunpowder was simply a dangerous weapon and asked if the man wanted to use it again. Burrows replied that he did not have such a desire now. He looked down and saw boats filled with enemies. The man noticed that the enemies were acting unusually. It seemed to him that this was not at all like a real large-scale offensive. Moreover, they had few resources, so they were unlikely to waste their supplies in vain. Bertolo agrees with the man and asks what they should do next. Burrows says they are lucky. Lady Tetra herself has already ascended the East Tower, and her wisdom will surely help find the right solution. Bartolo noted that everything seemed quite logical and asked what the next step was. Then Tetra appeared beside him and confidently said that it was better to entrust her with resolving this issue. The girl explained that first the barrier on the siege tower needed to be removed and politely asked to cover her during this. The man assured the girl that they would all support her and asked if she was ready to handle this task. Tetra confidently said she could handle it. She emphasized that their army had few mages and sending them into battle was quite dangerous. However, a person who possesses magical cards can replace several ordinary fighters at once. Burroughs explains that these magical parchments with seals are available to everyone and can be used at any moment. If acted wisely, these parchments make it very easy to change the course of events in one's favor. Tetra further explained that the same problem exists with the tower. They do not have enough people to break such a strong barrier. She noted that this can only be done thanks to special seals. She took up magic and ordered the barter to disappear. The girl said that without the magical barrier, it is an ordinary clock tower, nothing special. She pointed a pistol at him and said that now it would be easier to conquer the tower. A strong flow of magic burst forward, concealing a considerable threat within itself. He approached the tower and began hitting it with all his might. The entire tower collapsed instantly, leaving only a pile of scattered debris in its place. All warriors with wide-open eyes attentively watched this incredible spectacle. Burroughs and Bartolo could not understand how she handled the tower so easily and wondered why yesterday they themselves had to struggle with it for so long. Tetra explained that the enemies did not even suspect that they would manage to remove the barrier, so they did not hurry to strengthen the tower. Bartolo smiled and said that nothing else was expected from Tetra. Then he asked if she could handle the rest of the towers. The girl sighed deeply and noted that this method is by no means the best solution. Tetra explained that processing these documents does not take much time. She also emphasized that if you get distracted only by paperwork, you can lose the battle mages who are already ready for battle. She was about to say something, but suddenly enemy soldiers appeared from behind and shouted so loudly that it echoed around. The warriors realized that the very same witch was standing before them. Now they were about to attack her and strike. The girl confidently clenched her weapon and took a step forward. Bartolo's widened his eyes in surprise. She confidently took the sword in her hands and boldly rushed forward. Burroughs, noticing this, only opened his mouth in surprise. The soldiers laughed and asked if she really intended to pass herself off as one of them. Tetra nodded, confirmed this, and jokingly asked if she looked cool. Bartolo and Burroughs sharply pulled the girl back and shouted for her not to even think about such a thing. Oro ordered everyone to guard the girl and not allow the enemies to approach her. Tetra noted that the enemies behaved exactly as she had predicted. They attacked first without hesitation, trying to get rid of the mage. She explained, using magic right on the front line is dangerous because the fire would affect not only the mage but also the soldiers standing next to him. Bartolo was impressed by her intelligence and asked if she really knew how to wield a sword. Tetra confidently said that she could do it and added that she had learned it from Alma's. The boy was surprised, raised his eyebrows, and thought aloud, this girl can definitely stand up for herself. Burroughs gives advice to his friend. They need to keep Tetra away from the front line. Bartolo's agrees with him and admits that this is indeed the right decision since they must protect Tetra even if they have to sacrifice themselves. At the western part of the fortress, Tyria, one of the watchtowers, rises high. Grem draws his bow and quickly releases an arrow, trying at all costs to hold back the enemies advancing on him. The boy notices that it seems they have managed to stop the enemy's advance. He turned to Ron and asked how he was doing. Ron smiled and said that they had already overcome all the enemies. The man sharply turned and asked Grem what that flat thing rolling there in the distance was. Grem was initially confused because the question seemed very strange to him. They saw enemy soldiers dragging something very heavy, as if they were carrying a huge house on their own shoulders. Ram leaned closer, trying to make out the details, but could not understand what the object was. He only noticed that this structure was much smaller than the large siege towers. Noticing a log ahead, he guessed that it was a battering ram. The young man was surprised, as they had recently used these towers to climb up and bypass the moat. Ron laughed and, not believing what he heard, asked again if it was really so. He sincerely thought that the turtles wouldn't even be able to approach the tower walls. Ram agreed with his friend, although he still did not understand why they had made that particular decision. Suddenly, they began laying boards one after another, closing the moat. Suddenly, something important occurred to the boy, and he immediately became more energetic. The enemies gathered wooden logs and began dragging them to the riverbank. The soldiers threw into the moat everything that came to hand, logs, boards, and other materials, to fill it up. Ron noticed that all the debris was simply being thrown into the moat. Graham was overwhelmed with surprise when he realized there were enough fragments from the towers to completely fill the moat. He gathered his courage and shouted loudly that they needed to immediately deal with this ram. Ron confidently nodded, indicating that he understood everything, and went to look for gunpowder. The boy quickly took a small bundle in his hands, hugged it tightly, and shouted at the top of his voice, after those tall siege towers. For him, smashing these wooden turtles is easier than easy. He threw the bundle, which immediately exploded and engulfed everything in flames within seconds. He carefully watches the results of his actions, strictly evaluating each of his steps. Nothing happened, and this surprised the boy very much. The enemies stood before him whole and unharmed. Graham drew the bowstring and noticed that the enemies had hidden behind metal shields. It seemed they had also put magical protection on the battering ram. Ron shouted, "So it looks like towers, only smaller in size." The last one suddenly cheered up when he saw that the bridge was being built from the same boards and suggested shooting at it. Graham just waved his hand, as if showing, "I already tried to do that." Below, the soldiers were already gathering wooden planks and starting to build the bridge. Graham noticed that it was not going very well. He realized that they could not manage without the help of sorcerers. Tension reigns on the battlefield. The enemies are building a bridge and trying to fill the moat to reach the fortress walls. The defenders hold the defense and desperately repel attacks, fighting with all their might to prevent the enemy from getting inside. The soldiers loudly announced that Lady Lulu had already arrived. Graham apologizes to the girl. He understands that she had many matters to attend to, but sincerely asks for her support, because now without her help they cannot cope. Lulu smiled and confidently said that she would manage on her own. She was already tired of constantly dealing with these barriers. The girl bowed her head and noticed with surprise how serious the problem was. Lulu turned to the boy and asked if he wanted her to smash them all. Graham asked in response if she could do it. The girl confidently said that it was not a problem for her at all. She confidently took the weapon in her hands and said that she would clear the way herself, and told Ronnie to wait until she gave the signal. The boy looked closely at the weapon and asked if it was by any chance an explosive spear. The girl smiled and admitted that they had overdone it a bit with the gunpowder and advised him to be careful. Lulu ordered her soldiers to protect her, and each of them confidently promised to complete the task without any problems. The groom firmly told everyone that the battering rams were already climbing on the logs, so they needed to hurry. Lulu smiled and admitted that she was using magical seals. She pressed her hands to the ground and quietly spoke for the barrier to disappear. Unexpectedly, a girl approached Ron and offered to try throwing the spear. The boy immediately agreed to this idea. He shouted loudly, swore, and angrily threw the spear to the ground. A loud explosion raised a thick cloud of dust into the air. Everything around seemed to disappear from the force of the destruction, and the fog, like a living creature, quietly smiled and twisted fragments of trees gradually flowed out of it. Ron beamed with a smile, sincerely rejoicing in his victory over the opponents. The boy wanted to thank the girl, but she stopped him with her hand and asked him to wait a minute longer. She raised a finger and pointed to the boy in that direction, as if to say, "Look." Suddenly, even more cockroaches appeared. Graham and Ron looked at this photograph with sadness, realizing their bitter defeat. Graham emphasized that they still had many decks left. He was well aware, to clear them, they would need many such explosive spears. Ron sharply turned to the boy and asked what he should do now. The boy reminded Ron that he was the team captain and that Almaz had chosen him for a reason. He was silent for a moment, then loudly said that he completely agreed. Ron quickly swung his sword upward and loudly urged everyone not to lose faith, emphasizing that their fight was only beginning. In the very heart of the fortress Teria stands the central tower. Almaz looked up and smiled joyfully when he saw the messenger hawk. He enthusiastically praised this clever bird. Having read the letter, the boy immediately realized everything. Smiling broadly, he ordered the warriors to deliver good news to Barroso and Bartolo. Their first plan turned out to be a real success.